players have not let up off the gas pedal. They have always been fighting.
Everyone, before the tournament started, they kind of just assumed Take Care Cobra was going to make it to the finals.
Take Care is going to take the whole tournament.
It is what it is. Supple's winning the tournament. Like, that's not a question. Like,
Wiped out Take Care Bears. The second door, they wiped out Swipe Knight, and now they're knocking on the door of Take Care Cobra. Like leadership that it takes to get a guild, to get a community, to get an organization to this point is cataclysmic. And first taking no damage, and there's the engage from Supple. That does not look good. TC's flankers, get outside this. Look at TC Cobra. Straw Hats is just no match. Health bars from Vanity, the moment that they become vulnerable, just get absolutely obliterated. Look at the low ground health bars for Supple. They're trying to heal each other back up. Tweaks is really low. Untitled is really low. 38, 39, YC 40. Members of Take Care standing tall together.
again from Tier. They're now 85%. They're not stopping.
Enough. 21 people on the plate. 36 for TC. TC desperately trying to stand tall. 5% for Chill right now. Tier battling, doing what they can, staying on top. 34 to 32, 86%. TC Cobra looks like they're gonna push through. All right, hello everybody. The day has finally arrived. The grand finals of the Best in Guild 2025. Who is the strongest guild in North America? By the end of today, we will know the answer to that question. Very quickly, guys, that hype video was brought to you by my boy Seraph. Seraph on Discord. I'm linking his YouTube in the chat. Go give him a sub. He made that video as a direct hype video for the tournament. We threw it in the production because it's badass. Super cool. I am your host, Blue Squadron, joined by my co-host, Grenton. You want to introduce yourself?
Hello. Sorry, I'm laughing because, you know, Supple people are telling me to shake my ass or they're going to throw the match. So it is what it is. I'm obviously the caster here on the desk with Blue, who is definitely not wearing the same shirt he wore yesterday. So don't even start with that meme.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I wore purple yesterday. I have three nice
have your back.
shirts.
Dude,
Wait,
I have your back.
Yeah, I
Just
have
say
three
thank you.
nice shirts. I rotate them so they never are repeated.
Yeah, attaboy. I mean, you and like 95% of the rest of the male population in the entire world. But it is what it is. I think everyone in the chat's super hyped up for these matches that we have today. I know we managed to snag a third place match that you were kind of talking about yesterday, which is going to be super exciting. And we do have, you know, some fun stuff lined up for everybody. So I'm very excited. You can find me at Not Grenton pretty much everywhere on Twitch, Twitter. Sorry, it's called X now. Don't sue me, Elon. And, you know, my YouTube, pretty much everywhere. If you want to see a, you know, partially balding person scream about video games, look no further.
That is right. Okay, the lobby is being made already. We're jumping straight in. Third place match first. Fortunately, both the guilds were kind enough to allow us to have a third place match today before our finals match. And so we're taking a look at Press W versus Tier, which is kind of a hype matchup. I'll let you introduce Press W, Gren.
Yeah, I mean, Press W, we saw them yesterday. They looked really good, and they kind of ran into the brick wall that was Supple, but a lot of these guys were, you know, ex-Tanks and Liberty players, which was Cannon's guild that started off as a casual guild, then kind of, you know, morphed into this weird conglomerate of a half-casual, half-hardcore guild. And I think the rest of the people who really wanted to take it more seriously, you know, they kind of had enough, and they wanted to go full hardcore, full competitive, and that's what we have now with Press W, and they look really, really sharp. They have a decent amount of KR vets, decent amount of people who have just started playing the game in NA. They have some really popular players like Sony and Odivan, who are some, you know, fan favorites here in the tournament, who have been performing extremely strongly, excuse me, during the last few rounds. So they're going to be going up against Tier and Blue. I don't think there's anyone more, you know, pro Tier qualified to explain Tier than you.
Let's go, Tier! Woo! These are my BDO homies. This is Show Nation and Company. A lot of the Black Desert community, some of the best gamers that we had are in tier, bricked, and well, Nice is kind of an afterthought right now because they're kind of like a third guild, but in this, there's really tier and bricked that are playing together, and look how far they made it. They actually almost beat TC Cobra yesterday in the second round of that best of 3 match. It was nail-bitingly close. Definitely gave us the closest match of the tournament thus far, and that was tough to do considering what happened with Tsunami. They are ranked 2 on the server. They just dropped Fury and Corrupt, I believe, from Alliance, so they're working on making their Alliance back up, but it shouldn't hurt them for this tournament here, is they weren't using those players anyway. Honestly, those players don't show up for the tournament. They don't show up for open world, so it doesn't matter. They dodged it all together. They're dead to us. They predicted top 8, so I'll be honest with you. This is a 3rd place match, and it will be a best of 3, Gren.
Yeah, it's going to be a best of 3, which means we're going to have the same rules that we did yesterday, where we'll have one guild who, you know, wins the flip and they get to either pick or ban, and then we'll have 3 maps banned, and then whatever map they choose for map number 1, that'll be permanently exiled from the map pool for the remaining 2nd and 3rd map if we are lucky enough to see it. And speaking of, we do have the picks and bans blue. We have Tier, who actually won the coin toss, and they decided to pick. Press W decided then to ban Azrael, Adentis, and Gran Elon. I think very good bans against a group like Tier. But they kind of left a glaring, you know, problem unbanned, and that's exactly what Tier picked. We're going to Talus for map number 1.
We're going back to Talus, baby. One of the favorite maps of the tournament, although very interestingly, almost every Riftstone was chosen that was available was chosen at some point or another in this tournament, and I looked it up. I think there were only 1 or 2 maps that weren't actually used at all. Excavator was banned from the tournament because in war games the spawn locations are just miserable, and let's be honest, that Riftstone is in an unfortunate location, but basically every other rift has been used during this, and it's been really cool to see the maps that the guilds have chosen, especially in a best of 3 dynamic like this. You have Talus coming out first, and usually this is what we're seeing as a trend. I expect this probably in our grand finals match later today against TC Cobra and Supple. I expected a really safe map early, like mmorpg or Talus.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think both guilds are going to be able to kind of showcase what they can do in this first map, and then we're going to kind of see a lot more, you know, targeted maybe picks and bans here in map number 2 or map number 3. I see people in chat saying, hey, we didn't see Cherno, we didn't see Cherno.
We did not
before
see
the
Cherno,
patch,
but
before the patch, there was a portal that was very, very close to Cherno. Same thing with Excavator. That's why Excavator got completely, you know, just banned from the tournament altogether. Cherno, it wasn't as detrimental, but a lot of guilds just didn't want to deal with it, so they banned it. Yeah, which means we might see.
We could see Cherno
today. Yeah.
We could see Cherno today. It was banned in a fair amount of rounds of the tournament, at least 4 or 5 rounds. Banned Chernobog, and we never got to see a team play on it, but exactly like that, it's just like the portal was just a little bit too close, I think, and guilds didn't want to have to deal with that kind of a coin toss, especially dealing with Bubble. Now that Bubble's gone, I think that it adds a little bit more dynamic to the Chernobog map. Either way, Press W and Tier meeting for the first time on Talus. Press W has to be feeling confident about Talus because they saw Tier basically knock out Swipe Night yesterday on this same map, Gretton.
Yeah, I think both guilds are going to be pretty confident on this map. I mean, Tier looked phenomenal when they fought on Talus. I don't think we've seen Press W fight on Talus yet, if I'm not mistaken, but we have seen them fight on Riftstones that have a very widespread flat ground to fight on, and then a smaller conflict zone. They looked really good on Kalazan. They looked really good on mmorpg. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Press W kind of give Tier a run for their money. But if you asked me my objective opinion on this first map, at least, I think Tier definitely has the edge here. They've played Talus multiple times in this tournament. They've played against guilds of all different skill levels. And Swipe Knight, again, is the guild that they actually knocked out, who was one of the best guilds in this tournament. And they managed to, you know, punch them in the face on Talus.
Right. Yeah, and I think that Talus is one of the most well-balanced maps that we see. There's 2 spawns that are basically equidistant from the Riftstone on either side of the objective, and so you just see people running at them. And maybe that's why we saw Press W choose this, because so far in this tournament, Press W's strategy has been well, true to their form, Gretton. They just basically hold W. We've not really seen them back up and group up, except maybe in that last round for Grand Alon yesterday. We saw them do that a couple times, but pretty much the whole tournament, their idea is to just stand on the point and then just hold W until we win.
Yep, and I think Press W, I don't think, I know because, I can read, but Press W is the only non-Zeroth guild who made the semifinals.
Yes.
And they potentially could prevent an entire Zeroth podium from happening if they manage to win this series.
Oh, yeah. They actually, they could. That's actually a big deal. Yeah, no, if they lose this match, if Press W loses this match to Tier, which I think a lot of people think that they will, that means that Zeroth, all three of the strongest guilds in North America are all on Zeroth in 3 different alliances, which personally I think is really cool, because if they stack, they could all just stack in one alliance and make it unfun for everyone. But I like that they're all spread out and they're all competing with one another. It makes for a good sport PvP at the end of the day. It does
there
look
was
like
a guild that did that, I think, in the past. They were kind of mean.
Oh yeah, it is what it is. You know what I mean?
What it is.
It is what
I'm
it
gonna
is.
go chop some trees.
Yeah, yeah. Hey man, Ethereum was brought down by other means anyway. You know what are you gonna do at the end of the day? But make sure you guys got your predictions in for Press W versus Tier. This is our show match to see who the 3rd strongest guild in North America actually is. And today I am very, very excited. Give me a prediction.
Yeah, so I definitely think map 1 is a Tier map. If you asked me before the semifinals yesterday, I would have said Press W 2-1. However, after seeing how Tier fought against TC on Mordecai, I think it's a, dare I say it, 2-0 for Tier.
Really?
Yeah.
I think, oh man, as a caster, I really do not want it to be a 2-0. I know that these guilds are probably
me either, obviously.
Yeah, I know that these guilds are probably hoping for a 2-0, mainly because they're trying to get done before Boonstone. And we did, interestingly enough, Tier actually was like, hey, we're gonna be done before Boon, right? And I was like, yeah, the 3rd place match will be done before Boon. He's like, bet. And then he decked on TC Cobra's Boonstone. So so that's the relationship that we have with the other guilds here. He's like, you got to make a choice. We're taking their Boonstone. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a very meaningful break between Tier 3, between this, not Tier 3, 3rd place match rather, and the grand finals to allow the guilds to do their Boonstones. That's fine. We need plenty of time to hype them up anyway, and we'll have a word from our sponsor in there as well. But for Tier and Press W, it doesn't look like they're quite ready to go yet, so we'll go back to the caster desk here. We're going to talk about the grand finals now a little bit. Tier versus Press W, amazing. But a lot of people want to see TC Cobra versus Supple. And I don't have to ask who your favorite to win this is. I am on that TC hype train, though. So we can stand on opposite sides of the desk. It's okay.
You've been wrong so many times in this tournament. What's one more time?
So
you know
I like to see the underdogs win one. Although I don't know if I would say that. Well, honestly, TC might be the underdog there. And they went into the tournament as the tournament favorite, but then you saw Supple in each of the rounds was just so dominant. It might just be because TC Cobra had a few tougher matches to go through, maybe you could say. Right in the bottom half of the bracket, but like I think that TC Cobra demonstrated a lot of really strong coordination, but then again so did Supple, and Supple has a lot of players in it from Ethereum Gold. Then you've got the Supple players themselves. These players already think that they're the best in the world. I'm thinking that kind of makes them the favorite to win today, but I think that TC Cobra has more practice. This is like the Rocky Balboa story. You know, these Supple members are like the Russian with all the technology and stuff, and they're like training in like a hut and everything. And then Rocky's out there climbing up with the barbells. Man, I'm telling you, I think that TC Cobra has spent more time in war games practicing, scrimming, getting ready for this kind of a match, this kind of a tournament than Supple has.
Correct. However, they spent all that time making strats around bubble. Now there's no bubble, so they're kind of, you know,
sure about
they
that?
have the reps. Oh, I mean, I've seen them play and I've played against them, and I love TC. I love a lot of the people in TC. I have no beef with TC.
No, he doesn't. He hates them. He hates you. He hates you.
That's true. I hate TC. I want them to lose 2-0 and in the most miserable way possible. No, but in reality, I do think TC has a lot of experience in war games. However, I'm not entirely sure if they can outplay Supple map like besides the map. There are some predictions in terms of map picks that I don't want to talk about yet because I don't want to influence either side. I want to kind of keep the competitive integrity. I've been playing this game probably longer than if we took the entire chat and we added their playtime together, I probably almost played this game longer than them. So I don't want to kind of influence any picks or bans for either side, even though I do want Supple to win, you know, because I'm biased. So I'm curious to see how they actually go out and do picks and bans. I think that's going to be a lot more important than most people are, you know, putting stock in, because both these teams have almost identical comps. And absolutely, I am sucking myself off on stream because if you're not your biggest fan, no one will be.
Well, he doesn't have Bell and Dusty to suck him off anymore, so there's that.
I have double Bell and Dusty. Thank you very much.
That's crazy. That's literally insane. That's literally obnoxious. Now, let's look back towards Press W and Tier because the lobby is almost ready to go here. We're waiting for some people to join the correct teams. We have Talus as the first choice here. What happens if Press W loses on Talus? Do you think we're going to see another Grand Alon? I think they admitted, okay, yeah, we made a mistake there.
I don't think anyone's touching Grand Alon for the rest of the tournament, if I'm being honest with you. I think that is a Rift Zone that is going to be put in the dumps. No one's going to ban it. No one's going to want to play it.
So what is the second map then? Honestly, do they just go to Morokai potentially? Right? Like, do you just go over to Morokai?
I would, but I also wouldn't, because we saw how Tier played on Morokai. They did lose to TC, but if that Rift Stone lasted an extra 40 seconds, they win. So it was so close, and it was just they figured out their game plan too late, which if you go to Morokai now, they already know what their game plan is. So you have to kind of actually beat them at their own game. Morokai is a big dice roll. I think Morokai and Talus are probably on equal footing. I personally, if I'm TC and I lose map 1, I'm going to Kawazan.
Really?
Yeah. 100%. I mean, they look so good on Kawazan.
That's true. Kawazan has been a kind of a choice map, and I personally love Kawazan as a spectator because those are where all of our best matches end up being. Like our best matches typically of the tournament, like every single match that's on Kawazan looks so close, and every single time it's really, really cool to watch everyone compete on that map. So I would personally love to see a Kawazan pickup, and we do know that Press W does like that. Now, what if Tier gets put on the back foot here? Let's say they lose to Press W here, and I think that a lot of people are expecting Tier to actually win this. If I look at the prediction, it looks like 74% of the audience thinks that Tier is going to win third place in this tournament. And I gotta say, based on their coordination and how their flankers play together, I do think that Tier has a solid shot. But I also not sure if they've gone up against a guild quite like Press W before. I actually think that they fought Press W before, but it was in the form of Tanks and Liberty back on Cherno. Yeah.
I think I don't think many guilds have actually fought this iteration of Press W. Well, I know for a fact because I see people from my old guild in Sinister in Press W. So I know they haven't fought this exact iteration, but even the post, break off from Tanks and Liberty to become Press W, I don't think a lot of these Zeroth guilds have fought Press W often. So we might be in for a little bit of a surprise. Again, Supple showed that they had Press W's number. I got some DMs from some Press W players saying like, holy shit, dude, we've never felt more targeted in our lives. As DPS players on this comp of Press W, like target selection is part of the skill gap in this game, and Supple does a really good job of it. And Tier, I think, also does an extremely good job of target selection. So I think Press W is going to have a lot of trouble in that regard against Tier, but they have a very, very strong comp and a very beefy front line on the side of Press W, which is why I would like to see a Kawazan if they lose map 1. Even if they don't lose map 1, if they can try to get a Kawazan in map number 2 and they're up 1-0, then they're in a really good power position.
Yeah, I think that overall, I think Press W's actually had more time with the game. As far as I'm aware, a lot of the tier and brick members did not start the game until early access. No open beta, really. No Korea play for the most part. But Press W, a lot of those people played in Korea. A lot of those people played on the open beta. So they've certainly had a lot longer to kind of master the game and kind of get with the game here. It looks like we're waiting on just one more person to join the lobby, but I think that that experience might come in for Press W here. If we see them adjust a little bit, they have to be thinking back to their matches yesterday, like, okay, we want to put on a good showing today. We don't want to lose twice in a row on the main stage like this. Big props to both of these teams who lost yesterday and are willing to put it all back on the line again to come back out here and fight again. This is what the sport of PvP looks like. This is what it feels like here. So really cool to see both guilds come out and compete once again. I think Press W with a little bit more experience, but Tier has been playing together as a group longer than Press W. So Press W overall as individuals have more experience as players, but Tier has been playing together as a unit in Black Desert for 7 years. So I already know which one I favor. Which one do you favor, Gren?
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit the nail right on the head there. It was you have a lot of people with KR knowledge and a lot of time in the seat. And who have been playing at very high levels in Throne and Liberty, specifically on the side of Press W. And on the side of Tier, you just have people who have been playing together for so long in other games and also now TL. Again, I think Talus is going to go the way of Tier. However, I'm not sure if the series will. If they beat Press W in map 1 and we don't see Kawa in map 2, I think it's a 2-0 for Tier. If Press W wins, I think Press W wins the entire series 2-1. I think this first map is so important.
Yeah, and we are just about to get into it. Both teams have already checked it, and we are off to the races. Talus is the map of choice. Both teams are already spawning in, Grenton, and I am running over. Someone had requested that I turn something off yesterday, Grenton, in your chat, but I wasn't actually sure what they were referring to. Your nameplate. Oh yeah, I'm not sure how to turn that off quite. Like at a moment's notice like this.
Someone in chat will let us know where to go. Okay, but for now, Tier is already posted up on the Riftstone, and no one else is coming from the side of Press W. So you might actually have time to do it. Let me see if I can help find it.
Settings, character, name off.
Yeah,
scroll to boom. I got it.
Yeah, boom. You're so good.
Oh gosh, we're the best. Improving production. Thank you, chat. All right, so Tier taking the first position on the stone just like this. Press W actually hasn't spawned in quite yet on this one. It does look like, yeah, they're waiting for people to spawn in here. I haven't gotten word that anyone has crashed for the most part here. Yes. I just got a DM from somebody from Press W messed up their barcode name. So the entire idea behind a barcode name in Press W using it is to conceal your name. And then this guy has a lowercase I in his name because he's a complete idiot. And that's so stupid. He's so dumb. All right. Okay. Yeah. But as we were saying, Tier actually covering one of the respawns over here with part of their offense over here. And then one of the, I think probably the other spawn as well. They're kind of pathing back and forth here, looking for Press W to make a move. The moment that Press W spawns in, they're going to be jumping on them. They've split their force here though, Gretton. I'm not sure if this is necessarily a super great idea. Yes, you get the jump on them, but look how few people Tier has covering this first spawn location side.
Yeah, but they have Gnarly Gnar there as the healer, so I think they're going to be fine. That person always puts out like 10 million healing in every single map, so I think it'll be okay.
Yeah, he reached out to me last night and was more than willing to help healers that that anyone needed. So honestly, this is your guy. He's been the best healer in the tournament so far. Gnarly Gnar, I'm sure that he will probably be the best healer today in this match as well. He's standing propped up on this high ground here. Again, Press W waiting to spawn in. 2.5 minutes on the clock. And if you're wondering why they haven't spawned in yet, it's because they haven't made the decision yet. They're not sure which side they really want to spawn into. And if I'm them, I'm spawning at spawn location 1, and the rift is not ready yet. The rift is not ready yet. The bubble will subside on this and allow people to cap the stone in about 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Tier pulling back. They don't want to get split here. Now, spawn location 1 does look like it's available here. But Press W holding strong on the spawn point. Oh no, here they come now from spawn 2. Soviet said, no, sir. We will go right in on it. And holding W indeed. There he goes right into the middle of everyone. Soviet diving in, but he's all alone like Jon Snow in Battle of the Bastards. Press W gets collapsed on by Tyr, who is ironically holding the W key far more than Press W is. And Press W's health bars do not look very healthy right now, Grenton.
Yeah, it looks like they got snuffed out a little bit. I mean, they just let Soviet run through and then stop the entirety of the main ball from pushing in with them. And now they're just going to be permanently fighting on this third portal here, which again, not really a good place to fight because just people are going to be flowing into it over and over and over again. And what they'll do is they'll just res on top, get full health, and then take the portal and instantly rejoin the fray. And we're seeing finally Tyr kind of realizing that, pulling back. And now the respawns are coming in from the side of Press W as they're trying to move their front line forward. Soviet is still holding W as the game as the guild name suggests, but the rest of his main ball is just so caught up with a slew of Tyr members just in their backline.
Yeah, I think that the target focusing on Tyr is absolutely obnoxious. Antizillion gets really low. The healers are doing what they can. This barcode member back here also really low, and you can see the blue health bars just consistently lowering. And what that means, guys, is that they're basically clicking through. They're like, that's not the person I want. That's not the person I want. There's a DPS or there's a healer, and then they just start blasting that person down because they know they can kill that person with a competent amount of damage. And you can see that's exactly what they're doing here. That's helping Tyr win this engagement overall. But Press W battling back a little bit, getting a little bit on their front line through to the back line of Tyr, and they're starting to cause a little bit of disruption. You can see just how well that front line is playing together and how healthy they are. With 20 seconds left on the clock, you see them abandon the fight altogether. They run to the stone, but Tyr snuffs it. They're like, no, we saw that way too early. Like in the Fast and the Furious, he looks over, he says, too early, kid, and then he hits the nos. They back right back up to the Rift Stone here, and Press W looks all scattered here versus Tyr, which kind of sits in the middle. Tyr looks a little sandwiched right now, but they are trying to cap the point here, but so is Press W, Grenton.
Yeah, and I mean, Pleb's already on the point, as we saw. Even with the sandwich from Press W, Tyr's just doing a really good job of keeping everyone maintained. I mean, their healers are actual gods in this guild, and we're gonna have this kind of weird spread out fight for a little bit until one of these guilds actually interacts with the stone. And we do have both a barcode name from Press W and Pleb and Crim from Tyr, who are trying to get this cap off for their guilds respectively, and the tanks are just doing tank things on the stone. The DPS are trying to just thin the herd, and it's going to be very important of which flank squad can shut down the other guild's flank squad in a matchup like this, because a lot of the fighting is going to be centered around this 8x8 quadrant in the middle of the map, and that all around this quadrant is going to be where DPS can just free fire from. So those flankers are going to be super important. And Nuck almost gets the cap off, and he's going to go for another one again, but he's going to get interrupted. He's going to go for a third now. He's actually able to just chain these caps together, which is really important. Maybe a fourth. No, now it's going to be Crim who's going to go for it, but he's going to get interrupted now. Now it's going to be Crim again, back to Nuck. It's just a back and forth. If you don't know, you can only have one person interacting with the stone at once, and it doesn't matter if they're from your guild or the opposing guild. You'll never see two people channeling at once. It looks like Pleb almost gets it off. CYGG on the backside, though, is going to be passing that 70% mark now. He might get it, Blue.
Yeah, he almost got it. And Tyr, honestly, overwhelmingly winning the fight on the Rift in the current time. Before we saw both basically of these Titans, these Titan level guilds basically squaring off with one another. All the blue names on the left side, all the red names on the right side. It was like something out of Grease or a movie or something, and they were slamming into each other. But now it's just an all-out brawl as neither guild can get control or even cap the stone first. No, misses it again. Nuck moving in for it. Press W relentless in their attempts to try to get this stone, and it looks like, honestly, Tyr, although they're winning the overall skirmish, Press W is playing the objective just a little bit better as they're getting more attempts on it. But it doesn't matter who gets more attempts if your attempt actually works. Pleb on the stone, and we know he is the anti the anti-capper. He does not allow other people to have his objective on this one. He's on top of it. As long as he is here, no one else is allowed to cap the stone, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Press W actually winning the skirmish on the backside of the fight, closer to the mountainside over there, with quite a few more people over there. Tyr losing out on the flankers right there, but winning on the rift stone, and that's just how close these two guilds are. Tyr with more people on the rift, but unable to secure the cap repeatedly like this, means that Press W is a great match for them, Gretton.
Yeah, Krim looks like he's almost going to get the cap off, but no, the barcode tank just shield rushes both of them into the stone. Pleb's going to try to get his cap off now as well, and he is actually going to get super close. Will he get it? He will. The first cap of the map comes in 3 minutes and 10 seconds into active time, and it looks like the barcode tank is going to try to get a cap, but he had like 10 health and just fell over, and we see the Tyr dominance now of people on the point, but we saw it yesterday too, Blue. Press W does a really good job of keeping bodies on the point. So once their respawns are back in and active, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a really big back and forth between both guilds here on the point. They're going to float a lot of people, and it looks like Nutbug's going to get the cap off as well. And now it's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be a back and forth from both guilds. And look at Press W swarm the point.
Yeah, and Press W, honestly, if we're talking about compositions, Gretton, Press W definitely a lot more tank heavy on their composition, true to their previous name, Tanks and Liberty, in the past, and Tyr much more damage heavy on the composition, and that's why you see Press W's damage dealers really struggling, because there's so many flankers on the side of Tyr that they can lock those damage dealers down a little bit easier. But the problem on Tyr's side is they can't wipe all of these frontliners off the point. It takes time to kill tanks. Time is not something that you have on a rift stone like Talus. Talus, people are running back almost immediately. So even if you do kill that DPS member, it doesn't matter too much. They're going to be back in about 10 seconds. And the tanks, you can't get them off the point fast enough, Gretton, to make anything happen. So Tyr really struggling to make sure they have enough people on this rift versus all of the tanks from Press W. Compositionally, I think that Tyr is playing better as a unit, but Press W knows their strategy. They know the game, Gretton, and this is what we went and talked about before the match.
Yeah, and again, this is just the Press W, you know, effect of just overwhelming the point with the composition. Like you mentioned, the healers on both sides are exceptional, and this is exactly what Tyr is going to have to figure out how to beat, because they're just slowly inching and losing, you know, contribution here and there. We saw them try to figure it out against TC yesterday, where they were just, you know, a couple bodies down every single time it was important, and that's exactly what's happening here on the side of Press W. Press W is doing a really good job of keeping everyone on the point either CC'd or locked down. There's not a lot of free movement you have here if you're part of the red side on the side of Tyr when you actually enter that conflict zone. But now looks like Tyr is actually surmounting a pretty hefty lead, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see those reinforcements now come in for Press W in the next, you know, 10 to 15 seconds. But Tyr does manage to now gain more contribution than Press W, and they're going to be pushing that 50% mark, Blue.
Dude, look how close this match actually is, and we thought it couldn't get closer than TC Cobra versus Tyr yesterday. Neither guild can even cap the point. We're at 14 minutes into the match. One guild is at 53%, the other at 38%, 39%, 40% now and climbing. It is neck and neck, with neither guild actually securing control of the rift at any point. Gretton, we might actually see a situation here where neither guild actually gets control, and they win by percentage at this point. They should be able to trade it back and forth. It looks like they're going to get there in time, but we said that about Tyr yesterday, and for 14 minutes TC was able to hold on and stall them at 90% and keep them from capping that point. And over again, we're seeing Press W's composition winning out on this rift here. Tyr can't use the same strategy it used yesterday against Swipe Harder, or Swipe Knight. Swipe Knight was basically had a similar composition to them, and Tyr kept flanking them, kept basically the ebb and flow of people stepping onto the stone and stepping off the stone. They were able to consistently keep more people on the stone at any given time, but they can't do that against Press W because they have a significant amount more tanks. They need their damage dealers to stand on the stone for much longer, which makes them much more vulnerable, and Press W is able to lock them down. You can see how many of them are in the air right now. They're able to lock them down, they're able to use CC, and the Press W damage dealers are getting their job done. But it does look like they're starting to thin out now, as Oh my goodness, Tier starting to overwhelm as they flip the switch, just like we saw in that previous match. As I'm talking right there, Tier says he's shit talking us. We can't allow this. They flip up the juice, Gretton, and now they're just about to cap this. 93%. What happened to Press W?
Yeah, Press W looked like they just got steamrolled. They got a taste of their own medicine of just always being a couple people behind on the Riftstone, and it looks like they're gonna have to pay for it now, as Tier should actually just get the cap in the next couple seconds, and they do.
There it is.
And now Tier just, I think, found their number, they locked in stride, and they're just able to now fight and go forward onto the rest of this map. And they don't really have to sit on this, small 4x4 quadrant, which is now where Tier's comp is gonna excel. Look how active they're getting. They're just running it down the throats of Press W now, while leaving their anti-cap squad on the point to make sure that Press W can't sneak a cap.
Yeah, the immediate shift in strategy right there from Tier. Such a brilliant strategy to take the fight from the Rift, which they eventually did secure there by almost a great. They flipped a switch, which means they probably just target identified. Okay, we need to lock down these targets, and it was just that different. Now Tier knows they can rely on Pleb, they can rely on Gorga, and the rest of the tanks in Tier. They can leave them on the point and fight Press W elsewhere, move the fight away from the point. But no, they sneaked past it. Press W with yet another cap on the point, and now Tier has to come back and contest it.
Yeah, that's Nuck, my GOAT again. We've seen him be so hard to move on the point for this entire tournament, but Tier is just doing such a good job of maintaining strength on the actual point. The rest of Press W trying their best to move in, but with almost 30 people on the point, it's going to be really hard to make space for your guild in a Riftstone where the conflict zone is this small. And Tier is just doing such a good job of just controlling each of these entry points. Look at the south side of the stone, the north side of the stone. It's just a sea of red when you try to actually step foot that invisible or translucent green wall to actually start counting his contribution. And it looks like the call was made to kind of maybe pull back and regroup, because there's less than 10 people on the stone. Press W will lose it, and Tier is now able to again re-spread out and start fighting their game.
Actually unbelievable how close this match was, and you can see that's how close the gear matchup is, that's how close the player skill is, but the just slight adjustments coming out of the Tier composition mid battle shows you this guild's experience with large scale PvP, not just in this game but in previous games as well. It's how quickly you can adapt to what your opponent is doing. It's not necessarily about how great your opponents are or how good they are at the game, if you can just outplay them as a unit, as a squad. And that is what Tier is doing here. Press W scrambling a little bit, not able to adjust like Tier has on the nameplates, on how their statics are interacting with one another, who they're target focusing, where they're pushing the fight to.
He does it again.
They got a cap again, but can Press W get enough of these people on the stone? Tier has them locked up basically in a fight over here. Big sleep coming down on top of Zeus and Chinny right there. Soviet does manage to get them out of that very sticky situation. They have got to move over onto the stone right now, or they're just going to lose control of it again, Gretton.
Yeah, Nuck did it again. The guy just can stand in the entire sea of Tier tanks and just not die and get a cap off. But again, it's not who your strongest link is, it's who your weakest link is. And we're kind of seeing that Tier is just out macroing Press W right now. They're finally able to get some momentum on the point, but they need to maintain this. There is like an entire flank squad not on the point right now, and all they need to do is they need to step on, count for contribution, step off, get some damage off. Step on, count for contribution, step off, get some damage off. That's what you should be doing right now if you're one of these flank squads or kill squads for Press W, simply because you need bodies on the point. So if you have 6, 12, 18 people who are just not on the point because they're trying to get kills on the 1s and 2s from Tier on the outside, you're never going to maintain control. And that's exactly what's happening here with both guilds having less than 20 on the point. But Tier never really needs to invest more than Press W does. As long as Press W has 15, Tier only needs 15. If Press W has 20, Tier needs 20. So Tier can just play their own game and kind of pick and choose the engagements that they're taking outside of this conflict zone. And it looks like Press W is now finally trying to get some more people on the stone, as they're going to probably get close. They finally break that 20-man mark. But again, now we see the reinforcements coming in from Tier as well. The call has been made. Hey, they're swarming the stone. Time for us to swarm the stone so we can kind of pull back their contribution, Blue.
Yeah, I think that Press W actually finally getting their footing back in the match. Once again, Tier losing a little bit of their control of the match as we see this Press W start to battle back. 31% contribution on the stone is not something you see when it's a one-sided matchup. Okay, Press W moving through, finally making the adaptations they need to get enough boots on the point that they can make this happen. They only have 16 there right now, and it is just a tornado war back and forth. Man, we've got to see something done about that, man. That has got to not feel good. There's all of these bow users basically just constantly knocking people up over and over again and then giving their damage dealers time to basically make things happen. But again, Press W overwhelming the point with blue names once again on this one, as they have way more people on the point right now. 24 over 15, and they only need one more. Look at that contribution start to rise. Tier a little routed right now, and as you can see, the flankers from Press W, yes, they're being killed right now. They need to clear these blue names out of their backline because it's preventing a lot of Tier from getting onto the Riftstone, and it's allowing Press W to make a play for it as the front line stands tall.
Yeah, and again, Tier is doing such a great job of just manhandling this front line of Press W, a front line that we've seen in almost every matchup, that they can just dictate the pace of how they want to play the game. Tier said, not against us, you can't, and they're just unable to get the ball rolling on the point. Nuck is able to get in, he's able to get a cap off, he's able to live. Soviet's able to, you know, make some space for his guild, but they just can't follow up. Tier is just ignoring, as you should, the tanks and really just locking down the rest of the main ball from Press W, and they just don't really know how to deal with that. They're not really doing any front to back. They're not, you know, trying to pull their, you know, slower members onto the point. And as I say that, it's like they're stream sniping me, because that's exactly what they're doing now.
Yeah, hold that thought, Grant. And it looked like Press W made a slight adjustment right there. As I looked left, I looked right, because I'm always checking to see where the guilds are spawning from. Press W actually had half of its statics spawn from point 2, and the other half of the stat, or point 3 rather, and then the other half of the statics spawned from point 1. Tier was not ready for it. Everyone reached the point, and that's what that swell was right there. So Press W definitely communicating strong. You can see definitely a few people from Press W spawning at the point 3, and then a few of them running back from point 1 here. They seem to like this strategy. It's not allowing Tier to basically lock down from one direction, in any one direction or another, and I think this is a brilliant response to Tier's strategy to try to move this fight off the point itself. Press W knows its strength is in numbers. In unity, there is strength. They need to find a way to come together on the point, because they have a really tanky composition, and they should be able to stand tall and have more people on the point, just like they do now, Grenton.
Yeah, and it's exactly what they're doing. And again, we saw this yesterday with this like slow incremental push on the contribution meter. There's only 5 minutes left, and I feel like we've been trying to cap this same stone for the last, you know, 6 or so minutes. Yeah, it's been insane that not only Tier is able to keep them below 50%, but that Press W is also not just letting the cap fade. They're trying to push this forward, but they only have 4 minutes left. Again, this is the only best of 3 series that both these guilds are going to have today. So I'm curious to see, you know, when guild skills are going to be popped, because those have a, you know, pretty hefty cooldown, and it looks like none of these guilds have popped it here in map number 1. So this is just, you know, 2 guilds raw dogging it and fighting each other and trying to see, you know, will the best guild win on this first map. And like I mentioned in the pregame, I think this first map is going to be super important for the tempo of this series, but also it's just going to give the winning guild a lot of breathing room in this best of 3. And if something doesn't change here, Blue, it looks like Tier is just going to coast to an easy first map. Yeah,
I think that Press W actually is responding super well for which side they're actually spawning on. They're saying, okay, Tier is on one side, everyone spawn point 1. If they're on Tier, if they're on point 3 side, everyone spawn point 1. If they're on point 1 side, everyone spawn point 3. But like the problem was, is I watched Soviet run in on that last play there. I think he's just telling his guys to get their boots on the point at all costs. And what Tier is doing is just obliterating their health bar before they're able to even start fighting. Once they reach the point, that is not how you want your guys to approach the objective. Really, you have got to be fighting from the moment you hit the ground, and the objective is, yes, you need to get to the point, but you can't just allow your guys to run into a tiny choke point or into a tiny little area and expect not to die to 16 flash waves as you dive in, Gretton. It's just not going to work. 3.5 minutes on the clock. I would expect the leaderboard to be a whole lot of tier 3, and that's exactly what we're seeing on the leaderboard here, as they've been pretty dominant in this first match. But Press W able to have that spunk to battle back. They're able to flip the point pretty consistently. Gretton, I actually think we might, assuming they lose this in the next 3 minutes, I think we might see Kawazan.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised that we do. I mean, it's where your numbers kind of matter a little less, and how you play spread out matters a little less. And Press W, I think, does play better in small chokes, and that's a very Kawazan-centered thing. But they have a lot of people on the stone right now. If they can just maintain these health bars, they might be able to actually find a cap here. They're gaining percentage pretty quickly, even with Tier reinforcing the stone. Now they finally lose the numbers battle on the stone, but they'll have their reinforcements coming. But I do think Kawazan's definitely going to be a good pick for them. I wouldn't be surprised if Tier just insta-bans it if they lose this, just to make sure that they don't go there and they can try to close this out in quick 2-0. But again, time will tell with both these teams. But I mean, this is a lot closer than I think everyone at home thought it would be. I mean, it's a lot closer than what I thought it would be too. So I'm curious to see exactly what's going to happen here in map number 2.
Yeah, they're wiped off now. 2 minutes left on the clock, and their cap is fading. Press W just doesn't have the answer for Tier's synergy here. It looked nail-bitingly close for the first 8. Well, honestly, it was close to the first 15 minutes if you include the first 5 minutes there. All the way down to almost about the 11-minute mark is when Tier just flipped a switch. And then all of a sudden, Press W just had the door shut in their face, and it just wasn't as close anymore. I think that in this particular case, Talus is just a little bit too spread out. You give the Tier flankers, the Tier damage dealers, a little bit too much leeway to move around. But on a stone like Kawazan, you clump them up. You get them closer together, force them to fight in close quarters against your bruisers, against the tanky composition of Press W. I think they might see a lot more success.
Yeah, I mean, with a minute and a half left, I think they can just kind of chalk it up and start thinking and start talking about the next one. There's no time, especially against a lineup like Tier. You have no time to just cap this stone. If we do see Kawa get banned, I'm kind of like stumbled on what I would pick against a group like Tier, because they just look great on open maps, and there's not many close quarter maps that are kind of left to pick. Maybe we just see a wild card Cherno or a YOLO Malakar or something.
Those were the two that came to mind. I was like, maybe they just YOLO the Malakar pick, or maybe they just go to Cherno and try to catch Tier off balance, because that hasn't been, no one has had a chance to play on Cherno, and I don't think that they played on Cherno in quite some time, but I know that Press W has a good amount of experience on that particular map. So honestly, they could pull almost anything out of their pocket here. They're going for another cap from Nuck Nuck right there. He's not quite going to get it. I think Nuck Nuck is so good at taking this point because his build probably has a massive amount of resistances on it, and it allows him to basically just, he's really tanky, he's got a lot of resistances, and he can just resist the CC over and over again from Pleb, and it allows him to basically win that 1v1 for the cap right there. And it's got to be frustrating for Pleb, but that's okay because his guild is behind him on this one. It's going to be Tier on the 1-0 against Press W on Talus to start things off for our grand finals Friday.
Oh, look at Vert right at the top.
That's my boy Vert. We'll give him a shout out because he absolutely killed it right there. He should be live right now. The top damage in that match at top kills at 57 kills rather. 2.9 million damage, 3.69 million damage for Regent Lord, the highest DPS in the map right there. Vert leading the leaderboard for his team. Amount healed, let's see. You know who I'm looking for. 9.3 million. Look at all the other healers around him. He says, I am your god. Gnarly Gnar, 9.3 million, has every single round of the tournament that we have seen has been convincingly the best healer in the lobby, and it just has not been close. He had, I think, 12.7 million was the highest healed in the tournament so far, and it was again from Gnarly Gnar. 1.6 million damage taken from Chateau from Press W, 1.7 from Ross from Press W. You can see the tanks pretty heavily favor Press W, and that's what I was saying is they have a really tanky comp, Gren.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of insane to see the Press W has a very tanky comp, but Tier 3 just chewed through them. Like they didn't look as tanky as they did in the rest of the tournament, which is super impressive on the side of Tier, that they were just kind of able to punch through. Now we got to go to map number 2, and it's Press W with their head on the chopping block once again, and it's going to be up to them to kind of see, okay, well, what are we going to pick going into map number 2 against Tier? What is Tier going to ban? We might see a 2-0. Like I said, I personally think if Talus went Tier's way, it was going to be a 2-0, and I still believe that, even if we see a Kawazan. But I do think Kawazan is probably Press W's best opportunity to force a third map.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that Tier honestly up 1-0 right now, and I know that both guilds they're kind of on a timer right now because they both want to get to Boonstone as well. But the round is already set up. It looks like Talus, Kawazan, Malakar, and Chernobog are off the table. Again, Cherno has been banned pretty consistently through most of this tournament. Guilds do not want to fight on that particular map, and the pick is Azriel, Gritton.
What's crazy is the fact that Tier banned all 3 maps that we suggested for Press W to pick. Oh, pick Kawazan, but if they ban it, maybe go Cherno, but if they ban it, maybe go Malakar. And then Tier's like, okay, cool, now pick something else because we just banned those 3. And they pick Azriel, which I think favors Tier just because of how wide that conflict zone is. So I'm unfortunately, as much as I love the people in Press W, I'm predicting a 2-0 here for Tier. Absolutely.
Yeah, it looks like he's got, I gotta tell him to change the map. He's got a dentist right now instead of Azriel. That would have been an interesting spawn in right now. Azriel, gonna be an interesting stone for Press W. It is actually a really good stone to just hold W. You spawn it, I think, what is that, 0.3 or I forget the name of the point.
I know what you're
right next
about,
to it,
on the
and
low
you just
ground.
kind of run, and you just kind of run back in, and you can keep the skirmish going on the low ground there. But I think if Tier expresses enough domination of the map, they can do a lot what we saw TC Cobra do in one of their matches on Azriel and get some big flank plays in. There's a lot of room in that plaza to move around, Gritton.
Yeah, and that's exactly where Tier is going to shine, right? TC is a really good comp when they're brawling in close quarters, but the entirety of the Azriel conflict zone is super spread out. Even if you're not using that plaza and you're just staying on the point, it's like 2.5 taluses of conflict zone that you can kind of stay on and contribute on. So you could probably be 28, maybe 30 meters away from someone and still be contributing to the actual cap, which is going to be very, very impactful here for Tier. But that also just means Press W can spread out more, which should in principle limit the amount of AoE damage some spear daggers like Vert and them can do.
Yeah, and Press W definitely has their work cut out for them, but like if you think about it, Gretton, it was so close. But this is what makes Tier really strong, is they're able to adapt mid-match to what their opponent is doing. It was like they flipped the switch. As I was talking, we're like, dang man, we might not see a cap on this rift, right? Like it was back and forth, both guilds at about 40%. No one could really get an edge, and then out of nowhere, Tier flips the switch. 42 people on the point. Press W just folds like a lawn chair, and then Tier just never let go of control the entire map. So hopefully that does not happen for Press W here. I think if they can keep it close, they could come out with a win. Tanks are really good when you bring it down to a coin flip situation like that, where you need boots on the point. A tanky composition is kind of what you want to see.
Yeah, and I'm excited to kind of get in this one as well. Azriel Riftstone is a Riftstone that we thought we weren't going to see a lot of in this tournament, actually, just because of the dominance that TC has shown on it. But we actually saw this Riftstone a lot more than I think a lot of people were expecting, and we're going to get to see it at least one more time. We might see it in the grand finals, who knows.
No way we see Azriel in the grand finals. There's no way Supple is cocky enough to let TC Cobra
You don't know
have
Supple.
Azriel.
You don't know Supple.
I think I actually do, and that's the sad thing. It's like they
Supple,
might just say, you know what, screw you.
There's one of two situations for the finals, Blue. Supple either picks Azriel first, instantly, like if they have the pick, or if they go up 1-0, they purposely don't ban Azriel, and they just let TC pick it. I think that's the two scenarios that I can see happening for Supple.
If they go up
Supple's
1-0,
there's a lot of cocky in Supple, dude. That's all I'm saying.
No. But my point is, the very first map, there's no way they let them have Azriel for the first map. I think if they go up 1-0, I think that if they go up 1-0 and they're cocky about it, I think they'll let them have Azriel. But I think that if they go up if they go down 0-1, not a chance. Not a chance.
Oh yeah, I think if your back's up against the wall, you play to win, obviously. But if you're winning 1-0, I could see Azriel, but I could also see Azriel as the first one.
No,
I'm just saying.
Not a chance, bro. If they pick Azriel in the first one and TC loses, it's going to be really bad for TC. It's going to be rough for TC. It looks like we're waiting for Vert of all people. Finally, we see him in the lobby.
For the streamer, huh?
There we go. We finally got Vert in here. We are just about ready to start start the second round here, and we are trying to get it started. We desperately need Vert to choose a team here because we're trying to get things started. We saw somebody else now just left the lobby as well. So we are waiting. Vert, please jump onto a team, man. You're killing me, homie. But he was the highest kills in that last match, and people are like, I think he might be overhyping Vert. No, I think I might be underhyping him. He's actually just been, he was a super gamer in Snake back in the day when they were dominant. He was in Man Up, if you remember that guild from BDO in the Lakari days. He was in Show Nation. He's been basically in every gamer guild of every game that he has played. He's just a natural born gamer at that.
Yeah, I mean, I've played against Vert. I've played with Vert. It's been, you know, he's been a super chill dude. He's like this, I don't know. He plays out of his mind, but it's like he's moving in real life in like slow motion. You know what I mean? Like he just is like this, he's just a chill guy. And he's just like always just moving in slow motion, but he's playing out of his mind in the game. I don't know how he does it, but you know, he's playing a little too slow-mo right now because he still hasn't chosen a side.
Yeah.
But I think it's offense who has to move him. I don't know. I just work here.
No. He has to choose a side. There he goes. No, I was going to say he's on union break right now. They did have one more crash, so we're waiting on the last person here. Press W with their work cut out for them in potentially the final match of this tournament that they will. Well, it is the final match of the tournament they will play, but the final round that they might be able to play here. I think that Press W's had a great run through this tournament so far, showing that they can absolutely be as chill as possible and get things done.
Yeah, and it looks like both sides now are fully ready to go.
Yep, here we go, and we are headed in. Yep. We hit the go button right away. It's Azrael, and we are going. On this one, I expect both. Honestly, normally it's TC that is first to the rift every time, but we'll see if Tier is able to get in and get on the stone first, just like they did last time. It looks like neither guild has decided to get here. Oh no, it is going to be Tier is sprinting to the to the rift right now because they want to be the first ones here.
Yeah, they are here as fast as they, almost as fast as they could be. I think they kind of like, they lagged a little bit, but it's okay. They're here first, and that's all that matters. But it looks like they're actually sending, they have a strat, looks like. They're sending, you know, a group, it looks like. Yep, they're gonna, it looks like they're trying to do the ruin strat. They're gonna send some people up onto that grapple to fly down into that broken down ruin. Like I had mentioned, and we saw like no guild really utilized properly. So I'm kind of curious to see if that's what's gonna happen here on the side of Tier, if they're actually going to use it. I see Kitten all the way up there already, and the map hasn't even started, but that kind of means that Tier needs to, you know, have the presence of mind to fight towards that point, or else, you know, Chipotle, Burrito, nice name, and Kitten are just going to be completely useless in their main ball.
Yeah, Clover actually just charged Flash Wave there. I was like, is he really going to use that? No, he did not. Press W waiting on the spawn points right now, just like they did in the last match, making sure their guys are ready, making sure that everyone knows the strategy that they're going in
here
with.
They come. Turn around, Blue.
Here we go. Soviet leading the way. This is not good. They don't have bubble to rely on right here. They're like, maybe we should have rethought this as they pivot around. Tier dives straight through the choke point. Oh my God. No one expected that. Press W caught with their pants down on that one, and their backline is just getting eaten up. But honestly, Press W turning it around quite nicely here on this one. All things considered, a bold move from Tier to try to engage off the stone like that, but no one from Press W makes it through the choke, and it looks like Tier is coming up. The feed's coming up awful red, Gretton.
Yeah, Tier just took them all the way back almost to the portal spawn, which is crazy. They did a really good job of absorbing the engage. A couple members of Press W do manage to get through. And look at the top of this conflict zone here. You have Kitten, you have Darwin, you have Chipotle Burrito, who are just perched up untouchable, as they're just going to hit anyone who tries to get towards this choke, and the rest of Tier is just brawling, wasting time, spinning their tires, as they're now going to finally start pulling back towards the choke. Now the rest of their squad is in position. This is going to be a really hard push for Press W to actually execute, purely because Bubble doesn't exist anymore. These chokes are super small when you're trying to get in, and Tier clearly has an ego, and they do not care about, you know, KDA. They just want to punch you in the mouth, Blue.
Yeah, they do not want the fight to happen on the Riftstone. I think it's less about ego and more strategy in this case. They know that bubble is not a thing anymore, and guilds are used to playing with that bubble. So spawning in late like that, I think, was a huge problem for Press W on a map like Azrael, because you have to move through choke points and you don't have the bubble to rely on anymore, and Tier knew that. And then diving out of the point like that, such a risky, gutsy call from the shot caller right there, because if Press W is ready, they tornado you. You get wiped in about 3 flash waves. You're just cooked. The whole ball just dies, but they made through. It works, and now they got exactly what they wanted. They're fighting off the Riftstone. They have control of the Riftstone, and now these tanks from Press W, they can't just abandon this backline like this. They have to try to get their backline through. But we're gonna see in a minute and 20 seconds left to go. So far, Tier dominating control. You see the tornadoes coming out on the choke repeatedly here. The Tier POV looking a lot easier to deal with, but you can see the front line from Press W is worming their way through. Zeus got through here. Dunrico is on Union Break. What is that? SNS Greatsword standing on a high ground, or SNS 1 standing on the high ground like that. No, yeah, you want to see your bow users get up there just like that. And it looks like Press W is finally managing to get through the choke point here, but a lot of Tier skirmishing outside that choke point out there. And again, that is meant to distract the members of Press W. They don't want to fight them on the Riftstone. That is the win condition on the side of Press W, because they have a tankier composition. It will be easier for them to skirmish in tight quarters like that. Tier wants to spread the fight out. They want everyone to solo each other out. 1v1 me at the Baron, you knew, but kind of strategy, Grunton.
Yeah, exactly. And we're seeing now the fight kind of move towards the stone as the final 20 seconds are going to elapse. But look at the amount of Press W that are actually on the stone. So Tier, all they have to kind of do is turn around and go front to back and then clear this up when the stone becomes cappable. I don't see Nuck on the stone yet. Maybe he's, you know, he's looking in the mirror and, you know, giving himself a little pep talk before he gets to the stone to start his 20 minutes of pressing F on it. But it looks like CYGG is going to try first, and Crim on the side of Tier is going to do the same, and it just looks like an absolute bloodbath. And look how more spread out you could be on this Azrael Riftstone compared to Talus that we just saw. And it looks like we might see our first cap of the match, and it will actually be Tier who starts the cap first.
Regent Lord ran out of mana. He grappled up to the high ground up here and was drinking milk. I showed the tech to get mana back in the middle of the match. What an absolute G right there, because he just didn't want to die. He didn't want to lend it to them. He wanted to still be part of the match. And that is one of the consumables you can use in order to make that happen. They know that if they win this, it's third place for them. They make a huge statement to go to Zeroth and then come out in this tournament and be third place is a big boon for your guild. And I mean that pun intended, boonstone, Keck W. But like also, it's great for recruitment. People see just how strong your guild is. Going to a very competitive PvP server can be good and it can be bad. If you stay on a dead server, pros, you win everything, right? Cons, you never get to fight. There's no competition. Less PvPers are going to join your guild that are really competent. But if you go to a PvP server, you run the risk of not being the top guild. Everyone wants to be in that top end guild, and so you run the risk of running out of recruits. You run the risk of no one wanting to join your guild. But if you go to Zeroth and you do prove yourself like Tier is here, you end up with more recruits. You end up doubling down, and you end up being the best of the best. And that is what Tier is showing here, as they actually failed to cap the stone right there. I'm hyping them up, but Press W seems to have the strategy here, Gretton.
Yeah, Press W just had more people on the point, and there it goes again. It was CYGG who actually gets the cap off. I thought it was Nuck because I saw one blue player in a sea of red, and that's usually his position. But CYGG actually gets the cap off for the side of Press W. But now it's, again, a numbers game. You could fit your entire group, your entire guild on the point, and everyone is not going to be overextending or underextending. It's going to be, oh, excuse me, it wasn't. It looks like they actually snuffed the cap, and
yeah, Tier.
The red Tier actually got the cap.
Tier got the cap both times, I believe, and they just can't they just shut them down. Press W straight up just said, nah, you're not allowed to have that. And Nuck will eventually get this. All it is, it's just an RNG matter of time. Oh my goodness, his health went really low there. But look at how quickly they can shred through the tanks of Press W like that. But Nuck just standing there, and he's just like, he's like the Goofy meme. Oh, fuck, do it again. And he just keeps doing it. He just keeps doing it. He just keeps pressing F. And eventually his resistances will win out. And you could see Press W consistently with more people on the rift, and this is exactly what Tier was trying to avoid on this one, was fighting on these close quarters, because Press W has a much higher chance of being able to just stand boots on the point the entire time, Grant.
Yeah, and look at Nuck standing tall for his guild. He's gonna get the cap off. No, he does not, but he's gonna go right back at it. This
I'll do it again.
Squad from Press W do not care. They're just going to continue to press Q. It looks like CYGG is going to get really close, and he is going to get the cap, and they have the numbers advantage. This is the momentum shift that they need. They need to just get 40 people on the point. You have 48 in the lobby. Get every single person on the point. There's enough room for everyone.
Dominating.
I promise you, and you will win this stone like that. That's what Press W needs to do here.
Yeah, they are dominating Azrael right now, and this shows you how much the map actually matters. Look how many blue health bars there are right now as Tier is trying to flood back 40 people, 41, 42, 43 people on the point for Press W right now, and they are so resilient. It's gonna take a lot from this Tier squad to make anything happen against 40 members wedged into this corner like this. All of these tanks, all of that CC, all of that beefiness, and you just don't have all of your cooldowns by the time you get back to that corner. You can see the flash waves going out, but none of them are hitting the giant clump of people to the right of the rift stone here. That's not what you want to see. Nuck getting really low, but he's just gonna heal himself right back up. Soviet's gonna die in his arms. That's absolutely tragic. It was like a scene from the Titanic where the woman let the man drown on the door right there, but Nuck said it's okay, he will live on. It'll be a beautiful love story. As Press W, honestly, now it's flipped back around. Tier now 37 people on the point. They've managed to thin out the Press W members as Press W again battles back. Gretton, this is just a nail biter.
Yeah, it's a very big back and forth. And again, I think now that the ranged core from Press W can actually stand on the point, they're doing a lot better in terms of, you know, keeping their main ball alive. I feel like with Talus, they were just trying to play a little bit too spread and just keep tanks on the point, and it wasn't working. But now, like we saw Tier against CC, they learn, and they're like the Borg. They like adapt so fast to any strat that you throw at them. It was 2 minutes of, oh no, Tier might lose this, and now all of a sudden Tier is never without like 36, 37 people on the point. They are just trying to assimilate the entire squad of Press W into their hive mind as they just rail them right now. It's just one side of the entire map is just red, the other side of the entire map is just blue, and then in this northeastern corner it is just a weird scrum of people hitting their heads together. But 43 people are on 44. The point for the side of Tier. 44. I think this is the most we've seen in the entire tournament. I don't think we've ever seen more than 44, 45 people.
Yeah, correct. I don't think we've ever seen more than 44, I believe, in the tournament so far. And Tier desperately trying to cling this back. And this is just like the last match where Tier and Press W were really close. It looked like Press W might get the upper hand, and then Tier just flips that switch. And now look at the domination that you're seeing out of Tier. You're seeing the flankers find the priority targets. You're seeing Press W scattered like the wind. Look how spread the Tier ball is right now, and they're basically isolating and destroying the majority of Press W, who honestly, they've got 6 or 7 members dancing around outside the zone playing musical chairs with each other. That is not what you want to see, as they're just not grouped up. They don't look like a cohesive unit like Tier does at this moment right now. And again, Tier consistently with over 40 people on this point right now. And as I say that, it goes down to 39, back up to 42. They're climbing 78% on the cap. Press W is declining 13% now, where previously they were hitting 50%. Now they're starting to fail on this one, but they're trying to rally it back. 36, 37 men on the point. They're running back in. They're starting to rally to Soviet here. Soviet trying to drive his guild right back through it. You see him right in the middle there. He's driving his way all the way to the corner with the rest of the tanks in his party right there. And they've got Tier bunched up. All they need is some damage back in this corner, and they could wipe Tier off this point, Gretton.
Yeah, and they're doing exactly that. I'm just seeing a ton of flash waves coming in, and look at the number
There they
discrepancy
go!
now. 15 people almost on the side of Press W. Obviously, very quick for Tier to just get back in and get active. So super important for Press W to try to top each other off and make sure that everyone is healthy for the reinforcements that come in from Tier. Now you can spread out a little bit. Now you can look for these picks. You can look for the 1s and 2s. But as you see Tier come in, there's no bubble anymore, Blue. They're all coming in from this southeastern, corner. Just set a couple tanks there and absorb this push. Make them clump up on top of you and just let your spears and ranged core just absolutely demolish them. There's a ton of people from from Press W who are just playing in this northern part where there's no red around them. Get active, get in there, because you need every single person fighting a guild as good as Tier.
Yeah, and I think the problem we're seeing here is a lot of the press. Oh, Barcode running for his life right now. Oh, he's on the Uzi's on the hunt. Can Uzi find him? No, the mana shield will save his life, and now he's gonna back off. Barcode will live to see. No, no, Uzi finds his man on that one. What a little scrap we just got right there. We're seeing Press W actually spawning, in my opinion, at completely the wrong location as they're flying in with birds and landing on the point. It takes so much longer to get here, and you have much less opportunity to get yourself healthy because you can't heal yourself while you're in morph form like that. It's just not as good of a regroup as Tier is using to run in here, and that's why I think we're starting to see Tier overwhelm Press W a little bit, whereas before Press W was just overwhelmingly dominant. Now we're seeing Tier push it back the other way. I would love to see Press W take the other spawn, for Christ's sake. It's not like you're gonna get out skirmished on your way here. You're way too tanky for 1 or 2 people to kill necessarily, and there's the fight moving once again. Tier trying to shift it like a tug of war back and forth across the Riftstone. Anything they can do to try to push the Press W members off the point, and that's exactly what they just did. Is a tank literally is shoving them outside the zone right now because every single person matters. It looks like Press W has battled their way back to almost a 50% right now, and Tier still kind of deadlocked at that 80%. Tier has not been able to get much progress here, but it looks like they're starting to get the upper hand now. It's again Press W with a huge blunder, spawning up at that spawn point too, Gretton.
Yeah, and Press W, I think, is impressing a lot of people here. I don't think people thought that this match was going to be close at all. And Press W is just doing such a good job of showing that, hey, we might not be on Zeroth, but we are still one of the guilds who can punch back. And if they manage to win this somehow, it'll be a testament to that. But Tier now, finally, like I said, has their number. Over 40 people on the stone right now. They're going to be hitting that 95% very soon. They're finally able to break past that 80% mark. And now it looks like Press W is a little bit like a fish out of water. They don't know which clump to hit, and it looks like in just a couple more ticks Tier will cap the stone, and they do, which means there is under 10 minutes left for the side of Press W to cap and fully flip the stone. I would love to see guild buffs now from the side of Press W. I don't think Tier is going to rip guild buffs purely because I think they have a Bluestone war coming up, so they won't have it up in time. But I do think Press W, if you want to force a map 3 here, and they did use guild buffs. They just popped the guild tactics range. I see it on Extractus, one of the healers. So they're going to try to, outman this Tier roster if they can get another cap off in the next 9 minutes.
Yeah, and I think that, again, this is not Tier being stronger, it's Tier being smarter. The only reason they won is not because they're out skirmishing. It's not because they're doing more damage. It's not because they're working together better. It is simply because they are choosing to spawn at a closer location than Press W. This is Press W, and we said that they had game knowledge before. This is not a good example. They clearly do not understand that in war games, you can't spawn at that top point like that and expect to keep tempo on the point. Tier, no matter if you're trading 1 for 1, Tier's players are back and fighting like 5-6 seconds before your players actually are. It's all a tempo game, and Tier can just keep running it down. They can consistently have more players on the point. Even if Press W does win the skirmish, it's an out macro kind of angle. I don't actually see any more people flying down from Press W. They are now starting to spawn from the correct location. It's almost like they're watching the stream, Gretton, as they're coming in and they're like, oh, okay, well, yeah, we should probably not do that. And here comes the cap again. We should see them. They should have enough time. If Nuck can get this cap off, they should have enough time to flip this their way, as it looked really dominant for them for quite some time in that back and forth cap like that before they decided to spawn at the wrong spawn location. Sieg is gonna try for it. Can he get there? No.
So close.
Not gonna get it, Gretton.
so close, and he just gets popped like a pimple afterwards as like a insult to injury from the side of Tier. Nuck again standing tall with his boy Zeus as he's trying his best to get this cap off on the side of Press W, and the rest of the map is just a bloodbath. It is a full-on war zone. There is nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He's getting so close. I think he might actually get it. He does. Nuck the goat. Nuck cannot be moved. He is a god.
Look at that. Look
He's
at that,
crazy.
Glenn. Look how many people they have more on the point right now because they're spawning at the correct fucking spawn location now as they run in, and they're running it. And look at that 40 over 35 now as they start to climb very, very quickly. You're 27%, 28% in climbing, and they need every second that they can get. Press W doing a great job of working together now, keeping their players on the point like this. And again, the tempo does not favor tier 1 or tier anymore necessarily. Look, 3 of their members are skirmishing one barcode member out here for Press W, and I'll be honest with you, that's an L for tier right there, because again, that's 3 people off the point that they desperately need to have on the point. Now they've got 40 people stacked in on the point. Press W scrambling to get back here, but we should see it swing back the other way, Gretton.
Yeah, I actually ran out to the portal too, and it looks like it's actually being camped by a couple people from tier. They're kind of just floating between it.
That's brilliant.
I mean, yeah, they're doing a really good job of just making sure that Press W kind of has to use that far spawn and fly in and, drain their stamina, either land early to regain stamina or land in with like no stamina on the point. So it's just a really good power position right now for tier, as they're just really controlling this conflict zone and not really letting Press W get any sort of, momentum. They had that momentum, that initial push, that surge when they first capped it, but then since then they've just been slowly getting picked off by the side of tier. And you can see now tier's getting a lot more active. They're taking the fight outside the conflict zone because they have such a numbers advantage. But this could be dangerous if you get a little bit too cocky, a little bit too aggressive. You can kind of just let them walk in, and now all of a sudden you have 20 on the point, they have 40, and you can't really push back in, Blue.
Yeah, Press W looking a lot weaker now, because again, look at that. The moment that they're forced to spawn, they're all spawning at that upper spawn, and they're just getting railed on their way back into the fight. You could see the moment that started to happen, they started immediately losing, and it just drained straight to 0. It's all about tempo on Azrael, and tier very smartly knowing that if they just put one flank squad at the spawn location, they can basically dominate the spawn. Their guys will get back faster. Sure, you're sacrificing 5 or 6 people, but you're basically keeping Press W from using the closer spawn. It's absolutely worth it in that case. Press W going for yet another camp here, as they've got a pretty good cluster of people on the point once again here. I'm not sure that they have enough time though. With 5 minutes left on the clock, I think that tier has just adjusted to the map and has just adapted a lot stronger than Press W. It looked like Press W had the upper hand when the match started. Tier, with one adjustment, sends a party to basically spawn camp the locations that Press W is spawning, and then it forces them to spawn at the worst possible location, which gives tier that tempo edge, which allowed them to snowball this match. Absolutely brilliant. But you can see just how, if tier had not done that, Gretton, they might be losing this match right now. Probably would be.
Yeah, I think that we'd actually see a blue cap on the stone if they didn't do something like that, because that was exactly the position you wanted to be in as Press W. I don't know, even with 4 minutes, just with how this map has been playing, I'm just not sure that there's enough time for a cap and full channel to happen. But again, no, it's not over till the fat lady sings, and Nuck is going to start things again for his squad, but they're actually starting short-handed, which is one of the first times that we've seen that happen in this match, Blue.
Yeah, and they're all still flying back from the wrong spawn point, so tier should just snuff this out immediately. Again, you cannot... Press W needs to adapt. They basically just need to send one of their own squads to the spawn location to counter the tier squad so that they can spawn at the closer spawn location. It's just that simple. You need to have a skirmish squad that can deal with that tier... those tier people at your spawn point, so you can use the closer spawn and get tempo on this match. They're desperately fighting for control, but you can see even when Press W convincingly wins the control, you've got tier basically just running back in with their spawns. Look how much faster they're getting here, and they can just put bodies on the point way faster. Press W more resilient, standing strong, winning the engagement time and time again. But all tier needs to do is win just a few times, and their guys being back on the point that much faster just makes this much of a difference. For what it's worth, Press W is battling back right now. They do have 40 people on the point. They're doing their best, but it's only going to take one round of flash waves, well, a couple spear daggers to jump in here, and Rune is going to die. Fountain's going to die. Chiropractor wedged in the corner back there as well. They're desperately trying to keep the tier members off of their backline like this, as tier kind of struggles to keep this fight spread out. 43 people I saw for a moment there for Press W on the point. It's actually climbing up to 43%, Gretton.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job. I actually ran all the way to the other points, and it was quite literally just 2 crossbow daggers from tier that were sitting there just camping people as they poured it in. And I think now the call was made, and they kind of realized that, so they sent some more people in there to just kind of kill those 2 crossbow daggers from the side of tier. And now that's how they were able to get that sort of, surge of contribution. But again, I just don't think it's something they're able to maintain. I don't think they've predetermined people to do that, so it's kind of those people get the kill, they run in to get on top of the point, now there's no one left, and those 2 crossbow players just respawn and then go back to their position. So there's this weird in between of you'll see Press W getting a lot of contribution, then all of a sudden they don't.
I don't know, Gretton. Press W battling back. 41 people on the point. They're fighting for it. 48%, 49%, 50%. Look at that number shoot up. Only 2 minutes left on the clock. They can't afford to lose it at this point. Press W is rallying, Gretton. 39-28. Tier scrambling to make anything happen. Press W health bars look really good right now. The respawns from Press W are coming through. 60%. They have enough time, Gretton. Can they make it happen? 62% and climbing. Only a minute and 38 seconds left on the clock. Did we count them out too early?
We might have, because they look like they hit their second win right now, and it looks like the cavalry is being called in. They said, hey, just get through those pesky crossbow players, get to the fucking point.
Way.
If you get here with 1 HP or you get here with 100% HP, it doesn't matter. We will heal you. Just get here. And that's exactly what's happening. There's a minute left. 75% is on the clock. It's actually insane that Press W is just maintaining this lead for so long.
What is going on?
With a massive blunder.
No
just
way.
letting Press W fight Clumped Blue. They're just doing such a good job of playing their game.
60 seconds on the clock, 41 people on the point, 83% in climbing. Press W fans, get on your feet. They're bringing it back, 86%. They're determined. Soviet is yelling in voice. You know those comms gotta go nuts. Tier with a massive fumble in the final moments of this one, 91%. Do they have enough time? 40 seconds left on the clock, 35 seconds. Do they have it? 95%. They're gonna do it, Gretton. 96, 97. I don't believe the words coming out of my mouth. It's Press W.
There's no way Press W just manages to rip the stone away from tier, showing that Chernobog somehow is a comp server as well, as they punch one of the strongest guilds on Zeroth right in the throat in the final seconds of map number 2. This is a map that was targeted by tier. They wanted to play on a map like this, and just look at the cluster of people you see on the scoreboard.
God.
They force map number 3.
Oh my God. We are going to a game 3 where tier looked like they had the adaptations. Tier looked like they had the numbers. They looked like they had the strategy. Press W adapts in the final moments, brings it back. Soviet rallies. He says we go to map 3, Gretton. Unbelievable on this. 3.4 million damage from Regent Lord on that one. Actually unreal.
And I just want you to take a look real quick. If you look at classified and you look at competitive, position 1, position 5, those 2 people, 76 kills, all on respawns, trying to reinforce the point for tier. That was the kill squad. That was it. When I ran there were the only 2 people just dirtling around, just able to kill 76 people instantly. I mean, they both have 25 assists apiece. We're not going to, do the crazy probability math there, but they were just locking down Portal 2 and Portal 1 so well until I think Press W said, hey, dude, it's just 2 people. Just set this. 5 of us spawn there, kill them, go to the point. 5 of us spawn there, kill them, go to the point. And that it looks like that's what they figured out to do in the last 2 minutes.
And all of the Press W healers actually winning the round for them. Karina with 6.7 million healed right there. Oh my goodness, never mind. 8.7 million from yours truly, Gnarly Gnar, the best healer in the tournament. I don't care. I'm saying it. He is the best I have ever seen. We would love a VOD from Gnarly Gnar so that everyone could see what he is doing differently and could honestly heal a lot better. If you are a healer, that is the VOD. That is the guy you need to talk to. Damage taken looks like it's going to go to, let's see, 1.4 million from Axie, from Rage. I'm not sure if we're going to see anything higher than that, and a few more 1.4s in here. Keeg has 1.4. Death Scythe from Velocity, 1.4. 1.4 again from OzV. Again, another barcode member, 1.4. 1.7 million. And it's Gnarly Gnar. Oh my God. He has the highest healing and the most damage tanked in the match, putting Tier on his back in this one. Absolutely unbelievable. And Grenton, I have some good news and I have some bad news.
All right, I'm a masochist. Give me the bad news.
The bad news is we have to let them go to Boonstone.
No, not yet. In an hour.
Oh, it's in an hour?
Yeah, it's at 9.
Oh, dude, the daylight savings thing moved around. I thought it was 8 o'clock. I thought it was 8
it's 8
o'clock
Central,
right
9 Eastern.
Okay, yeah, I thought it was 8 p.m. Central right now. Okay, so no, we can finish right now. We're good. I don't have any bad news. Everything is going to be fine. We are fine. Everything is good. I can't believe we're going to round 3, Gretton. I don't think that Tier believes that we're going to round 3. Unbelievable.
Dude, yeah. Listen, I said they're going to get 2-0'd if they lost the first map, and they said, you, Grenton, you don't know what you're talking about, and they forced the map 3, so it is what it is. They're fired up right now.
That's insane. Both teams have to be Tier is and Press W has got to be like, let's go.
You know what's crazy though?
Those
you know what's crazy though, Blue?
Insane.
For the entire first 15 minutes of that Azrael, there were like 3 people consistently talking shit on the side of Tier. How embarrassing. 15 minutes of you guys just yapping, and then you choke in the last like 5 minutes. That's crazy.
That's insane. And we are 1-1 for our first best of 3 that will go to the 3rd match.
Oh my goodness, Blue Squadron
believe it.
TTV.
Oh, dude.
Do you want to say it, or am I going to say it?
I get to say the bands. You get to say the pick. Okay?
Okay.
So, Tier lost round 2, so they get to choose. They chose to pick the map, and then Press W is banning. Press W bans Talus, Azrael, Malakar, Grand Alon, and a Dentist are all out.
And for some reason, Tier picked Morokai. I think this is both guilds' best map. Genuinely.
Oh my God, dude. I mean, do you remember how close the Malakar match was yesterday?
Yup.
I don't think I can. I'm going to have a brain aneurysm. I'm going to die of cardiac arrest. I was sweating harder than they were yesterday. The audience was right on the edge of their seat. And then just when I think, Gretton, that we can't possibly get a closer match than Tsunami, we get Tier yesterday. Then Tier versus Take Care Cobra yesterday. Yep. Then today we get Press W versus Tier. I don't even know how you get closer than this. They capped it with like 20 seconds left on the clock.
Under. Was it 20 or under? I don't even know.
Like
I think that
seconds.
Was. I think.
Let's look. Hold on. I've got the instant replay. Hold on. I've got the instant replay. Let's take a look at it.
Check the replay.
Right here. This is the intense moment with 47 seconds left on the clock. You can see the percentage is just climbing. But oh my gosh, Press W with a massive rally. Probably the best rally we've seen out of any guild in this tournament. And with look like 30 seconds. No, it's going to tick down below 28, 27. When did they actually get the cap? You don't get any closer than that. It looked like, what, 24 seconds left on the clock?
Yep.
Unbelievable. Yep. Unbelievable.
Actual insanity. This is...
Oh my God, I'm so amped up right now. This is,
if
you miss
bro,
these
this
matches,
isn't even the finals. This was a game that was not even supposed to happen.
Yeah, this is just like the show match. This is like the prelude, guys. This is like the foreplay. Oh Like, this is insane what we're getting right now. 1-1 is the score for our third place match on this, and both teams are getting back into the lobby for the third game. I'm so excited that we're going to game 3, baby.
I swear, Blue, if we get a match 3 in the finals, we're gonna be voiceless.
I don't know about
we're gonna have to have like text to speech for shoutcasting. We're just gonna have no voice left.
For lack of a better term, I'm kind of bricked up right now. Get it?
Dude, yeah.
Tier has bricked in the alliance.
Yeah.
It's 1-1, third place match right now. Press W versus Tier. Both guilds are joining the lobby. We're waiting on the last view from Press W. I think that chat is sweating right now because 72% of them thought that Tier was just going to take this. And I think that pretty much everyone thought whoever was going to take it was going to take it in a 2-0. Most people think that, oh, they're just better. They're just going to win. And this shows you how back and forth each game actually can be. And the map choice is that important, Gretton. It can make one guild look good. It can make another guild look bad. And if you choose the wrong map, and again, Press W kicking themselves yesterday for choosing Grand Alon, today they righted that mistake.
Yeah, listen, I did not expect Press W to do... Okay, it's going to sound so toxic. I did not expect them to do anything of substance on Azrael, just because of how they play as a guild. I think they kind of figured out how to make mini chokes on that point. But now we're going to a actual Riftstone that is chock full of chokes. The entire conflict zone is a big choke. Getting up onto the high ground is a choke. You grapple up from the back, it's a choke. You run up the ramp, it's a choke. You come in through the gate at the south side, it's a choke. This is where Press W excels. In choke gaming. Completely agree. And we have people in the audience saying Blue just tunnels on numbers that don't matter. I'm not sure what numbers I've been tunneling on, Gretton, but I just look at, after the match, I look at damage dealt, the amount healed, and damage taken. And we try to showcase which players did the best in each round. But I do think that numbers wise, it looks like the lobby is up at 48 versus 48 right now, and we are ready to go. It is mmorpg. I have to give the advantage to Tier on this map because they played on it yesterday, but Press W's played on it in this tournament as well. But Tier, because of how mmorpg is laid out, I think that there's a lot more room to kind of play with. You don't have to stand all on the point like Press W is going to want to do, but we're about to find out, Gretton, here. And here we go. We are going into this one. The spectate. Yeah, we got to run. We got to run right now. We are sprinting toward it. They spawned the spectators in Wakanda, guys. So we are sprinting over toward the Riftstone right now, hoping that we don't miss much of the action on this. All right, guys, please stand by. Press W Tier. Please wait. No, they're not going to wait. They're going in. They're going right in. I'm a flying goat. You know you could be a flying goat morph? No? Really? Yeah, you buy it from the Ornate coin shop. I do not want to be a flying goat. I am the bald eagle. You know why. Oh, looks like Tier's already on the point. All right, so Tier on the... Okay, what? Okay, yeah, we're fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. The game is perfect. There's no bugs. Tier is on the point right now. It doesn't look like any of the fighting has started yet. We're good. Good. Yeah, Rylock is watching right now because, you know, he's looking at these teams and he's sweating a little bit because he knows he's got his match later. He's got to be feeling confident with his boys right now. They're getting ready for that grand finals match. This is just the third place match, Gretton, and we are getting an absolute treat today. Yeah, we are so spoiled. It's actually nuts. Oh, I think we see someone. Oh, look, they took up. Yeah, they're splitting, or are they taking one portal? No, they're all taking one portal. Looks like, yeah. Yeah, Press W coming in. Here they come. Press W knows this is do or die. Tier knows it's do or Demonic gets pulled in. That's a big damage dealer for Tier right there. Good pick off. Another pick right there. Pulls in Dalwin right there, but he does manage to get back out. Another pick pulls him super far in. Kaminator getting pulled in as well. Tier actually losing member after member to the Press W squad before the engage happens. There's final
finally the crash in. Press W's frontline finds a good engage that the tier flankers can't get do very much. Look at the knockup on the tier backline. Beautiful engage coming out from Press W, but do they have enough resilience to get through this one? The tier flankers finally do make it around to the Press W backline there. Are they going to have enough? And honestly, there's a spawn that looks like everyone is taking over there as spawn one, and everyone's just running immediately back to the fight. Looks like Press W did end up losing out on that engage, but their front line is still alive here. They're basically drawing a lot of fire as their backline runs back to the fight, Gretton.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it looked like the half of Press W's ball forgot to continue into the actual conflict area of Mordecai, and they kind of stayed up on that high ground outside the fence, and they got punished for it. But now it looks like they are regrouping, and it's insane that they're able to just look at the random pockets of fights that we're seeing. Obviously, the Riftstone's not going to be active for another 2 minutes, so we're going to see a lot of, unorganized chaos or organized chaos, whatever the term you want to use is. But it looks like everyone is going to be spawning at that Portal 1. Which again, you have to walk through like 2 individual chokes to get to the Riftstone by spawning there. And it looks like Press W actually has some of their flankers actually just sitting there to thin the herd, kind of taking a page out of the tier playbook here, Blue.
Yeah, and you're seeing guilds adapt to this no bubble system where they're leaving flankers, and you got to see Supple and TC Cobra are like, oh, that's a good idea. We should do that. Writing that down on a piece of paper right before their grand finals match as well. It's got to play a factor in everything. And I'll admit, honestly, not having a bubble has made these matches a lot more interesting on this one. Press W and tier squaring off against each other in this little choke corner over here. It doesn't look like either guild is really getting the advantage of the other right now, but there's still 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the fight right now. Stun, who everybody says F stun, he just picked off another one. He's kind of a problem.
F stun in the chat, but he got a Bellendir from Supple and said peace, and now he's in Press W.
No
doing
way. Did he really?
Yeah. After the pin 3 debacle, he just dipped.
And
he took his Bellendir SNS with
menace.
him, dude.
Oh my goodness, the guild hands you the best weapon in the game that costs something like $2,000 US or $1,600 US. I did the math earlier today. And you just said, okay, thanks, bye. Hey, thanks, bye. And now he's playing on the side of Press W over here. And honestly, this fight looks pretty close, but I think that Tier is winning out. I think that Tier's backliners have not had a chance to find these Press W squishies over here. They're not doing as great a job as they probably could in this one, but Tier did win the first couple engages. So honestly, it could be anyone's game at this point as Tier retreats to the high ground, and Press W's frontline just pushing them back on repeat, but Tier almost intentionally kiting back as you see Soviet running out of health. Or is he? Nah, he's good. The dude just can't die as Press W funnels to the high ground. Hold W, and now it's an all-out brawl over this high ground right now. Tier would definitely has the advantage here, though, Grenton.
Yeah, the stone is active, and as you would assume, Pleb's already on it, but it looks like so is CYG and Nuck. So Crim, Pleb on the side of Tier, CYG, Nuck on the side of Press W. These 4 guys are gonna hate each other after this. I promise you that. And they're just going to be trying to spin this as much as they can, while there is quite literally a world war happening on the top of this high ground here, this little cliffside, while the rest of the tanks are just trying their best to actually just start the cap. 20-minute timer. No guilds, I think, are going to be using buffs here. CYG almost got it off. Obviously, Press W using their buffs in the last match, and Tier having to fight against TC in the Riftstone. Or Boonstone, excuse me, coming up after this is going to be conserving those buffs, but Nuck gets it through, and now Pleb's going to try his best.
Yeah, Press W gets it, and they have more people on the stone. They're going to start their contribution conquest on this one, but Pleb is going to do his job as well. Both guilds have claimed dominance over the Riftstone right now, or at least they've activated their guild's ability to take the Riftstone now. Both percentages on the right side of your screen, but look at that domination from Press W. They definitely have Tier's number here. 2 pockets happening for Press W here on either side. Look at the health bars go down on the right side of your screen right there as Press W gets wiped off the node with some clean flash waves right there. But Press W on the left side, again, they have reinforcements on that left side. As all of Tier is trying to squeak into the right side of the Riftstone here, and they just can't get enough people on the Rift, Gretton. There we go, finally.
Finally, yeah, they're starting to spin it back in their favor, but that all that means is that I think there's going to be a lot of oh, look behind you, or not behind you, but in front towards the south, that portal 1, the kill squad from Tier is actually set up in that choke. I see Classified, I see Bop, I see Haemon. They're just kind of hovering there to try to stop the reinforcements from coming in on the side of Press W. So we're seeing a little bit of a repeat of the Azrael Riftstone. It didn't work for 20 full minutes, but it is working now for them, at least for the short term, where they're just managing to maintain ever so slightly an advantage against the side of Press W. But Press W is owning both of these corners, but it looks like the right side on your screen right now is actually getting overrun here by Tier, so I wouldn't be surprised. A ton of respawns now coming in for Press W. This is where they need to crash onto this corner and just melt Tier. If they don't, then Tier is just going to do that to them, and they're just going to be able to snowball and take the lead in this cap.
Interestingly enough, we see Press W postured up on these rocks over here, a lot like we saw Tier do yesterday against Take Care Cobra, which almost secured them the match there. Tier looking a little bit frazzled right now. They finally do get their members onto the rift here, but it did take them a while to get their footing on this rift here, and Press W took full advantage of that. They are at, let's see, now we've got Tier at 47%, 50%, and it looks like Press W declining quickly right now as it's 30-14. Where are the Press W members? They're all standing on this high ground. What are we doing, Gretton? There's at least 10 people. This is the difference in the fight right here, is all of these people standing up on this high ground, Gretton.
Yeah, and it looks like they're gonna get pushed now by one of the two, it looks like, of the flank squads from the side of Tier. They did start getting a little bit of a foothold by holding that high ground on the side of Press W.
Too many
they
people
are
up here.
Slowly maintaining, but I think Tier, like you mentioned just now, they sent a little too many up, but now they're going to be coming back down. But all these people who are on that high ground for Press W are hard trolling. They need to get in the
look
point.
at how many
there
are
is a
up
way
here.
to stand in the point. Zayd is doing it perfectly, actually. He's kind of dipping into the point.
Correct.
So is Ayana and Ephil. They're just standing in the point, but still getting that high ground advantage.
Yeah, Lynn's not contributing. Axie griefing his entire guild. Death griefing his guild. Chateau griefing his guild right now. Oh my gosh, he actually pushed him in. There's no way. Jail actually said, get on the stone, you idiot. What are you doing? And pushed one of the Press W members down the cliff right there. That was actually pretty funny. Press W doing their best, but honestly, finally, their members, you see them dive down. Now they're all on the point, and look at them. Now they have domination again, Grunton. These ranged classes, man, they're so entitled. They stand up
the
here.
ranged DPS with egos, man. I tell.
They're the worst players, I tell you. And then they finally
Blue,
dive
if
down.
I jump down, I'll die.
Oh my goodness, it's so frustrating. Especially since you can stand on the rocks here, as we saw yesterday. They should know that. And now again, Tier basically just holding W, ironically enough, onto the point from the respawn over there. Just eventually going to overwhelm the Press W forces because there's just too many people, or there were too many people for too long standing on this high ground here, Grenton.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough for them to kind of get through. Look at, if we see Demonic, Classified, Competitive are just kind of pulling back and getting these respawns who are trying to come in from point number 1. Guys, it's not as far as Talus. You can spawn at point 2 and it's fine. You can spawn at point 3 and it's fine. You don't have to funnel in from point 1. It is obviously the fastest, but what's more important is getting people on the stone, and that's exactly what Press W is doing. But it looks like Tier is trying to battle back and getting it into their favor. It's neck and neck now. There is a huge clump on the left side of your screen as they're just trying to create any sort of advantage they can. People are going up in the air, somehow getting full healed as they're in the air as well. This is why tornadoes, when you're trying to kill, is troll. So you're just kind of trolling your entire team, because I saw 4 people who were under 10% who got floated into the air, who then got fully healed by their healers before they landed. So take that to the bank, range DPS. It's always your fault. And I'm passing it back to you, my man.
All right, Tier wedged into the corner, as we see the winning guilds typically do, as they wedge themselves into this little nook on the right side of the Riftstone here, and they have 30 people on it, 92%. It's getting a little precarious for Press W. This is how the first match played out, though. It looked like it was going to swing Tier's way. Now look, 37-20 out of nowhere. Press W with a huge swell onto the rift right there, and now they're going to swell up to 48%. 49, 50%, and then Tier is back down at 85 again. It's just back and forth the whole time. I'll be honest with you, this is even closer than the second round we had. We saw Tier take it pretty convincingly in those first moments there. It was a little back and forth, and then it went Tier's way, and then Press W with a massive surge in the end, and Tier could never recover again. This time, look at this. Oh my goodness. Press W up at 72. They're gonna pass Tier.
Holy shit.
Finally able to flip it back, finally climbing back to 80%. Press W rallying back, Grenton.
Yeah, it looked like the respawn wave from Tier came just in time, but now there's a huge respawn wave from the side of Press W as well. Competitive and Bop, Demonic, Classified, they're trying their best to thwart the respawns from touching the point, and it
95.
has worked for the most part. They're doing a really good job of it. 96%, 97%, almost 98. It is going to pass 98, and it's going to go to 99. It looks like they're going to just cap this easily now, and there's 12 minutes left, but we saw this on Azrael Blue.
Yeah, I actually think that favors Press W. Ironically enough, because now Press W is going to get Nucknuck's going to get this point. He's goofy. Okay, I'll do it again. He's going to get this cap off, and then Press W has basically all the time in the world to get this cap back. 12 and a half minutes is a long time for Tier to have to hold this. Every moment that Pleb can buy for his guild right now to prevent Keeg, to prevent Nucknuck from getting this wriststone is massive for him and his guild, because they can't get percentage when they already own the wriststone. So it's basically gonna just be Press W inching their way closer and closer, just like we saw in the last match. They did manage to wipe Nuck off, which is a big deal right now. They're able to keep the Press W frontline from capping this, and this is really important if they can do this for just a few more minutes. They know that every second matters. If they had done that for 20 more seconds, Grenton, in the last match, we wouldn't be here right now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And it looks like they're trying to just control the space around the stone, which I really like, because we said it 74 times today. Tier is going to be the better comp when they play spread out. And now Nuck, the barcode tank, Stun, all these people are on the point trying to get the cap off, because Press W knows if they just figure out their respawn situation, this is a win for them. The barcode tank gets deleted from existence, by the way.
They said we can't CC him, and then the Tier DPS said no problem. Death is the best CC, and they just wiped him out. Oh my goodness. They still can't get this cap off, and I'll be honest with you, if they do get this cap off, we should see Press W rally like we saw in the last match, and Tier is going to have their work cut out for them, but every single second that ticks by is a W in Tier's pocket right now, because again, if 20 seconds, even 30 seconds are the difference, they are buying themselves time here, and honestly, Tier doing a great job. Press W not able to find the caps on the point that they actually need right now. They've got to wipe the Tier tanks off the point so that they can actually try for it. Now Soviet's over here. He realizes how dire the situation is. 70, 80, 90. Oh, they did get it. Oh no, Gretton. Here and here we go. 25 to 24. They're going to start inching their way forward. 10 and a half minutes on the clock. Should be more than enough to secure them the win. 31 to 20 right now, Gretton.
Yeah, this is exactly kind of where you want to be, I think, if you're Press W. Just got to figure out, like I mentioned, that respawn situation. Those crossbow players from the side of Tier, demons on the mouse and keyboard, so to speak. They are just killing a ton of respawns as they come in, and this is what is allowing Tier to just maintain numbers on the point. So it's either you completely change where you're respawning from, or you just respawn in groups, and you have to kind of kill those crossbow players as you come through. Otherwise, we just saw Odivan, who is one of the most impactful DPS players for Press W, die to 3 of the campers from the side of Tier. This is what Tier is doing, a masterclass of just making sure that the high impact players from Press W can't touch the stone, and just look at the blender that they're doing on the stone now, as the contribution is going to fall below 10% here, Blue.
This is not good. Honestly, Press W, big fumble right now. All they really need to do is, ironically, just Press W, get on the point and do what they did best in the last round, but they're just getting wiped out by Tier before they can get close to it, and Tier is going to shut the door on this, which is absolutely massive. If they shut this door, the chances that Press W can come back and win this diminish substantially. Oh, look at all those Press W members. Prepare TV, hard griefing. Barcode member, hard griefing. All these other people, hard griefing. They're going to lose control of the cap. They're fighting for it now, but it might be too little, too late. Oh my God, they save it. at 1%, and they battle back. Oh my gosh, and the entire guild breathes a sigh of relief as they get 35 people onto the point right now. Climbs quickly back to 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15%. Look at how quickly it can climb. They need to save this rally right now. 30 people on the point, on the side of Press W. They should be saving Guardians at this point for the final moments of this fight. And if they do, Gretton, we're already at 32% and climbing. Tier with a massive fumble back the other way right now. Are we seeing Cho fumble?
No, I don't know. They have a lot of respawns coming in at full health and a ton of brawling happening by the portal. Holy shit, it's like a rugby scrum at this portal as they're trying to kick and scream their way through the point. But it's so important. Every person
43.
who makes it through that double choke is going to be the difference between life or death for these guilds here. Press W is doing such a good job of just keeping the entire tier roster staggered. Look how spread they are. The entire tier roster is funneling to this north part of the map, and then Press W has a huge foothold here on the south, and they're just doing their best to just pummel into tier. But tier now finally finding their footing. Looks like they're going to be able to start draining some of the contribution, but all that means is I'm seeing 5, 6 people from the side of Press W who are coming in. I just watched Slum from tier just 100-0 someone who is trying to get on the point. If whoever says Great Sword Dagger is dead, you're just bad. Learn your role, because Slum just had insane amount of impact there. 100-0ing a healer before they can even get onto the stone, and this is just going to allow tier to continue to snowball this lead. But here come the reinforcements from Press W, Blue.
Are they though? Press W trying to rally it back. Tier finally calls all of its flankers to the node. Every resource they've got. 7 minutes left on the clock. They saw the timer hit basically 50% on that. We saw how quickly Press W can rally and push 50% of contribution through. They're down at 16 right now. 42 people stacked on it for tier. They're trying to shut this door, Gretton. 6.5 minutes left on the clock, and they know every single second they can buy matters. They got it down to 1%. Press W pushed it back to 50. Now tier has it back down to 24 again. They're trying to shut the door, but Press W's foot is just too big. They finally got their foothold. Look at Chateau coming back. Look at those members. Type Booth diving onto the point right now. Ancelian diving onto the point as well. 33 people on the point for Press W. The number's going to start climbing again. Tier calling every single one of their members back to the point. Q, one of their top fraggers, sitting outside the point right now. That is not what you necessarily want to see for them. He does catch a heal. There's no reason why he shouldn't necessarily be contributing, because they're back at 39% with 27 people on the point. Press W is rallying again. We're gonna see yet another photo finish, Gretton.
It's absolutely insane. If you actually tilt your camera up just a bit, you're gonna see these flankers that are just stopping the ball from coming in. Competitive is doing a really good job of just from that northern, it might be just out of render distance for you right now, Blue, but there's just a war happening in those two chokes, in those two gates, as they try their best to just push through. It's like they're at a concert and they're trying to get to the front row, and they're just elbowing each other to punch through. But 35 people on the point now for Press W.
55.
They have found the solution. They are grinding. They're
60.
over 60 now, Blue. They have over double. Excuse me, I don't know how to count. I'm a tank player. They have less than double, but they have a lot more on the point right now, Blue.
Oh my God. It's okay. You're Canadian. Your education was worse than ours. 66%. 36 over 26. Tier looks like they choke nation. Might just be throwing this. Press W can absolutely win this. 71% in climbing. 5 minutes left on the clock. Pleb's not sure what to do. Tier needs to pull back. You're seeing those flankers. Even Mac is diving onto the point now. He knows he can't stop the respawns anymore. Daemonic's coming back. Everyone's coming back from tier. They're trying to wheel it back the other way. All 40 members of tier dive onto the point right now, and they swing it back the other way. Back down to 72% for Press W. 4.5 minutes left on the clock. Can Press W rally just one more time? I think it might be time to press Guardians, Gretton.
This is now the time you want to do it. There's 4 minutes left. You need to just decisively wipe tier. Wait for a little bit of
one more time.
A little bit more of the respawns to come. Hold this advantage. Rip Guardians, wipe them, and then just play D for the rest of the match. There is 17 seconds left until we hit the final 4 minutes. It is neck and neck on the stone. Finally, Press W starting to inch away. They're going to be at 75% here now. They are climbing. 40 people on the stone for Press W. 76%, 77 now as they're continuing. Tier is trying to reinforce, but it looks like both corners of this stone are all Press W. 80% now, Blue. There is now only 20% that is left for this guild to cap with 3 minutes left we start getting closer to 3 minutes left in this match. Tier is now reinforcing it. This is where they're gonna get their second win, and if Press W can maintain their people on this point, I think they're gonna take this.
It's all Guardians pop for Press W right now. They're all in on it right now. I see a lot of their members are Guardianed up. They're doing everything they can. Tier is rallying as well. I see Guardians from them too. It's all out in bare knuckle brawl. Tier's got the upper hand right now, 33 to 35. Every single player matters. Every single skill matters. All of those contracts you did, all of those fighting those world bosses you did, every drop you got, every single piece of gear matters at this moment. 87%, 3 minutes on the clock. If they cap it, I'm not sure that Tier can bring it back the other way, and Press W knows it. 92%, they're climbing Gretton. They're gonna find it. 94%, unbelievable. Press W with a massive upset on Tier.
There's no way Press W did it twice to Tier, and I was talking about how Tier is so good at adapting and not letting you execute your strat, but Press W said, hey, we'll do it to you once and we'll do it to you again, buddy. They're fired up now and they're just gonna get active. I think even if they just abandon the stone and let Tier sit on it, there's just not enough time for Tier. Look how cocky they're playing now. They have had the fire lit under their ass and they're just gonna go for ego plays now. Press W with a phenomenal push on this stone in the final minutes of the match, and now it looks like Pleb is trying to get a cap off for Tier, and I just don't think there's enough time. I think Tier through this, and it's gonna be a not full Zeroth podium. Chernobog looks like they will be claiming the bronze medal for the best in guild tournament.
That's right, and let it be said that even if you are on a non-competitive PvP server like Cherno, not much fighting going on Cherno, but that doesn't mean that Press W doesn't still have it. Unbelievable performance from them. 1 minute and 45 seconds left on the clock. Tier, there's almost no way they can flip this back around, but honestly, Gretton, we've said that before.
Yeah, we have. Listen, I do want to shout out Scythologies in the chat. I was reading it. He said, hey, Press W is going to cap with 4 minutes left. He's calling it. And he was about a minute off, but my God, maybe someone leaked the script to this guy because they cap with, I think, 3 minutes left, and they're just brawling for the remaining 80 seconds of this map, and they're just going to have a blast. This is a huge moment for Press W. Tier looking like everyone thought they were going to 2-0 Press W. And what happens? Not only do they force a map 3, but it looks like they're going to win the entire series.
Yeah, 1 minute left on the clock. Tier knows they're basically out of time at this point. And as I said before, it was almost a bait that Tier got it first. And I'll be honest with you, Gretton, remember, they got them down to 1%. 1%, and they would have shut the door on this happening to them. That was literally the difference, that Press W was barely able to come back. You can't script a better match than that. This was absolute cinema. I am so glad both guilds agreed to come out here and do this third place match.
Kitten in map number 1 called Press W Mindless Zombies, and now they are clapping back. Oh, this is the backfiring of shit talk in PvP MMOs, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolute cinema right there. I just cannot believe the words coming out of my mouth. You love to see that. Got it down to 1%. It cannot possibly get closer than that. Press W is the 3rd strongest guild in North America. They came out, they claimed it. Soviet deserves all of that credit. That leadership core is so good, and they've come such a long way.
Absolutely insane. Holy shit. That's all I have to. I'm speechless, dude.
Unbelievable. Who had the highest damage in the match? Regent Lord again at 4.5 million damage done. Rage O'Diven actually with the highest kills in the match this time. You see a great sword spear user from Press W coming out with the most kills in the match. Let's take a look at the healing numbers. I know there's some moron in the chat that's like, oh, he focuses on the wrong numbers. No, this is important. Karina at 7 million damage healed. I don't actually think that Karina is going to get beaten. I don't see Gnarly Gnar in here. Gnarly Gnar, never mind. 9%, never mind. But you just can't beat this guy. 9.6 million from Gnarly Gnar. Every match that he played in this tournament, he was the highest damage healed for his team. He actually also might still be the highest tank too. 2 million from Loxy here is probably going to be the highest. What guild is that? It's bricked on that one. Loxy doing a great job on that tank, reaching over 2 million damage. A great fight from Tier as well. Their leadership core looks so strong. The ability to adapt in every match was crazy, Grenton.
Dude, and I was singing the praises of Tier for being the guild that adapts so well, but Press W, holy shit, like you guys are, listen, I need to give some respect to Press W, because back when they were Tanks and Liberty, I VOD reviewed some of their Riftstone, and I roasted the absolute shit out of their entire shot caller and like comms and how clogged it was, and there was like 8 people talking at once, no one knew what the fuck they were doing, and look at them now. Like, look how far they came. So I am just super impressed at the entire roster of Press W. Tier, obviously, still a very, very, very powerful guild. That was not an easy game for Press W to win. That was not an easy second or third map. I think Tier got a little complacent in the second one, a little cocky, and then it bit them in the ass. And then when you have a bunch of egomaniacs on both sides and they pull off an upset, that just shows how important momentum is in a game, in any PvP game. When I used to play, MOBAs semi-professionally, when I played FPSs professionally, when you come off the back of an upset like that, you feel like you could jump out of a 10-story window and you're going to survive the fall. I promise you. So we saw that in map number 3. Dare I say, I don't want to count, TC and Supple out. I think those are going to be our 2 best matches of the night.
Oh, hold on. Grenton, we got an interview. We got an interview from Press W here. If the Tier leadership would like to come in and get an interview as well, we're more than happy to have Pleb or any member that wants to represent Tier, if it wants to come in as well. We're more than happy to have that. Let's jump in here. All right, hold on. Let me tell Grenton, join a voice call. Okay, there we go. All right, let's pull everybody in here. We've got our boy Feel. We've got Soviet in here. We've got Sony in here. All the boys from Press W. Let me just start things off. You guys have to be so proud of yourselves. I mean, this is an unbelievable arc for you guys to take. Most people thought you'd be nothing without Canon. You'd be nothing without the big streamers necessarily. And they leave and Soviet takes over. Feel, you've been in here as well. Sony, you've done a lot for the guild as well. You guys come in and you pave the way. You guys make your own way. You come out 3rd place. 3rd strongest guild in North America in what can only be described as the best and closest photo finish we've ever seen on a Riftstone. You were 1% away from losing that match at one point. How did that make you guys feel?
I mean,
honestly, go ahead. You started off, yeah.
I was just going to say thanks to our guys. I wanted to thank you initially too, Blue, for putting this on. It's been a long journey for us, just from, I think Cannon stepped back around when we moved to Zeroth, and then we've been cranking out it the whole time. None of us come from like any throne experience. Me, Sony are both like rank 1 WoW PvPers. Stove's like a MMO vet, great dude. And so we're kind of like picking things up as we go. Even after we lost last night, I was reaching out, talked to some people. I even asked Gretton like what was the big issue for us on Alon, and we made some adjustments. They were great. I forgot the question, but I just wanted to say thank you, thank our team.
What just happened, dude?
Well, the question was, you got all the way down to 1% at one point, and I'll be honest with you, they shut the door with that little time left, and with how long they can keep you from capping the point. I think that they may have just shut the door on you being able to win the round altogether. What was going through your guys' head with 1% left to flip it back to 50 like that? That had to be crazy comms.
I think what we were telling our guys, and what our guys bought into is they kept their cool and they kept their resolve. It doesn't matter if it's 1%, 50% on the cap. They're focusing on playing with their statics. They're not giving up on those like single target calls within that, and you just have to kind of play a systematic game like that. You can't get kind of flustered. And our guys I'm so proud of them. Shout out to Press W, Velocity, all the Rage guys. Literally the resolve of lines. You guys just hung in there. You're listening to calls. You're You're staying true to kind of what our guild name is, and they buy in. They buy into the strategy, and they buy into playing with their teammates and not letting the soldier next to you kind of down. So
yeah, but so kind of what happened at that 1% point? What's interesting about these war games is that it's dynamically shifting in the sense where like you got to find where these DPS groups are actually positioned, right? Because they're constantly rotating their statics, and once you kind of lock on to their key players and how they're rotating, that's when we just started wiping them and gaining momentum. So as our spears kind of like rotated together and we just like controlled tent, and that point north of the stone, that's when it like started to sway in our direction. And then just making sure that they couldn't like camp the res points as well as we were coming out. And yeah, it's just like we were fragging out. Everyone was like doing really well with target selection, and I think that's kind of like where it, I think
also the moment we noticed that around 1% and it started going up, we made the call to kind of press out towards the wagons on that match, so that we can kind of stop their reses a little bit, since we had enough of the point control, and people just responded to that call really, really fast. And I think that kind of shifted the tide for us.
Yeah, I do have one thing I want to add here. There's an unsung hero that I think Feel knows was calming some strats to him in micros. Some would say he's an immovable wall who does not let anyone cap the point. Why don't you shed some light on that?
So we're on Azrael, and I'll be real, like throughout the entire tournament, even in war games, like we scrim like Nisa, like we're scrimming good guilds. But we made a lot of adjustments in comp, and so we were just winning, bonking our heads. Like I make it similar to like a Cleave and WoW, where we're just W keying and we're just winning. And then yesterday versus Supple, we get the wake up call that we need to do something a little bit different. Things weren't going well in this series, and we had to adapt. So we put a GS tag on. Nuck made the call to have one of our SNS wands drop off. So we had a SNS greatsword. Just on competitive, who was like top frag first game on crossbow, not doing a ton of damage, just getting resers. And then Nuck also said that we just needed to take a little bit more space, so we had our tanks kind of move, and we sat our range in a spot, and we kind of identified those pockets, and making that space for our team, and then just looking for the kill feed. Like when we have a numbers advantage, that's when we're crashing point, and that's what like really made the difference.
Yeah, do you obviously this was probably the closest match for you guys over the course of the tournament. I know that when you guys applied, you said that you would probably only lose to CC Cobra, so it had to be a little bit of a tough pill to swallow to lose to Supple like that. But if it makes you feel any better, they could win the whole thing today as well.
I think once we saw how kind of like cohesive and strong Supple was, it didn't feel as bad, because they deserved the win yesterday. They were just a better team. They played in pockets a little bit tighter with their statics and stuff like that. And we over that night, we kind of VOD reviewed that, we looked at it, and we made some huge adjustments to kind of help us in the next round, unbeknowing that we were going to play today. But it would have felt worse to lose to the teams that we faced in the earlier rounds. No salt or anything like that, or kind of like fade. But Supple's a great team, so we just we had never scrimmed them, we didn't know, but it was an eye opener. It was good for us.
Well, yeah, the thing is, like I'm sure everyone knows, but I had to make point to our guild is like they have like 10 plus Korean vets, right? Guys who have been playing this game they like have a year of experience, on top of what they have from global launch.
10
so
months.
Yeah, like 10 months.
I have a year, they have 10 months. I played alpha. Thank you. Put some respect on my name, Sonny.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just that's like time in the seat makes a difference. But either way, the way they rotate their statics and like play default, I could tell was just like we're not at that level. Like we didn't even like we're a good team. We're fraggers, but we got a lot of work to do. We got to get to the drawing board when it comes to like playing tighter as statics. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just want to say from my end, I appreciate you guys putting on this tournament and shoutcasting. I think this is super, super sick for the community, whether you're playing in it, whether you're spectating it. I hope more guilds end up, showing up to these things, because it's just it's a good thing to do. This game's centered around PvP, and we had a blast. So thanks for that.
Yeah, you guys did an absolutely incredible job. Is there anything that you guys want to say, like recruitment wise? You're recruiting your guild. Give yourselves a shout out. Sony, absolutely give yourself a shout out as well here.
Oh yeah, I mean
Twitch.tv/Sony. Huge gamer.
I've been streaming a ton of Throne. If you guys need a place to hang out, you're more than welcome to come, vibe out on the stream. I'm pretty knowledgeable at this point with builds and stuff. I think this game is pretty complex for players to get into. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to drop them in chat and hang out. And
we're always recruiting.
He has a lot of hair too.
We're always recruiting exceptional players, 4.5 gear score minimum.
Nice. I can't join your guild either. I'm only
double arc boss.
Dude, I can't be in the
We'll drop it down to 4.4.
Okay.
On another note, I did want to give out a thank you to you, Blue, and actually this is kind of like a full circle moment. I don't know if you remember, Gretton, but you came. This is way back, maybe the third
I
week of
remember.
the
I wasn't
game.
gonna bring it up. I'm gonna let you bring it up.
When I was running Smadge, which was the second guild in Cannon's Alliance, I reached out to Gretton to come shot call a riff for us on Moro, and he gave us some spots, some tech. But it's a cool full circle moment to go from being a very, very new guild. At that point in time, it was really just a community guild. And, come out here, kind of use some of that tech. We didn't get to use the spot where you fly down that you showed us because I don't think it's in the map.
You can't do that in war games. Keep that tech secret.
Yeah. I won't bring it up. And I just wanted to give one last big thank you to all of our guys that showed up. We put a ton of time and effort in scrimming. Especially with the changes that came out midway through the tournament. Just a big thank you to everybody. I hope the community's enjoying the tournament. It seems like everybody is, and I just want this game to succeed. So thank you guys for watching. Support Blue, buy his plushie.
True.
True, it's my first merch. Look at that. I didn't even have to do the ad read. It's so cute. Look at it. Even got a little tuxedo. Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you so much for the support. It's been a lot. I'll be honest with you. Gretton knows I got on call today. It's all of the production and everything has been me, right? So it's basically all me. So and then the organization for the tournament, setting up the bracket, organizing the teams, getting the advertisement out there, all of the assets. That's all me. And so it has been, even as far as my projects go, this has been kind of a bear. Of a project to get off, but it has been absolutely worth it. It has been the most successful event that I have ever run in my career. And
really?
So, yeah, absolutely. We hit 3,800 viewers on the first day because thanks, a big shout out to AGS who did more for me than Pearl Abyss has ever done in any of my events. They literally started a drop campaign on the day that the tournament started, which was a huge W. It's not necessarily we did it for Blue necessarily, but they made sure it started on that day, which was an absolutely big deal for me. And then they gave me a shout out on social media, which was awesome. And then the overwhelming support from the community has encouraged me. I'm already starting to think about the next kind of format tournament that I want to bring. I don't want to run a big grandiose tournament like this too frequently. I think it takes away from the event if I do it too frequently. But I'm looking at interval spacing. I'll definitely be repeating it at some point here within the next, 6 to 12 months, because then we can kind of see the dust settle a little bit on things. But I'm also looking at different format tournaments, maybe a 12v12 tournament, potentially a 6v6 tournament that we might be able to get off as well. It's just a little bit harder considering they have to all be done in war games. Either way, I really appreciate all of the support the Throne and Liberty community has given me here, as it's been a really big boon for me. It's a second category for me. I started in Black Desert, and this is the first game where I was like, damn, I love this game. And I really want to make content for this game. So to see success in not one, but two categories like this has really been, it's been a confidence booster for me as a content creator here. Anything else you guys would like to give a shout out for? You guys did an amazing job in this tournament. Press W'd your way all the way through the bracket, third place in North America. Huge congratulations. I think we'll just kind of bow out gracefully here as we get ready for our grand finals match. Good luck in your Boonstone, guys.
Good guys. Thanks a lot for everything.
Take care, guys.
We had a lot of fun.
Appreciate it.
Alrighty then. Okay, so let me get back in call with Gretton here.
All right.
Holy moly, I love the interviews. Maybe I should have done more interviews as the tournament went on, but I think it would have kind of drawn out each match a little bit too long there. But seeing the perspective there was really, really cool. I did speak with Prox, who's the leader of Tier, or represents Tier, and he said they're getting ready for the Boonstone, but they really appreciate the tournament and having their guys come out here. Again, guys, if you want to join any of these guilds, Tier is on Zeroth, and you have Chernobog is press W. If you want to join any of these organizations, any of these guys, look like they would be fun to play with for you, just join the !best in guild, join the Discord, and go ahead and message one of their leaderships. All the colors are laid out so you can see who's on what server. Everybody's names are in their title, and then everybody's got the leadership role, so you know exactly who to message. So that's an easy W. We're starting to look ahead to our finals match here, and it's going to be an absolute banger. Okay, I have good news and bad news, Grenton.
Yeah, hit me with the bad news.
Okay, the bad news for real this time is that Boonstone is in 11 minutes.
Yeah. Listen, I'm gonna keep it a buck. I think if you're asking to delay a tournament for a Boonstone, that's kind of cringe. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh god, these Supple
all I'm gonna
members,
say.
I tell you, they
No,
did not,
dude.
They did
You got a
not
tournament to play.
request. They did not request to delay the tournament. I said it would be fine because we can do a shout out for our sponsor anyway. So we will do a brief intermission while that goes on. You guys can play your Boonstone. It's not TC's fault that Tier decided to deck on them at the final moment. It's gonna make them. Honestly, it's gonna warm those TC members up. So hopefully, Supple's getting ready as well and not wasting their buffs ahead of time. The first lobby is already ready to go, but the first thing we want to do is we want to take a look at Icon App. And Gretton, I'll let you kind of introduce our sponsor for the tournament here.
Yeah, Icon Digital is a company that not only has custom PC builds and stuff like that. If you're someone like me who tech, but you're not super into that, you just want to a rig that works and is going to get the job done. But they have an app now that actually allows you to completely optimize your PC for the game that you're playing. And when Blue got sponsored by them, day 2 of this tournament, I decided to download it and test it, and I actually got 20, 30, maybe even 40%. I'd have to double check. I think I went from 30 frames to 45, 50 frames consistently in large scale fights at all high settings with everything on epic in terms of player count and view distance. So it impressed me a lot. Obviously, if you're playing on RuneScape graphics, you're playing on low, you could probably push a lot higher than that, but I like the game looking good because I stream, so it helped me a lot with that. And they obviously decided to sponsor the tournament as well.
Yeah, so they're supporting the TNL community. They're supporting me here. They're supporting Gretton as well in big events like this. So like he said, they have this application, guys. This is the application here. And I wanted to show it a little bit to show how intuitive this is. Even if you don't know anything about PCs, this app lays it out even if you're a Neanderthal, you can see this. Oh, okay, so my processor is running at 49 degrees, and that tells you it's optimal. And also know that my processor has 44% utilizations. By the way, I have basically 15 applications open right now, including Throne and Liberty right now. And then the video card only at 39 degrees, and it's only at 50% utilization. And then you can see exactly what's going on the network, and if your connection's stable there as well. You can break it down if you want, little by little. It gives you any graph that you want. Guys, this is a free application. They give you all of this for free. This is the free stuff, okay? They break down literally everything that is going on your computer. 40 degrees Celsius on my video card. You can see exactly what is optimizing what, or what is using what RPM it's running at, what your RAM is doing, what the percentage is on that. So even a caveman can look at this and be like, oh, my RAM is too utilized. Maybe I should get some more RAM, right? Or maybe I should get more storage. You can see the read and write speed on your hard drives as well. Absolutely incredible on this. And honestly, to add to this, if you're wondering, well, how much space does this actually take up? Here, I'm actually going to open my task manager to show it right here. Here's the Icon app. You can see 0% CPU power, 0% GPU power. It takes almost nothing to have this app running, and you get full monitoring of everything on your computer. It makes it so much easier to diagnose problems on your PC. And then, as he said, there's a paid version, which is a monthly subscription. You could use code Blue Squadron. I think code Grenton as well.
Yeah.
Code Grenton, or is it not Grenton? Or is it code?
Just Grenton.
It's just Grenton. Okay. And if you come down to this it opens up this optimization tab. And guys, this is so easy. All you have to do is click the icon recommended. If you're wondering what each of these is, you can mouse over the question mark, and it tells you this is what we recommend for the balance optimization, right? This is what for essentials. This is if you want max performance, you really want to aggressively only play gaming. I don't have that on because, again, I'm a streamer, so I have a lot of other stuff going on. I don't necessarily want it messing with that. And you can always, if you're worried about it doing something that you don't want it to do, you can have custom on as well. So you can literally go to tweaks here. It'll tell you exactly what it's going to uninstall for you if you want to uninstall it. So that's the debloat program. Actually, the tweaks program will actually tweak every little thing in your computer, and you can tell it, no, I don't want you to do that. No, I don't want you to touch that. Or yeah, do that, do this. And then at the end, all you do is you click this run optimizer, boom, you have 40% more frames. It's absolutely incredible. I did it earlier, so there's no programs for me to remove earlier. I just ran the optimizer, took like 3 minutes, restarted the PC, boom, I have 40% better frames in Throne and Liberty. And then there's also, they offer 24/7 support as well. So you can see in the bottom left here, you have the Discord here. So you can click on this at any time and be up to that. You can also frame capture to see if your game is lagging at any point in time. You can see exactly why. So like you can hotkey it to whatever button you want and then press that button, and it will literally capture everything that is going on in your computer in that moment so that you can diagnose problems better.
Yeah, it's listen, it helped me a lot with the FPS, and I'm someone who I like the game looking pretty and performing well as well. So it's something that I now permanently use for pretty much every game I play. And
Yep, I use it for BDO. Again, I get like 40% more frames. I have a 4090. And I really want to optimize basically flex, everything. Bro. I'm gonna have a 5090 in a few months, bro. When that comes out, it's like, yeah, deal with it. You're mad, but like, when I first got my 4090, I put it on. I only had like 150, 160 frames in BDO, and then I optimized with the icon, and boom, over 200 frames basically consistently all the time. This is also how Choice is able to stream large scale PvP in full graphics for BDO. The same thing for Throne and Liberty. If you don't lag in large scale PvP, guys, you end up performing a lot better in large score PvP for any game that you're going to play. And honestly, just having FPS in any game, or even just the ability to see what is going on. Like right now I can see, oh man, my storage is getting a little high on my hard drive. I should probably tone that back a little bit in order to help maximize my computer a little bit, right? Like you can literally see everything that's going on at a click of a button, and all of that is just free on an application that, again, I know there's a lot of applications that will do things like this, but this is the only one that makes it really easy. It's not invasive, and it's not taking a lot of CPU power to run in the background either. So big shout out to Icon app for sponsoring the tournament today. I did just want to click around in the app and show everyone, because I really appreciate their support of such a big tournament like this for the community here. It does look like we have 4 minutes before the Boonstone starts here. We're going to take a brief intermission on this one. We're gonna take a breather. I'm gonna get a drink. Gretton, we're gonna go to the bathroom. We're gonna come back, and when we do, guys, it's the grand finals. TC Cobra versus Supple on this one, and it is going to be a banger. We'll see you in about 10 minutes, guys. Servers went live in early access. These players have not let up off the gas pedal. They have always been fighting
everyone before the tournament started. They kind of just assumed Take Care Cobra was going to make it to the finals.
Take Care is going to take the whole tournament.
It is what it is. Supple's winning the tournament. Like, that's not a question.
Wiped out Take Care Bears. The second door, they wiped out Swipe Night, and now they're knocking on the door of Take Care Cobra. Like, leadership that it takes to get a guild, get a community, to get an organization to this point is cataclysmic. And first taking no damage, and there's the engage from Supple. That does not look good. TC's flankers, get outside this. Look at TC Cobra. Straw Hats is just no match. Health bars from Vanity, the moment that they become vulnerable, just get absolutely obliterated. Look at the low ground health bars for Supple. They're trying to heal each other back up. Tweaks is really low. Untitled is really low. 38, 39, 40 members of Take Care standing tall together.
Again, from Tier, they're now 85%. They're not stopping.
Enough. 21 people on the plate. 36 for TC. TC desperately trying to stand tall. 5% for Chill right now. Tier battling, doing what they can, staying on top. 34 to 32, 86%. TC Cobra looks like they're gonna push through. All right. right, Gretton, it is time for our grand finals match. Hopefully you guys didn't go anywhere because we are about to get started with this one. A best of 3 winner take all for the strongest guild in North America. $2,600 US on the line. Over 2-week tournaments battling for this moment. Gretton, could you be more excited?
It's crazy. It just hit me now that we're at the last match of the entire tournament. It's gonna be insane. Best of 3 against 2 of the best guilds that have, played this game on NA at least, and it's gonna be a bloodbath for both of these sides, I think.
Yeah, I know. We have TC Cobra, who again, and these were the top seeds to win the tournament in the first place. Normally, I don't know if it happens too often because, people hype guilds up. It's tough to say, and that was what was so cool about a tournament like this is no one really knows how strong they are against these other guilds, right? Unless they've necessarily fought each other before, especially in a format like this, where you can show everything that you can and you can field your best possible players at any point in time. We saw amazing things from both sides. I think that Supple's individual micro of their various statics has been the best in the tournament so far, versus TC Cobra has the best flank squad, I believe, in the tournament so far, and how they interact with their main ball. So their 2 static groups basically work together in conjunction to basically close jaws of a Cobra, if you will. Close the jaws of a Cobra on their opponents every time an engage happens. But I think that they're in for a little bit of an uphill battle. Ironically enough, I think that a lot of people thought that TC Cobra would win. I know a lot of people think that Supple will win. Supple has a lot of Ethereum Gold members, but you see the lobby right now, Gretton, right?
I do.
Can you tell me just how many Ethereum Gold members you actually think are here?
Yeah, let me take a look-ski, shall we? I need to count on my hands because I'm a tank player.
I'm just trying to make an example because there's going to be this cope out there. It's it's just Ethereum Gold. No. Okay. First of all, part of the Ethereum Gold members, not super great. Okay. But the Ethereum Gold members that Supple has picked up, really solid. At
18?
least I can vouch for these guys. So they have 18 of 48 players. That's not a super... Is it a lot of people? Sure, it's 3 statics. Right? But that's not the majority of the guild. The majority of these this is Supple's roster here. This is Supple's guild here. And they've shown that the mastery of the game from when they started to where they are now has been incredible. But on the other side of things, TC Cobra has been absolutely dominant in war games thus far, practicing basically every day with each other. This squad has been playing, I would argue that TC Cobra's squad has played more together than Supple's squad has, just because TC Cobra just does war games on repeat, and it's basically the same roster every time, and it's the roster we're seeing today, Gretton.
Yeah, I need someone in chat saying if I was in the lobby, it would be 50% Ethereum players because I take up 10%, which is super true. But I'm not in the lobby because we wanted to keep this tournament fair and balanced. Because everyone knows any team that had me would just have won the tournament. It's just it is what it is. I'm the best tank to ever touch this game.
Yeah, they voted him out. Yeah, they voted him out. He wasn't allowed to be.
They said, "Listen, we wanna. It is what it is."
It's okay. It is what it is.
But in better news, we're in the finals, and it's a best of 3. And the pick bans
let's look at
are very important.
Yeah, the pick bans are insane, and they have already happened. But the first thing we're going to look at is the finals breakdown here, as the prediction should start any second now for TC Cobra versus Supple. Both of them are early access guilds starting 3 days before the free-to-play servers. Both of them are hailing from Zeroth and think that they are the rank 1 alliance on Zeroth. TC Cobra has only won 2 sieges. Supple has won 3 if you include this most recent one, and they had a brilliant strategy for that with some of the yeehawing members coming in big for them, which ironically some of these alliances have kind of shaken up a little bit as the tournament's gone on.
Yeah, I mean, the alliances went back and forth. It was really it was kind of weird to see that in the middle of the tournament the alliances got kind of shaken up. So we did see a little bit of changes for the side of Supple and their alliance. They dropped yeehawing and Filter and picked up Corrupt and Fury. After Fury lost to Supple on the Kawazan Riftstone, they joined our alliance. It is what it is. You can't beat them, join them. You know what I'm saying? But your predictions are up, so make sure you guys get your channel points in. TC Cobra picked up Swipe Knight, but I believe they also dropped Mamba, which is their own guild,
Well,
which is kind of
Mamba-
interesting.
Yeah, Mamba became. Yeah, did they drop Mamba? No, it's Swipe Night. Yeah, no, this is it. They just Mamba changed names to Panda. No, it's just Panda now. It's Take Care Panda instead of Mamba, but it's the same alliance. Supple.
No, I
on the
think
other
they
hand,
dropped one of their guilds and picked up a non-TC guild, is what I was told. Like this happened like today.
Oh, well,
They dropped TC Mamba. It's TC Cobra, TC Bears, Swipe, and then yes, 9 to 5 joined them.
Who?
Yeah.
All right. Well, they didn't tell me that. That's interesting. And again, some people are saying Supple's only won 1 siege. I can only go based off of what your leadership told me. So if Supple told me 3, I put 3 on the thing. It is what it is. Both of them just wanted to be top 5. That's a load of horse shit. I know that both of these guilds, they are just playing coy. Both of these guilds think that they're number 1 in the world right now. No question, Grenton. Please tell me that Supple. Please admit it to all of us. Supple thinks they're going to finish first here. And
Yeah,
has thought
100%.
that since the beginning. Like they
100%.
didn't think that they even had contests. And to be clear, so far it's looked really good for them. They walked through press W and it didn't even look particularly close on that one. Supple looked like the stronger squad. Take Care Cobra had a little bit of a tougher run through the lower bracket there because they had to go through tier, so they arguably had stiffer competition down there. And then we just saw press W beat tier right there, and TC struggled to beat tier, but they did manage to do it. So they should theoretically have beaten press W as well, which makes them, I don't know, Grant, this could go either way on this one as the lobbies are becoming full. We're waiting for one more player on the Supple side here. Gretton, I hate to ask this, what's the prediction from you?
Supple 2-0.
Yeah, you're a loser. You're a loser. Yeah, no, Take Care is gonna eat today. Any Take Care fans in the chat? I'm very excited to see TC come in here because these guys submit me more VODs than anyone. They support me more than a lot of people do. They're always around. They're always running war games, which feeds content into the whole community. They're always, and I love that, they support the spirit of PvP. They always want to PvP. They always want to fight, just like they just fought on the Riftstone, or I apologize, the Boonstone as well. And now they're going to come out here in this grand finals and show everyone what they've got. It is, let's see, the match pick ban has happened. Do you want to start covering that?
Yeah, of course. So, Supple won the coin toss, just like they're going to win the series, by the way. And they chose to pick. And then instantly, TC decided to ban Mordecai, Grand Alon, and Calvazan. So, Supple actually picked Talus.
Oh, okay. So Supple picking Talus to start things off here for... Oh man, Talus is such, I told you, it's going to be a balanced map. I said that in the first thing. All of the guilds, they don't really know how they match up against the other guild. They want to get their bearings first and win that first map, and then they can branch out and try the really crazy maps later. Normally you see Talus, normally you see Mordecai on the first map because it's safe. You're not worried about a coin flip at the end. You're really not worried about it being particularly close. You can express your strength as a guild, and I think that this one is going to be telling either way, whichever guild is dominant here, Grenton.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see it in the first couple of engages once the stone is actually active. We saw it, you know, tier versus press W, where there was a lot of back and forth. So it really just depends, like you mentioned, who can really control the space around the Riftstone. And it looks like everyone is in Blue Squadron TV.
All right,
48 on both sides.
I'm ready to go, boys. Make sure you got your predictions in. This is the grand finals. This is for 2,600 US dollars. This is for the bragging rights for who is the strongest guild in North America, who expresses dominance and the most mastery of Throne and Liberty. And it's so cool, Grenton, to see guilds go up against each other like this, because again, this MMO just came out in the West. Whoever wins this tournament shows that they can dominate a video game the very first time it comes out, and it just shows you how well you can adapt.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And actually, in a slight turn of events, looks like TC's not rushing the stone like they usually do.
Very uncharacteristic.
Also, Did you say $2,600 US?
$2,600 and it's my money, by the way.
Okay, Krelix, get me in the next one because that's like 10 grand Canadian.
Yeah, they can. That's because your country, again, I'll refrain from the joke. Anyway, $2,600 out of my pocket so that we could put on this tournament just like this. And I want to point out that the guilds can distribute it however they want. So if they want to add 2 or 3 more arc boss weapons, say people have a fair amount of pities and they want to just give people the money to buy the rest of the pities, you could basically supply your guild with like 3 more arc boss weapons, Grenton.
Yeah, or you can give Grenton $1,000.
Or a better PC for your whoever you know what I mean. Icon Digital custom PCs, invest, easy peasy, easy peasy. I've had them pre-build some of my PCs before. It's custom build my PCs before, and they've done a great job. I know they custom build PCs for tons of people, and they ship all over the world. So honestly, if you wanted to buy a PC with that money, you're more than happy to do it. Or I'll give $50 to every member that plays in the finals here. Either way, TC taking a while to come down off the rock here.
Looks like chat's saying that there might have been a DC.
Okay, yeah, so it looks like the shot caller did not make it into the match. That's okay. I didn't want to see what happened anyway. I'm not being edged at all. You're being edged.
Yeah. This is crazy.
Yeah. Supple.
Listen, they asked for a delay for their boonstone, lost their boonstone, and then asked a delay because someone crashed. I don't know, TC. Yeah, what's going on there, buds?
Well, in fairness, again, if it happens really early on like that, the objective hasn't come in yet. No skills have been thrown. No one's come off the dais yet. We can absolutely restart the match, remake the lobby to make sure that the guilds, we have a fair fight on both sides. I do not want to see a one-sided blowout either way. I think as a spectator, and that's what makes me really good at this, is I'm unbiased. Well, I'm unbiased.
You're not unbiased. You're biased to the other side.
I'm always biased to the other side, and you're in Supple, so screw you. Okay. But yeah, like what I will say is I try to be nothing but fair in how we do things. So we're remaking the lobby here for the guilds because we did have people crash right at the beginning like that, and we want to see as close a match as we can get here.
Yeah, hold on. I gotta get the code. Gotta put it in. Whoops, that's not how you do it.
Same code. TC's already loaded in. They're already all in here.
Oh,
I'm just saying, Supple might be a little bit behind on this one, Gretton. Yourself included. Although we were waiting on Vert the one time as well.
Yeah, Vert, I mean, listen, streamers are not the most punctual people.
True. And honestly, the entire audience is like, okay, but for real though, bro, we got to see these grand finals, bro. We've got to see these. And right before, again, the first engage, the first map sets the tempo for the entire match. And so if we see Supple come out and be overwhelmingly dominant, or CTC come out and be overwhelmingly dominant, I think it's going to be telling, and I think it's going to scare people away. Because again, it also has to do with like the mental warfare game, right? If you lose the first engage and you're in that guild, you're more hesitant to engage in the future, Gret, and I'm sure you've been there.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing one of your mods saying that TC just wanted a different color. So that's why they called for the remake. But chat, let me know your predictions. I see Feel saying that he thinks Supple is going to win 2-0. That's King Buku in the chat. That's Feel from Press W saying he thinks Supple's going to take this 2-0. I agree. I think Supple's going to take 2-0. As well. Sapling Sam thinks Supple's gonna take 2-0. We have some TC enjoyers in the chat as well.
TC 2-1, baby.
TC 2-1, Supple 2-0 from Capri, Grenton 2-0 as always. Ethereum 2-0. They got 2-0'd by one person. All good. Take care 5-0. You're not even watching the same tournament. Okay.
I will say, Grenton, for what it's worth, we had a patch right in the middle of the tournament here, and then right at the end, we're seeing all of these guilds have to adapt to not having the bubble, right? For 3 months, they had a bubble that they could rely on, and they made all these strategies around bubble. And now in the last few days, they're scrambling to make new strategies and like reorganize how their guild does things. And I think it's made for some really, really cool interactions between the guilds. We don't just see bubble play after bubble play after bubble play anymore. You're starting to see strategies actually evolve, especially in these war game lobbies.
Yeah, and I mean, it's cool to see that the entirety of the strats are changing a lot. And we saw Press W and Tier, and when we talked to, Feel, Soviet, and Sony, how just throughout the maps and even inside of a singular map that their strat was changing completely as well. So it's cool to see that these teams are able to adjust and run audibles and, you know, think on their feet, because the last thing you want is to have 48 people who are going to be, you know, trying to fight and win, you know, the $2,600, who are just, oh, well, this strat's not working. It's okay, Blue. Let's just run our head into the wall for the next 18 minutes to see what happens. So you have to start changing things up. We said it a lot early on in round 1, round 2, and even round 3 of this tournament, where we saw maybe some guilds with less experience who were just trying to they were trying to fit the triangle into the square hole, for lack of a better term. And we're seeing it here where, you know, these guilds are smart enough to go like, hey, triangle doesn't go into the square. Let me pick up the square and put it in instead.
But circle will go in square.
Circle goes into everything, dude.
That's right, baby.
And you know what else is circular?
My head.
Supple.
Okay, that's fine. Wait, what?
Yep.
Why? Can you tell me the origin behind the name Supple? Do you have any
I
idea?
have no
what the
idea. I just joined the guild, dude.
I just work here, he says.
I just work here.
Yeah, I just work here. TC Cobra, definitely a better name, but then they rename. So I just want to point out, Take Care Cobra, Take Care Mamba, super cool names for guilds. And then they just rebranded to, what's the name of the guild now?
I don't know if they rebranded or when they transferred in, they like bought a guild from someone and they just haven't name changed it.
No, I think no, because they name changed to Take Care Panda as well. And again, I just looked up a Sanhedrin, and it says it's a Jewish judicial and administrative body in ancient Palestine, which is honestly a lot less cool than a snake.
Dude, I have a snake tattooed on my forearm. I'm inclined to agree.
Yeah, it's just really strange to me. It looks like we're 47 over 48, waiting on the last Supple member who did just finally join. We got Kimmy Granger. There we go. He's on the team. It looks like both teams are now ready to go for real this time. The grand finals, $2,600 on the line. And more importantly, who is the strongest? The title of the strongest guild in North America.
It's going to be a bloodbath. Will we see a 2-0? Will we see 3 maps like we saw for our bronze medal match earlier? Only time will tell. We're in the first 5 minutes of map number 1 of your 2024/2025. No, it all started in 2025. I don't know. Math is hard. It all started in 2025, but it looks like they're both spawning and they're both starting, and it looks like a few of the kills starting off on the side of Supple. I have a huge red feed on my side. It looks like Supple's just better into position, but it doesn't look like TC sent everyone. It looks like they just sent a bit, but Supple is getting onto the point with a conviction, excuse me, as they are now trying to see where the rest of Supple is.
Yeah, TC
they're right
from
on the other side, but the rest of their guild blue.
Because half their guild got wiped initially, they're at half health bars, then they're not ready to go. They're all clumped up. Supple's nice and spread. They're ready to go. TC moves in, but the parts of the snake are not ready. Their flankers are not in position here. Supple dives in, and it looks very convincing. Look at the flankers from Supple collapsing down on the back line from TC. Not a good engage from TC, but that looks like they might be turning it around as they find the priority targets. The front line from TC pushing through, doing a great job of bringing the fight back toward the Riftstone right now. TC's health bars looking really strong right now, but Supple winning out on the early engage on this one. Gretton, honestly, TC pushing this fight over toward the stone. I'm not sure that Supple thought that this was going to be this close. A fair amount of Supple people, 2 statics or so, are trying to split the TC members as they run back to the fight, but TC is winning the main skirmish engage over here.
Yeah, and there's a lot of like weird, you know, posturing and testing that's going to happen early on in the first 5 minutes, like we're seeing. This is where both guilds try to figure out who the hell they can hit and who they can't hit, right? Can they actually punch through this tank's defenses or no? Can they actually hit this DPS, or are they built to fully counter the fact that I'm a bow dagger and I only do ranged, right? This is a lot of the limit testing that these players are doing right now. The micros are you know, probably yapping away more than we are, Blue, trying to figure out, okay, what are we going to do when the stone becomes active? Because we have 2 very convincing just fights happening. We have one very north near Portal 3, and then one closer that is west of the Boonstone right now. And I, again, have access to the feed, and it's back and forth. There was a lot of red, then there's some blue that comes in. Then there's a lot of red, and then there's some blue that comes in. So I'm very curious to see when now both these kind of units have to collide and meet on the Riftstone. I'm curious on who's actually going to out macro the other guild.
Yeah, I think that Supple was winning kind of the main engage, just a few more people there, but TC Cobra able to hold on, and then TC Cobra went way more more people over here winning this engage as well. So again, it's a very back and forth with 2 minutes left before the first stone can actually be acquired here. TC Cobra looking like their health bars are really low. Oh my gosh, look at the healers bringing them right back into it right there. Combat, one of the top fraggers for TC Cobra in the middle of everything right there. And TC Cobra with slightly better posture on the Riftstone right now, but Supple trying to clamp down on them, but they have so many Cobras running around in their backline. Continuum's back here, Kit Cutie's back here, Thornmail is back here, Yaya is back here, and that's the front line trying to disrupt on the side of Supple. Supple trying to ignore them completely, and then there's the Supple front line up in there. You see Dex diving into the middle of everyone. Ray with that dagger, probably a spear dagger, yes it is, trying to disrupt on that backline and get damage down, but not able to find any kills quite yet on that one. Very back and forth fight as TC starts to sway a little bit more their way towards the cliffside. It looks more like Supple towards the Riftstone itself. 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock though, Grenton.
Yeah, it's a back and forth from both sides here. I've been keeping a close eye on the kill feed, and again, it's very back and forth. It looks like TC's kills are coming in more so as 1s and 2s, and Supple's kills are coming in as like a kind of a block of like, you know, 6 to 10 kills at a time. And that's just, it looks like the different play styles from both of these guilds. As I say it, I see another, you know, double refresh of the kill feed for Supple and a couple of, you know, blue kills sneaking in there as well. So 45 seconds left. This fight is going to start moving very close to the Riftstone as it becomes almost time to start the cap. And look at that clump as Supple just annihilates an entire section of TC's main ball.
Yeah, that was an insane collapse down. Supple in the middle of all the chaos saw, ooh, TC Cobra's a little bit too close to the edge of this cliff right here, and the entire guild collapses down and wipes TC Cobra and then takes dominant control of the Riftstone right there. A beautiful pivot from Supple in the middle of all that chaos to make that play happen, to see that opportunity for them. And you see the TC Cobra pulling in a few people, getting a couple kills themselves, a couple of them dying as well. Again, very back and forth, but Supple's front line diving in. There's the Supple. Oh my goodness, I would not want to be hit by those flash waves. That's a lot of damage. Supple dominating the Riftstone. They're looking for the cap right now, Gretton.
Yeah, but the tanks from TC are doing a really good job of interrupting it. Thornmail and Continuum and Kit Cutie are the 3 that are just positioned on the stone. And as always, we have Tweaks, we have Sir Loki, we have Jaeger, we have Untitled trying to get the cap. And Supple does manage to spin the stone first. Now they have to kind of regroup and get people on the point. We've seen it in every game tonight where the team that caps first actually is somehow at a disadvantage just because of... Yeah, which is crazy because for the rest of the tournament, you wanted to cap first. So will Supple be the first guild to potentially cap first and win the map today? Or will it be more of a, you know, back and forth like we saw in the last, you know, bronze medal match?
Yeah, and we see TC Cobra actually making great efforts to try and lock down the cap here for their team. Another 60, 70. No, he's going to get interrupted again. But you see all the pockets of fighting as the TC Cobras are trying to occupy. That's the flank squad for TC Cobra, trying to lock down as many Supple members as they can to buy their main ball time so that they can get this cap off. Ellipsis might get there. He does find it. And it's TC Cobra on the board for the first time in the grand finals. Both guilds find their way into the cap right here, but it's Supple with more people on the point right now, but it looks like it might be swinging more towards TC Cobra as they collapse down, just running out of health bars though. Supple looks like they have much better posture on the Riftstone, Gretton.
Yeah, like we saw in Mordecai yesterday, Supple does such a great job of just staying spread and focusing all their firepower on individual quadrants of the stone, and that's exactly what they're doing here to just very barely maintain an advantage. And you see their actual range players on the side of Supple dipping in when they need to, dipping out when they have the advantage. They're kind of playing their lives, but also playing super safe, and a big kill feed here for Supple as they take a significant advantage on this stone. They're going to be the first guild over 50% in this grand final now, as it looks like the respawns from TC are coming in, but I'm not sure if it's enough, or they're coming in a little bit staggered maybe, because I'm still seeing a lot of red on my kill feed here, and it's just Supple spinning this over and over again. Now almost under 10 people on the stone for the side of TC, as a huge respawn waves coming in from the north side of the map now, and this is where TC needs to stabilize because their cap has now been denied. They have to actually recap this this as Supple's continuing to climb above 65% blue.
Yeah, it might be almost intentional though, as they might be like, okay, well, we're gonna let them cap first and then take our time capping it the second time. Maybe they watched the previous matches because it looked really, really close there for a second, and then it looked like TC almost intentionally took their foot off the gas pedal right now. You know that Alec is sitting in a Discord call with all of his e-girls right now, and he's just stroking them, saying, look how good my boys are performing in Supple, even without me right now. TC Cobra doing what they can to battle on this backline, but the Supple flankers look like they're getting the upper hand time and time again on TC Cobra, as the Statics consistently do a great job. Big sleep on the backline right there for TC Cobra as they pile people onto the point, but it's just never enough. The red onslaught is really powerful for Supple in this first map.
Okay. He's too busy chopping cheese to be in VCs, just like Lucy said. But TC is going to rejoin the cap now, as they have 20 people on the point too. Supple's 19, and it looks like now TC swarming this point, but they're just going to be walking into a blender of DPS and flash waves from the side of Supple. But it looks like TC has a really good posture here on this eastern side of the Rift Zone in the conflict zone. But again, flash wave after flash wave after flash wave after flash wave. That's all I'm seeing on my screen from Supple. They are just methodical in just always having damage up. We've seen it a lot where guilds just dump all their cooldowns and then they kind of get walked over. Supple's doing a really good job of playing tempo here, which is what I love to see from, you know, my boys. And they are the first guild to cap, as Ellipsis is trying to get a second cap off. It looks like he's actually going to be able to. No, he gets interrupted at the last second by one of the tanks from Supple. And now it's 15 minutes of Supple playing defense. And like we saw in map 2 and 3 of the bronze medal match blue, this is actually a disadvantaged position to be in.
Yeah, like it absolutely can be, as long as TC Cobra can get their players onto the point. But I'll be honest, Gretton, I think TC's strength against Supple, where they win, is not this extended skirmish. Supple loves this play style where you can just let their statics, they finally get another cap off. Beautiful, but they don't have enough people on the point right now for TC Cobra. Supple loves to just sit here and let the chaos fester. They're like the Joker in Batman. They thrive in the chaos because their individual statics work really well together, and then they look like such a cohesive unit. TC Cobra, on the other hand, works better when their main ball is basically all clumped up and engaging with one another. I would love to see them. They need to try to back up, I think, and try to push in together on this one, because again, that's when their flankers can get together. That's when they can plant their feet and really make a play happen. I think that they're losing out in the overall skirmish with Supple right now, and they don't have a strong enough front line to stand up to the Supple oppression amount of damage coming out on this red from this red roster.
Yeah, they're just standing on the point now, 8 to 13. Slowly, TC's cap is getting drained. They're below 5.5% now. And again, the cap has been thwarted by the side of Supple. It only took a minute for that to happen. And instantly, as I said that, we have Thornmail back on. Ellipsis is going to be back on as well. Continuum is going to be back on as well. They're just going to try to get as many opportunities to cap the stone as possible to try to maybe get Supple on the back foot. Maybe Supple blunders, maybe they get too cocky. This is what TC is trying to capitalize on, is just, hey, we just need to keep throwing ourselves at this stone, get the cap, keep it active for as long as possible, because if they manage to sneak a cap here with, you know, 5, 6, 4 minutes left, then it is what it is.
Yeah, I think that one or two individual statics from Supple are holding up the majority of TC Cobra from really operating as the unit that they really want to operate as. And so I think TC Cobra looks a little bit more spread, a little less dangerous than they normally look against these other players. And you can see, look at these statics basically fighting off in the wings, and they're just losing out. Oh, they finally take down that Supple static right there, and now they get to rejoin the fight. But look, it took them so long. Supple's dominating the point here. As you move over, it's a lot of red names. Here comes TC Cobra. Finally looks like a little bit more grouped up with the flankers out on the side, but the flankers not able to collapse down the way they normally would, like the jaws of the Cobra that we were talking about before the match happens. You see the two split right there. TC Cobra on the right, TC Cobra on the left, but the left squad is just not being allowed forward, and the right squad is slowly losing, but they are going to get a cap off, which is good for them. 13 people on the point to 16. Supple does not want to overcommit with people on the point. They know that they're winning this match right now. All they need to do is just keep one more person, one more set of boots on the point over their opponent, Grenton.
Yeah, they're doing a phenomenal job of just controlling the space. It's like the inverse of what Tier was doing. Tier was doing a really good job of controlling the actual point and making sure the only people on the point are people they wanted to be on the point. And then Supple's doing a really good job of controlling everything that isn't the point. If you try to get to the point, you're like you're playing
Correct.
Frogger and you're trying to jump through a freeway. That's exactly what's happening here as you try to get to the point. And then when you get to the point, you have a bunch of tanks to deal with. You have still DPS, some spear players, some flankers to deal with. So it's really hard for TC to actually get a footing here on this Riftstone. They're doing a pretty good job of it right now, but just as I mentioned, they bring 15, Supple brings 20. They bring 5, Supple brings 10. They're just doing a great job of keeping just enough people on the stone to make sure that TC can't actually cap it.
Yeah, and I just want to point out that TC looked the best and we're getting caps off when they group up as a guild. Like I said before, they look the strongest when they operate together. This individual skirmish play, like you said, everything the light touches is Supple's kingdom. If you're going to spread out like this, they're just going to skirmish you down with their statics, but TC sees the light of day. They see really positive feeds when they group up and they push as a wall like they normally do. They push as the unit that we're used to seeing them as, but that's not what we're seeing here. Look at how disgruntled they look. They're all over the place, and TC just can't manage to get that foothold as long as they keep trying the same strategy. We need to see them back up. They fail yet another cap on this, and I think that they need to be
now, Blue.
Yeah, I know. I think they really need to be rethinking this strategy. You need to look at what's working for you. When are we getting caps off? When we push together. When are we getting a lot of kills? When we push together. We are stronger as a guild when we push together than Supple is. But if we allow this to devolve into chaos, Supple's individual players are just admittedly stronger in this first match.
Yeah. I think you're right. I mean, Supple is just doing such a good job of this organized chaos is what I like to call the Supple strat. Someone mentioned it in the chat that like Supple looks really disorganized, but they're just keeping TC at bay. And that's exactly what their game plan is. Because if you're TC here, where do you hit? Who do you hit? There's like little pockets of 6 to 10 people everywhere you look. So if you push one way with an overwhelming force, you're going to get hit in the back or the side or the forehead. It just, they're everywhere. They are, you know, they are legion as they would say. They're just all over the map. Like you mentioned, if the sun touches it, the light touches it, it's their kingdom. And now it looks like TC's still trying to get a cap off as the tank core from Supple trying to spin the point. Thornmail, Continuum, Kit QD, all these guys are trying to get a cap off, but they're just still walking into a blender, Blue.
Yeah, I think that TC Cobra could adjust this very quickly. All of the part of what's lending to Supple's success here is they're spawning from this #1 location over here and just running in all from that way completely unimpeded. And TC Cobra, because of where Supple has chosen to fight, basically has the fight going on from the moment you spawn in to the rift. You're basically like, do I want to fight there? No. Do I want to fight there? No. And I think that TC Cobra would be better off if they just sent like 2 or 3 statics to spawn on the other side, force the fight to come back to the riftstone, allow your guys to group up a little bit better, and let your flankers do what your flankers do best. Here they've got a big group up right now over here. TC has decided to back up and look for something. Their front line is already in. This looks really good, but I'm not sure where their flankers are going to be able to find space. They're giving Supple time. No, they pulled the trigger. No, they're too low. Their front line has pulled the trigger, but Supple on the back foot right now. They're going to let TC Cobra come to them. That's not really what you want to see. TC Cobra looks a little nervous, and they're going to engage it. All sides, everywhere, and that's a much better looking push. That's a lot of blue right there coming in for TC Cobra, looking really good. Their main ball
no. Oh no, Blue, they're getting stomped. That was a classic bait and switch from Supple. Oh no.
It looks so good though.
This is not good. And they gave Kilosh exactly 30 seconds to type 5 lines of text of shit talk, and then they just walked into him and got absolutely obliterated by the side of Supple. It looked so good until Krelik said, hey guys, plant your feet, turn around, it's duck hunting season, boys. And that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, and the shit talk is going back and forth. You love chat PvP. TC Cobra backing up, and I'll be honest with you, the initial engage looked okay from TC, but they seemed a lot more hesitant than they normally do. Normally, it's just like a wave sweeping into the enemy guild, and that time it was like, do we go in? I don't know. The flankers went in at the same time as the main ball. It didn't look as congruent as we normally see from TC Cobra. It looked okay from the start, but then Supple very quickly won the flank engage and then collapsed down on the main ball and just ate the rest of the main ball. TC with a pretty good push right here. But honestly, again, they're all clumped up. It's only going to take a Supple member. Oh my God. Yeah, like I said, that you clump up like that for just a couple seconds too long, and Supple blankets you with 4 flash waves, and down you go. TC just a little bit too clumped up right there. They don't even have a cap on the point right now, Grenton. They have to rethink this.
Yeah, take a look at the scoreboard. We saw Spear reign supreme in almost every single matchup, but just look at the top 10. We have 2 Spears in the top 10. It's all Supple, but it's all their range core. They are just positioning like kings here and mowing through this TC main ball. It is insane seeing this split on the top 10, because we haven't seen something this heavily range, range centric, unless it's a Supple match.
Yeah, and you'll notice that their composition is almost entirely, it's bow staff, bow staff, bow staff, bow staff, spear dagger, spear dagger, spear dagger, bow staff, bow dagger, right? Like you can see there's a trend here. There's like very, very few great swords. And honestly, yes, they have tanks towards the bottom, but it looks like they're kind of a DPS heavy composition. If you have a bow in your hand, welcome to the guild kind of composition on this one. And that's what I've said from the beginning, is that, yeah, spear dagger looks really strong, but it's the bows that end up winning you ultimately in these team fights like this. TC finally does get a cap off on the point, and they've gotten a little bit of momentum here. They've got more people on the point, and the percentage is starting to climb. 6.5 minutes on the clock. We'll see if they can hold this together. 19-12, actually holding up pretty well.
Yeah, TC actually looked really clean on this take. They're moving a lot better than they were in the last, 14 minutes of this match. And I think they're finally finding the pockets that they can, gain real estate in. But again, they're just losing the battle of attrition to this very spread out Supple comp. This is, I think, the closest match we've seen from Supple and from TC. Well, not TC, excuse me, but from Supple at least. This is their closest match that we've seen. On TC's side, they had a nail biter against here. And I think they just need to kind of suss out and learn a little bit more about how Supple plays, and maybe they'll use the last 5 minutes of this match to do so. Maybe they're going to try for the win in map number 1, but I do think map number 2, we're going to see a lot more solid group play from TC if they lose this one here.
Yeah, and it does look like it's trending that way, is like they just can't keep enough people on the point. And you'll notice Supple just tiptoeing, just 1 or 2 people more on the point. But look at the battle. TC Cobras are really having a hard time even getting forward. Supple at any point can just add 3 people to the point if they would like to. Now finally TC Cobra actually with a fair amount, a good clump, gets up to the point, but oh my gosh, a flash wave takes down all their health bars, their healers, putting in overtime right now to keep them alive, and they are keeping their hopes alive in this match. But yeah, you have to be looking ahead to the next match here. Okay, what do we need to do better? I'm curious, Gretton, if you're Supple, do you let them have Azrael in the next match?
I think they just look better spread out, right? Supple does than TC. I don't hate going to Azrael for match 2. I really don't hate it. After watching this, I like that if I'm Supple.
Yeah, I'm thinking the next match is probably going to be Azrael. It is Take Care Cobra's home base. That's where they love to play all of their war games on. But I'll be honest with you, 25 people on the point, 25% in climbing, doing a solid job of battling back into this one. I'm not sure if they have enough time based on how the rest of the match has been going. But honestly, TC Cobra showing some life toward the end here. It does not have to be a one-sided stomp like this. It does not have to be all Supple all the time. They're seeing that, okay, when we work together, when we actually, like, they're starting to feel out. I don't think that they fought a whole lot of Supple in the past. They're starting to feel out their players. They're starting to understand, okay, that guy does damage. Okay, that's who we need to focus down. That's who we need to lock down for this one. And I think they're starting to understand their players a little bit. And that's why we're starting to see, okay, yeah, no, it's looking a little bit closer towards the end here, whereas Supple was a little bit quicker to understand what they needed to do into TC Cobra, probably because they had more VODs to review. Quite frankly, TC Cobra constantly doing war games all the time shows Supple exactly what their play style is. It shows them who their heavy hitters are basically all the time. And Supple, there's not as much data out there for TC Cobra. And as they're adapting as we go here, you can see 30 people on the point to 23. It's climbing, Gretton, 28% and climbing for TC Cobra as they start to figure this Supple ball out.
Yeah, Supple needs to actually start clearing out these people on the point, or else it's gonna actually, we're gonna see a last minute cap like we saw in the other matches. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're trying to figure out these pockets to wipe, and oh my god, there's a huge clump here, and they're just gonna absolutely mow through it. But their flankers are still playing through spread. This is why it's not super concerning, I think, for Supple, because they have like 12, 18 people who are very healthy, who are just not on the point. And I think that's by design. They want to continue funneling the TC people onto the point. And then if they need the extra, 10 people on the point, they can just make a call. All right, guys, step on the point. And that looks like what they're doing. They're kind of almost edging the TC squad at like between 30 and 40%. But again, Blue, that is so risky because one wrong step, you guys get wiped. And we saw it. We saw Press W go from 1 to 50% in the matter of seconds.
Yeah, I don't think this is intentional at all from Supple. I think that this is Supple fumbling a little bit here and losing grip of the match as TC Cobra starts to understand which targets they need to be locking down, who they need to be focusing. You do not see a 27-14 swing like this with 40% cap on the point with only 2.5 minutes left on the clock intentionally out of Supple, because that's just a throw right there, and they're battling back. You can see it is very back and forth on this one, as again I think TC was a little bit slower to adapt to Supple. It was a little bit more of a hiccup, which is surprising considering they did have a boonstone a little bit earlier, but maybe some of them or a lot of them maybe didn't participate in that boonstone. They just weren't as ready as the Supple guys were to engage right off the rip, but you can see just how close it is now that both sides have kind of adapted to each other's play styles.
Yeah, and it looks like Supple is getting into a little bit more of a brawl-centric, posture. I think that does favor TC, though. TC does look like they are just going to be able to punch a little harder in close quarters. But, I mean, it's very back and forth on this kill feed, Blue, if I'm being completely honest with you. They're climbing now. They have 8 more people, 10, 12 more people on the point. Here comes the respawns now from Supple. Supple's going to step on the point now and start wiping some people off. And here comes the flip. This is exactly what you want if you're TC. A minute left.
What is
you're
going
at 46%.
on?
It is Supple's game to lose here.
Supple? We're gonna get up at 50% here for TC Cobra. Supple starting to panic a little bit. They do pile people onto the point with 30 people here, but TC Cobra starting to battle in. A massive amount of TC Cobras just got wiped out right there.
Oh, no, they're all dead. They're all dead, Blue. It's all red on my screen. It's all red. They're just all dead.
Just got wiped off there. Supple flips the switch. They need to shut the door on the TC Cobra squad because TC Cobra looked like they were breathing life there for a moment with only 1 minute left on the clock. TC Cobra showing, yeah, we can beat you. Absolutely. And I think this next match, as you see, Supple had control of this the entire time, but you don't see matches that are not close get up to 47, 49% on the enemy capping your stone like that, Gretton. That was not supposed to happen. Supple is not used to that. TC Cobra with the adjustment here, and I think even though they lose this map, Gretton, they go into the next one thinking, okay, we have this momentum despite losing the first map.
Yeah, I don't know. It would be interesting to see, like, if we talk to the guilds after, but I feel like we saw a Guardian push right off the rip at the beginning of the fight. But I think this was the second Guardian push that we saw from both guilds, and Supple is going to win it, I mean, quite convincingly until the last few minutes. And I want to pick the brains of both guilds of after this grand finals is done, is what these last few minutes what were the comms were like.
Yeah, 3 point, and I understand the leaderboard is very Supple Oni favor, but you need to understand they were dominating the match for the first like 15-20 minutes of the match until TC Cobra finally found their stride and figured out who they needed to focus and lock down the correct targets. And at that point, that's when TC started coming online. So yeah, I would expect the leaderboards to be pretty Supple favored in this case, but I think in the next match we might see something different. 3.5 million damage coming down from Radiant right there. Who is the biggest healer in the lobby? Let's take a check. 8.4 million from Eli. That is a great healer right there. He reached out to me last night. He is absolutely phenomenal. It looks like another 8.8 right here from Wex from on the TC side of things. So again, the healer's pretty evenly matched across the board here. Damage taken looks like it's probably gonna go to a healer, right? Fluttering looks like 1.8 million from Fluttering right there. I don't see anything higher than 1.8. Absolutely tremendous job from both guilds. And honestly, even though it looked like a stomp for the first part, Gretton, TC, they're not just too discouraged for this next match.
No, that's for sure. And I do want to highlight Eli a little bit. You mentioned him as one of the top healers in that lobby. He actually, this is a little shout out for him. He posted the semifinal match against Press W on his YouTube, where he actually broke down his thought process. You can hear the micro comms of his static as well. So if you're a healer and you're looking to get better at the game, definitely go check out that video. I'm sure he's going to do the same thing for this grand final as well. He's the one who, runs the healer Discord. So someone who's very active in the healer community, as Gnarly Gnar also offered to help people out. So another cool thing about...
There's the video in the chat right there.
Thank you, Blue. Yeah, a lot of cool things coming out about the, Throne and Liberty community is that everyone wants to help each other. Everyone wants to win because they're better, not because, they know that you can do X when you can't actually do X. So I love to see the kind of, cross training that we're getting from different guilds. So big shout out to Gnarly Gnar, big shout out to Eli as well. But Supple takes it very convincingly until the end.
Until the end. And I'll be honest with you, I think that rocks the boat a little bit. I know that Supple being as cocky as they are with it, and I love it. I love the cockiness in BBB. So it's not a slight against them. As cocky as they are, they're like, yeah, we won that. It wasn't even a problem. But TC Cobra on the other side of it is going, okay, we saw our win condition. Now we understand how to beat these guys.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we're going to be getting that second lobby for you now. This potentially could be the last map of the tournament, ladies and gentlemen.
This could be it. $2,600 on the line for this map. Okay, just in 20 minutes, you could be winning your guild. Not only the $2,600, I'll be honest with you, I think that the ego and the understanding that you dominated a brand new MMO when it came out in the West, you were the ones that dominated first. You were the ones that stuck it out. All of the hard work that each and every player has put in, each and every world boss, every contract that you run, every auction house purchase that you made, every single daily that you ran, all the dungeons with each other, the open world PvP that you had, all of it culminates to this moment. To be able to say we are convincingly the best is something special, Gretton.
Yeah, exactly. And listen, I don't think we could have asked for a better grand finals. Both these guilds, I think, absolutely hate each other. And this is like the best. And I think with the delay for the Boonstone, then the remake in map number 1, I think, tempers are flaring. Both these guilds just want to absolutely beat the shit out of each other for the next 20 minutes. And we're going to be seeing that here in map number 2. And oh boy, Blue, do we have a doozy on the docket for map number 2.
Oh my gosh. Okay, well, hold that thought. Somebody in the chat said, what about the EU guilds? What about the EU guilds? I am thinking about running a tournament for the EU guilds as well to see who the strongest guilds in EU are, although I'm not sure. I'm hoping I'm going to need help from the EU community to get that tournament the visibility that it needs, as I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with the EU PvP scene.
I got you, Blue. Don't worry.
I'm not in those circles. I would need it advertised, and I would need a lot of guilds to show up. That's why I love this tournament. 30 guilds came out to participate for this tournament for North America. That makes the production, that makes the almost over $3,000 that I spent on the tournament super worth it for me, because I love to see the community come together and really get hyped around an event. So if we can see that for EU, I will absolutely be running a tournament for that. Let's take a look over at Pick Ban Gretton. Looks like it's going to be, let's see. Baby. So they just played on Tellus. They can't play on that map again for the rest. Yep. Okay. That means that it looks like in Supple 1, which means TC gets to choose. Okay.
Yep.
Supple banned Azrael because they're still not, again, and that's what I'm saying. Look, Supple is cocky, but at the end of the day, they're winners.
Listen, if I was shot calling, I'm just saying, we'd be playing on Azrael.
No, yeah, but they want to win, and I don't blame them. They banned Azrael, Malachar, and Chernobog. All good maps because they don't want to coin flip for that. And the choice from TC Cobra, we're going to a dentist.
I am very worried for TC on this map.
Really? Why?
Yeah. You saw the difficulty that TC had finding and choosing targets for Supple. Now you're giving them a concave, 4 different high grounds that they can use and just shoot down onto the point. I don't know about this map pick for TC. Unless they have a strat up their sleeve, I think this is a press W picking GA into Supple angle.
Yeah, I'm running an ad so that nobody gets ads for potentially the final round of this tournament here. I don't want anyone to miss anything if at all possible. I'll try to delay ads as long as I can while the match is going on, guys. I'm doing my best to try to do that, so we will not start the match until the ads end here. I appreciate all the subs coming in as well. We had a Vert raid that came in. Vert, great job. Tier had a great showing in this tournament here. I really appreciate the raid, buddy. You know I have all the support in the world for you, man. We'll get a shout out for him. We are about to get into this next match here as the lobby starts to fill up for both teams. It is 1-0 Supple. The ball is in TC Cobra's court, and they choose to dribble it on to onto Adentis. And again, Adentis is it's a tough stone to lock down, but TC Cobra might have a strategy here. That honestly,
I think they have to, right? Because if you don't have a strat that's like different than the default strats, you never take Supple to Adentis. You never take Supple to Mordecai. Like there has to be something that we don't know that TC knows, and that's why they're picking this.
I think that they understand the bubble a little bit better than maybe we do on this one, and I think that they're probably going to station parties outside to keep Supple from regrouping with their statics potentially, and then try to collapse down onto the point. We could see any number of strategies come out here as we're waiting for just the last two to fill the lobby from Supple here. There they are. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. $2,600 US and a title potentially on the line here. The strongest guild in North America. And I just want to say a lot of these players also played in Korea, and they dumpstered the Koreans too. So potentially, because Koreans suck at MMORPGs. That's all I'm gonna say. All right, I played Black Desert. They suck at that too. All right, NA would destroy them. So would EU. And so NA potentially here also beating Korea too. I'm not going to be so bold as to say that NA would beat EU in this case, because EU actually has gamers. They actually have fingers, but to come out and be dominant for your region for Throne and Liberty is an absolute clinic for Supple here. If they make the statement 2-0 all the way through the tournament, just imagine, Grenton.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be sick. I mean, EU wasn't I don't know why I said wasn't. EU was a really good region when we played against them in KR as well. There was some really good guilds, Pirate Gaming, Unreal, I think Sovereign, Eclipse, whatever they're called. I don't know if they've disbanded now, but there was some really good guilds. Synergy now in EU seems to have finally found their stripes. So there's a lot of good guilds in EU who probably want to put on a show. And there's going to be some dark horses probably if we do a tournament as well, Blue, where we're going to find some guilds that we had no idea existed. I mean, most of the guilds I think you will have no idea existed because you never played KR or EU. Yeah. I obviously have played against and with a lot of these guys because when there was only one region on KR, everyone played together, everyone played against each other. I will say that EU did lose to NA on that Hyperboost Siege. So I know, and they also EU lost to NA on the Siege of the Day Boonstone fight. So I know that EU definitely wants to, punch back a little bit.
Okay, yeah, they're trash. I will say that what it opens up at look, people are saying Blue woke up and chose violence. Okay, I have to watch every year when we go to Worlds for League of Legends and watch as NA can't even get past the goddamn group phase versus like the South American team. What are we even talking about? Okay, StarCraft 2, Korean dominated esport for as long as I can even remember. All right, this is all America has, is we can spend a crap load of money, way more than everyone else, and we can degenerate these MMORPGs, and we are better than them at it. Every time we are better than them in this genre. It's not even a question. That being said, if I do get a chance to run an EU tournament, then that opens up an invitational tournament for NA versus EU, Gretton. And how cool would that be?
That would be sick. That would be really sick, especially if we can get, private server builds with full gear for everyone, so people don't have to like complain about, I have to re-level on NA to get ready for this tournament. It's gonna be sick if we could do a cross-region tournament. I am super down for that.
Yeah. We're waiting on one more player to join the lobby. It seems like he must have crashed here, and so they are trying to get him back into the menu as we speak. The game. Oh no, they're saying the game list is bugged. A lot can't see the active war game, so he's relogging. Okay, so we're just waiting on the last player in the lobby here, but I think this tournament and the way that it was laid out is a benchmark for AGS, guys. They're tuned into the chat. Everybody say hi to AGS watching from home right now. They're looking at this. They're looking at the tournament support from everyone else. Everybody just go ahead and wave at them. They're looking at the tournament support, and they're seeing what the community thinks of tournaments and formats just like this one, so they could potentially support creators that would want to run stuff like this in the future as well. And big shout out to them for starting the drop event during the course of this tournament. That has been absolutely amazing. Still waiting on that last person here. What do you think if you're Supple right now, Grenton? What's going through your head right now on a dentist?
Business as usual. Job's not done. That's all. If I'm Supple, I've seen them play on a dentist. I've played on a dentist with them. It's just business as usual. Just do what you do on this. Don't change your strat. I think it'll be good enough. And you know, as the late and great Kobe Bryant said, job's not done. So
yeah. A lot of people saying, fix the Aridus, man. And actually, believe it or not, there was a tweet or was a post from AGS, I think yesterday, that said there was going to be a hot fix fixing the Aridus staff buff today. At least they say Friday. Maybe it's Friday in Korea, so maybe it's like Saturday here. But it should be fixed within the next 24 hours, I think, based on the official post that I saw this morning, unless that was a bunch of humbug. But like, I'm pretty sure that they're on it, and I think that they probably noticed it because of this tournament and the fact that I banned it from moment one. And I just want to be clear, if a player is caught using that, I will still disqualify you even in the grand finals. So hopefully neither team is using that or abusing that. It hasn't been abused all tournament. We've been checking like a hawk on this one, as again, we're still waiting for this last person to join the lobby here. If I'm TC Cobra going into this, I'm taking this time to breathe. I'm talking to my team. I'm saying, okay, guys, we learned, we caught our stride toward the end of that last one right there. We need to keep doing that. And I'm really trying to coach them through it, hype them up, and keep them motivated, because that's half of being a shot caller, Grenton. You would know.
yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we're making a new lobby because I think that lobby just got bugged. The last player couldn't actually see it in the active chance. But I do, we see Kilosh, who is, you know, part of Supple, saying that they want to let TC use Aridus so they can have a chance. Thoughts?
That is so BM that I love it. Look, here's the thing about PvPers. These are my people, Grenton.
Yeah.
These are my people. I'm just gonna say the chat PvP that goes on from PvPers. I think that people say that the Throne of Liberty community is toxic. I'm like, bro, we haven't even gotten to toxic yet. People are upset that they didn't say GG after a match. I'm like, where's the chat PvP? Why aren't people telling me to apply for a job at Subway so I can get better gear? You know what I mean? Like, show me the chat PvP. That's why we love PvP so much, is it generates that ego in your head that you are better and you are more deserving than your opponent. It's that age-old aggression, because let's be honest, most of the people in these matches are guys, and that includes most of our women in most cases, but most of the guys, it's a competitive nature. Right? We're all super competitive, right? I think that guys in general, they just want to know that they're the best.
True. There is something called male healer syndrome as well, which kind of speaks to that. Any male healers also want you to know that they're the best healer. The only exception to that I've ever met in my entire life is Rylock and Eli. They don't care. They're the only two, and they're phenomenal healers. But every other male healer I've met wants you to know that they are the best healer in the entire world.
That's every PvPer. Well, see, that's what I realized early on as a content creator. They say those that can't play, coach. And those that can't coach, sit 30 rows back, shouting obscenities. And that's my place in the Throne and Liberty PvP scene, is that I want to give all of these PvPers a chance to show, to prove to the world that they are rank one, that they're number one, right? I'm never gonna be the best PvPer. It's never gonna happen, all right? I'm a good shot caller, admittedly, but like, that ain't happening necessarily either. My place in this community is to make sure that everyone else has the opportunity to show everyone else that they are complete garbage and that they are the best.
True.
All right, the lobby's being remade, Gretton. We're almost there.
Yeah, we're just waiting for. Now we're waiting for TC.
Yeah, TC, I think getting word a little bit late on that. Guys, remember the best way to support the stream and future events like this, especially if you want to see like an EU tournament, is to buy the new Basil plushie. It's my brand new merch. And by brand new, I mean it's literally my first merch ever. He's wearing his little tuxedo, just like I've advertised many times. He's so cute. Exclamation point Basil. You can check that out. It directly supports me and the stream and me putting on events like this so that I can put on more stuff like this for the community in the future. Honestly, Gretton, I think that the biggest request for me has been to run potentially a 12v12 tournament. What format would you want to see next?
Oh, 12v12 could be kind of sick.
It could be. That's why I think it's
gonna be
small scale enough. Right, it's small scale enough that I still think there's strategy. There's 12 people, so there's a lot going on. You can lose track of people. I would love to do like a 3v3 mode, but sadly NCSoft literally doesn't have a spectate feature.
Yeah, in the arena. That's what I was saying. I was talking about the other day on my stream.
Tragic, dude.
Yeah, I think 12v12 would be sick because it's like low enough people that you can highlight individual good gameplay, but it's large enough that there's still strategy. I think maybe 18v18 would be better because that's like mid-scale PvP. I think, but maybe 12 or 18. It would be like a weird in between. I think of
mods.
Of either or would be good.
Mods, let the chat PvP flow. Okay, as long as they're not breaking Twitch TOS, let them say what they're gonna say. Stop constricting my people. Okay? Stop constricting the language of my people. They're not speaking English.
I timed out that guy because he was weird.
You timed him out? Wait, what did he say?
He said, when is Grenton gonna stop slurping Supple? And then he said they benched me, so I'm cheerleading. So I benched him from the chat for 5 minutes.
Okay, untime him out. I think that was fair. Chat,
it is fair.
I think that is a fair statement. Grenton is mad. Ho's mad, as usual. Grenton can't handle people coming at him. It is what it is. It was an absolutely fair statement. You got benched. Supple hates you.
That's it,
you
boys.
need to deal with
that's it. Krelix, kick off a tank. Put me in, boys. We're playing and casting at the same time.
Go nuts. Wait, no, we're actually waiting on one player. If you
am I allowed to do that? Because I'll do it.
If you wanted to jump in and let me, like. That would be interesting, but like you do realize you'd be hard griefing Supple, right? Because like you wouldn't be listening or putting your 100% into.
I'll have the comms on at the same time as I'm casting.
No, let's not do that because I do think that it would hurt Supple's chances of winning, and I mean that sincerely.
They would just stop.
I just being honest. I think that having one player that is
here's the cope
locked in and 100% focused on the match is better than having one player that's 50-50. It's better to whole ass one thing.
I'm the best tank to touch the game, so me at 50% is better than all of TC's tanks combined.
I'm so sorry, Gretton. I watched you as an SNS dagger see someone sleep like 20 people, and then you woke them all up immediately with exactly
and they all
0
died.
damage.
What do you mean?
No, with exactly
I locked
0
them in place.
damage.
Blue,
No,
this is
they
why
all
your
woke
guild
up.
disbanded.
No. I'm sorry. Where's your guild right now? Oh wait, that's
in the grand finals, baby.
Wait, no.
That's where they are.
Wait a minute. Let's back up for a minute. What did your GM do? Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he chopped wood, but now we're in the grand final, baby.
That's right. No, now we're gonna get into it. Now we're gonna level it down. It's all good, man. Let's talk about what Alex doing right now. How many e-girls is he sitting in call with?
I don't know. You probably know better than I do.
With an e-girl on the internet who is arguably husky, is the way that I'm gonna say it. Okay, and
it is
the
what it is.
best part about Ethereum going down is, you know how all this got leaked? This is the best part. During Siege, 240 people in comms. The woman streams the wrong screen in Discord and it shows Alex DMs and he's like, I'm sorry, baby. I love you. I'm so sorry. I'm cutting trees right now. Bro, so desperate. That's who you chose to follow. My boys are still playing. We did a great
crazy
job.
though, Blue? You know what's crazy though, Blue?
You know what's crazy though? That's what I'm saying.
You know what's crazy? No one in this tournament and no one in your dog shit guild could beat that frail individual. That's all I'm saying, baby. And you know what's even more important? The teams are ready. So let's start yapping and let's see Supple 2-0 TC.
Wait, beat that frail individual? What do you mean beat him? I think we beat him just
fine. No one
fine.
could beat Ethereum. 0 people.
We were with you.
Yeah,
what
and
are
then
we
we weren't, and no one could beat us.
But I'm saying we were together.
Now, no one could beat Supple. We're going to see it here. They're going to go 2-0 and have an undefeated entire tournament.
Supple is not Ethereum. Supple is
Supple.
Do not credit
but they're gonna destroy TC on this
leadership. Map. If Supple wins this, Supple deserves that win. The leadership from Supple deserve this win. It's mainly Supple here. We are ready for the next match, and that is how you chat PvP, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
I'm just saying,
it is.
That's how the men chat PvP right there. Let's get into the next match, baby. We're fired up. Yeah. We're fired up, boys. It's a dentist. And we are ready to go. This is a crazy map to choose for this because we've seen people really struggle to get cats down. Supple spawning in immediately, Gretton.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. This is Supple's second home turf, I would say. First home turf being mmorpg, which, I mean, TC never in a million years would ever go there, right? They're definitely smarter than that. And we're going to have the early engage now on this south side roof. And it looks like the first to fall is actually Tochi on the side of Supple, which is big. It looks like TC's actually eating a little bit here on this high ground. And it looks like Supple is going to be wrapping around a little bit, trying to get some top control here, Blue. And they're finally starting to punch back.
Yeah, Supple getting absolutely blendered on that rooftop up there, and TC Cobra fighting for life in round 2 of this one. A decent amount of Supple on the ground right here, while most of TC Cobra was on that rooftop. As I rotate around here to look at it, or get a better angle rather on the match over here, you can see most of TC piled onto this rooftop right here, and it looks like Supple a little bit more spread, a little bit less congruent as a unit here, as their health bar is getting really low, but TC Cobra's healers doing a great job keeping them healthy right here. A lot of TC Cobra back here keeping their main ball from getting engaged on this high ground, Gretton. Beautiful positioning out of TC, and now they have rooftop control.
Yeah, TC looked really good on this opening engage. Now the respawns are going to come in for Supple. I think that TC got set up so fast, and that was really impressive on their part. And they're going to start waterfalling over. A lot of Supple here on the low ground, and they're just trying to hold this two-story that is on the south of the map here, as they're trying to just make sure that TC can't, extend this lead. They're doing a really good job of stuffing TC as they try to push off that roof. They're content, it looks like, letting TC have that roof. I don't think pushing it is a good idea. We saw how TC was power positioned behind that rooftop as well to just funnel heals and range damage into it. And now Supple is going to just be playing the high ground like they do. Just be careful, Blue. Remember, this match is where we both got stuck a million times, so try not to move too much.
No kidding, as the spectator is a little bit bugged on this match, but that's okay. It looks like TC Cobra moving in here, and I'm curious, Gretton, we've seen this map about 3 times, and its tale as old as time. The first guild to really get the cap on the point can basically prevent the other guild from getting cap over and over and over again. So we're going to see if that is the case here, or if TC Cobra or Supple, whoever the second one to cap it is, can actually battle back. But it's really going to come down to what happens in the next 2.5 minutes here, and who can control and get dominant control of that first cap, and then allow Supple to kind of spread out here, or allow TC to spread out and abuse their flank squad.
Yeah, it's a big back and forth. It looks exactly like the beginning of the Talistone, where it's a lot of red, then some blue comes in, and a lot of red, then some blue comes in. And it looks like Supple is finding their footing now, as they're trying to see how TC is going to actually try to attack this stone. TC now taking the top control of this 2-story. The longhouse is what I call it, because it has like that little L shape to it. And it looks like they're also taking the bell tower. So TC is actually in a really, really powerful position here, with a lot of high ground control.
Yeah, and honestly, again, they control 2. They don't control the other high ground over there. I'm not going to count that, but they control 2 of the 3 very important high grounds here. And Supple, very importantly, standing in range of all of this. Normally, you see guilds positioned on the side where you have rooftop control. That way, you can't be hit by the enemy who has rooftop control on the other side of the dais. But you stay in range of your range. So if anybody steps over to you, you can pull them, you can lock them down, and then your range can fire from the high ground and kill them. A lot of TC actually dropping down now and getting blendered as they move down there, but a lot of Supple also going down as well, as both of them are just piling onto the rift right now. 1 minute left on the clock, and I think the TC knows they need to posture up, and now they've got, oh my gosh, they have multiple, all of the rooftop control belongs to TC Cobra, and that's why I think Supple is struggling a little bit on the low ground engage, is they just don't have the time. They're getting absolutely blendered, and they're getting hit from all sides. There's no safe place for them necessarily to stand. Finally, they clear off that one high ground over there. Supple does have more people on the dais, but TC Cobra very intentionally standing off the point right now.
Yeah, and this is what's happening now, is the last 30 seconds, you see Supple kind of locking in now. There was a couple statics from both guilds fighting towards Portal 2, just literally outside the entire arena. It was both flying squads who just met each other, and they're like, F it, dude, we ball. And I think now the shot callers are like, all right, guys, take your dicks out of your hands, come to the Riftstone. It's time to actually fight for the objective, and that's what both squads are doing. And Supple just looks like, even though they don't have this top control, it's a lot of red on my kill feed here, Blue. I'm not going to lie to you. They do have a little bit of trouble getting that bell tower control back, which is very important. And the tanks from TC are taking a lot of space north of this Riftstone, and that's going to make it very difficult for Supple to kind of position either on the north side or on the south side. Because if you're on the north side, you're fighting a bunch of tanks. If you're on the south side, you're fighting an armada of people who have high ground advantage. And it looks like the caps are going to start coming out now as both guilds are trying to get the first cap of the match. And it looks like DJ Rookies and Sir Loki and Jaeger and Tweaks are doing their best to get the first cap of the match on the side of Supple. And it looks like Sir Loki is going to almost finish a cap. He's going to get interrupted at the last second. And on the other side, DJ Rookies is going to try. He's going to be above 50% now, 65, 70% now, 80%. They can't stop him. They do. And then Loki's going to do it on the other side. They're going to make the TC tanks kind of go back and forth. Loki will fall, however, and this might thwart the plans. Ellipsis is going to be able to get the cap off, but he's going to get interrupted. And now it's going to be anyone's game. Ellipsis again, but he's sitting at 8k HP, slowly getting healed up, but slowly getting damaged as well. It looks like Ellipsis might actually get this cap off, ladies and gentlemen, and he will.
Oh my gosh! It is TC getting the first cap in this, Gretton, and they're going to be off to the races right now. Supple's like, oh, we need to turn on the juice right now. They're going to go for a cap. It's going to get interrupted again by TC. TC knows all they have to do is start piling people onto the point. If they get top control, no, they're going to let Supple have it right now. Supple with control of the stone, both guilds activating. We will not see a shutout on either side, with Supple dominating control of the low ground right now. 30 people on the stone. TC, honestly, I think overcommitting to the high ground. Look how many people are on that rooftop, all fighting Shore. Guys, wake up. They have got to get down here. They're going to lose control of that cap. They're finally starting to drop down, but there's just not enough. Supple, honestly, they're taking a lot more damage, Supple is, but it's just not enough because they have so many more people on the cap. They're getting so much more percentage, Gretton.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job of just playing outside this dais, and like we saw in Talus, stepping in when they need to and stepping out, and the flank squad on the L roof is going to be able to clear up a lot of the TC main ball, so it's going to make Supple have a lot more breathing room in terms of what they're able to do. And this western, I know my lesson rights, side of the Riftstone is a blender right now for Supple, as they're just taking up so much space. The red team has stopped TC from actually capping, so it's going to be up to Ellipsis and the tanks to try to get back into this on the side of TC, and as they do so, Supple, with almost 30 people on the point, Blue, are just going to continue to incrementally gain an advantage. And it's just a masterclass of how to actually attack this rift zone, because they're not overcommitting people on top when they don't need to. They're keeping a lot of people on the bottom, and their flank squads are just running around on the outside of the map, making sure that those respawns and those high value targets are not able to get in. Kit Cutie's going to be trying to get the cap off as well, but he's not going to be able to. Thornmail's going to try his hand at it as well, but he's going to get interrupted. And these tanks from Supple are just doing a phenomenal job of spinning this point. Now it is Continuum who's trying to get it. There's 3 different tanks from TC who are trying to do something, but at the end of the day, it's just the tanks from Supple who are just alternating their CC so well, and with 86% Blue, they're going to cap here very shortly.
Yeah, it's Supple, like you said, a master class in how to attack this. You were absolutely right. They know what they are doing. This looks a lot less close than we saw on Talus. I think TC Cobra may have made a mistake here, and they're starting to learn that. Is although they were the first ones to get a cap off, they just don't have enough people on the stone. The amount of people you need to have on the stone versus the amount you have on the high ground is a very precious number. Look how many people TC Cobra has firing from the high ground, and Supple just basically everyone's on the ground. I think that Supple believes the only reason we ever go up to the high grounds is if we absolutely have to, because they can basically just hide in the various choke points and keep control of the dais, and that's all that really matters. TC, I think, is being baited to try to control these high grounds. They are pushing the Supple members off up there as Maddie walks up there, as Shore walks up there, and they're pushing the TC Cobra backline around, but again, they're just distracting them. TC, too many members committed onto that high ground, and you have Ellipsis still trying to cap the point down here. TC a little bit more scattered right here, and there's almost no time, there's almost no ability to push as a cohesive unit like I was talking about before. That is TC's primary strength. They will almost never get that ability on a Dentist, because if they let off the gas pedal on Supple at all here, Supple will just farm them in choke points repeatedly here. And again, Supple, no one is on a high ground unless they're contesting TC Cobra basically at all, and that's the difference between the two squads, and that's why TC is behind right now as they get another cap, Grenton.
Yeah, TC does manage to get a cap off, but instantly you see a bunch of people from Supple crash the point. Those flank squads from Supple are doing a really good job of keeping that rooftop clear. It's quite literally attack on Titans, and these flex squads are just the scouts, just going from roof to roof, clearing it off as the rest of their contingent is just brawling on the ground, trying their best to just make sure that they can stop TC from capping. I see a big blue feed here on the side of TC. This might be the little increment that they need to start establishing a foothold. However, Supple is just doing a really good job of creating space and making TC overextend to be able to actually get onto the point. A huge suck on the tank core from TC as they're going to get clumped up and they're going to have a couple people fall. And now Supple is able to kind of battle back into this. But TC is looking super healthy on the point here, Blue, as they are able to just kind of just play a little bit of ring around the rosy. They're just avoiding the red names as they're trying to get topped off. But the Supple squad, the respawns are coming in. They're blasting. But TC is doing a really good job of just maintaining this advantage on the stone.
This is a little crazy. TC, I think, has finally figured out, okay, stop putting people on the high ground. Let's fight on the rift itself. And it's working. They're at 42%. There's 14 minutes left. I don't think that Supple wants this at all. 28-25 right now as they're inching their way forward. And we've seen this time and time again in match after match. It looked like it was going to be a Supple kind of day when we came into this Adventus Stone initially. And now it looks like the longer that time goes on here, as long as TC Cobra keeps streaming in and playing this the way they have been, they're going to inch their way to a capped victory here. Supple might be looking at a cap around the 6-minute mark at this point, Gretton. If things continue this way and they don't shut the door on this, which it doesn't look like they're able to very convincingly here, it looks like we might be seeing Supple under the gun with 5 minutes left remaining.
Yeah, TC is doing a really good job of just making sure this stone is fully stocked up. But there's a ton of people from Supple who aren't even on the stone yet. So I'm not sure if they're just doing what they did on Talus. Like, part of me wants to believe they're doing this by design, but the other part of me is looking at how, determined TC is.
53.
They're just going up. They're just going up.
Yeah,
it's just back and forth right now, but TC is just keeping that lead, Blue.
Yeah, this is not what you want to see if you're a Supple fan in the audience right now. But if you're TC Cobra, you're smiling ear to ear, 61% and climbing for these boys. I don't think anyone thought they had it in them after how one-sided Talus looked there. But I'm telling you, they went to the drawing board. They said we started figuring it out toward the end. And sure, they had it wrong when they started at Dentist. But you saw how quickly TC Cobra adapt. Snakes are smart, and now they're bringing it back. They were up at 65%. Now they're pushing back down. Supple's starting to realize they're going to have to fight tooth and nail if they want to win this Riftstone, Gretton.
Yeah, I mean, it's the grand finals. It shouldn't be easy for either team here, and it's a back and forth. We saw them go close to 70%. Now they're down towards 60%. Supple is swarming the point just like TC was, and I think Supple is doing a really good job of timing their respawns, moving in as a group. Same thing with TC. We're very rarely seeing it go up and down by ones and twos, aside from when people are dying. But when it does shoot up, it shoots up by fives and sixes because they're just all crashing the point together. Now we're at below 55% as there's 12 minutes left in this contest. Keep in mind, it's a very risky one now because do you pop guild skills? Do you force a map 3? If you're Supple, you don't want to pop guild skills unless TC does. If
Correct.
you're TC, if you think you're going to win this, you're trying to keep guild skills for map 3. So it's a little bit of a game of chicken here as well, as they're still fighting for this stone. They're still trying to spin this stone. It's been 5 minutes, Blue, that they've been trying to do this second cap of the game. And listen, they managed to thwart
really
four
good.
caps in match number 1. They've only thwarted one so far, and TC on the second one looks really sharp.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. This looks really good for... If you're TC Cobra, you're actually sitting in the driver's seat. It's Supple that is actually losing this right now because there's 11 and a half minutes on the clock. Supple needs to make a decision. Do we just let them have this so that we have enough time to flip this back our way? Or do we battle for it? Again, this is what we've seen as we've gotten further and further into this tournament. It's not just one guild. The first guild that cap it prevents the other guild from capping the whole time. No, it's close the entire time. As again, TC hits 70% with 11 minutes left remaining. But again, Supple battles back. 35 people left on the point once again for Supple as they battle it back at 41. Holy moly, they're trying to shut this down. They're trying everything they can. TC falling apart a little bit, starting to falter. But remember, in that third place match we saw, it got down to 1%.
1%.
And then within 3 minutes, we we saw a reverse cap on it. That's how much faster you gain percentage than lose percentage. Supple has to hold this for much longer than TC does in order to hold on to this one. And I think that they're struggling with it now, as TC knows they just need to drag it all the way down to the wire and then secure it at the last moment.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I think TC's trying to do. I think they're trying to regroup a little bit more convincingly so they can crash the point. But you have to keep in mind, when you're over, I think 15 people difference, you lose and gain double points. So that's why we saw them go from 70 down to 40 so quickly. That's why we saw Press W go from 1% to 50 so quickly, because they had such a crazy advantage. And you can see it indicated by the second arrow either pointing down or pointing up. And it looks like, you can see, they have 20 more people on the point, and they are draining the contribution from TC, and it's just absolutely insanity from both sides here, as they're just fighting tooth and nail for every little point of perception. Both guilds just popped guild buff blue, both guilds pop range, both guilds pop mana regen. They're all sending it for map number 2.
Full send for map 2. Supple says, no, we can win this. Stand your ground, boys. TC Cobra says we need to rally. We have to get back into it. Bummy coming in with a big flash wave over the top of Supple right there. Not able to find any kills though. Supple in domination of the rift right now. Got the contribution from 75 all the way back down to 21%. This is exactly what we saw in Press W versus Press W versus Tier. It was earlier today, but again, it got all the way down to 1%, and then they just reverse swept it all the way back up. And that's what we're seeing is now TC Cobra starting to rally people onto the point right now. 29, 31, and now the percentage is going to start to climb again. They need to pop Guardians, I think, and push this, Grenton.
Yeah, Guardians should be up if they ripped it at the beginning. I'm not sure. I wasn't really paying attention to the first couple engages which guild popped Guardians, but I'm just trying to like click around and see who's not in a red or blue coat to kind of see if people are popping Guardians. But I don't think anyone has popped Guardians yet. And I think if you're TC, you don't want this cap to end. You don't want to lose all this contribution, because it took like 8 minutes to get here. So it's gonna take probably the same, if not maybe a little more, unless you can pop Guardians and catch Supple on the back foot.
Yeah, I think that their contribution's starting to wane here, as Supple barely able to squeak it out. They're suppressing TC Cobra, keeping them down 15%, but we've seen just how quickly it can swing back the other way. And there it goes for TC Cobra. 26 people against 27, 30 against 25. It's TC Cobra trying to battle back now. 8 minutes left on the clock. Time is running out for the blue team over here, and $2,600 on the line. Who is the strongest guild in North America? TC Cobra battling everything they've got. 40 people on the point for TC Cobra as they push Supple back. Tornado after tornado. Look at all the blue health bars on the point. They're dominating right now. They're climbing back up, Gretton. 32%, 33%. They want that title.
Here come the Supple respawns. This is the most important part now for TC. They have to survive this respawn wave from Supple, and it looks like they are able to start picking up 1s and 2s, but now I'm seeing a lot of red on my kill feed here, Blue, but TC is not backing down. TC is still punching back. They are not gonna give up. They are gonna push. What the? How did Eli get a kill? I'm sorry, that's weird. The guy has like 0 damage on his bars. I think he just auto-attacked someone by accident. But anyways, they are doing so much work here, trying their best to just thwart this onslaught of Supple, just crashing the point. And as we see, it's neck and neck, Blue. It's neck and neck. There's 7 minutes left. This, I think, is going to be the last cap of the match. If Supple drains it, I think they're doing good. If TC gets it, I don't know that Supple has enough time to cap back.
Yeah, I think TC Cobra battling for life right now. They're at 43%. And again, very importantly, this is it. If they get shut down, their tournament is over. Supple is the strongest in North America. If TC Cobra rallies for the next 6 minutes, they can win this. They're back over 50%, Gretton. And again, that's how quickly it can swing in TC's favor. All they have to do is maintain control. Just one more pair of shoes on the point, higher than the opposing guild, and they can win this thing. Supple pushing back through.
It's a lot of red, Blue. It's NGH, I think, just got 8 kills by himself. Oh no, this is not what you want to see if you're TC. This is where Supple needs to put the foot on the gas, foot on neck, as I like to say. Just send it fully, wipe them fully, get them below 20 if you can. The respawns from TC are coming in from the church side like rabid animals as they try to just scrounge every little point of contribution that they can. There's 5 minutes left in this contest, Blue, and they're back on with 30 people. It didn't take them long to regroup.
They refuse to go down. TC battling for life, trying to get over that 44% mark. They can't have it swing back down to 20%. With this little few time left remaining, they have got to get back on top of this point, and Supple knows it. Every single member of Supple basically working together. You know that they are yapping in comms right now. They are locked in. At the end of the day right now, there's a lot of red health bars on my screen. Supple looking like they're pushing TC Cobra back down into the dirt. TC Cobra, too many people. Jexel, get the hell down here. Honestly, a favor from Supple right now to pull Jexel from the high ground up there. Too many TC members standing on the high ground, as Supple knows what's important at this moment, Gretton. I just cannot believe you still see some TC members standing on high grounds at this point. Everyone should be on the dais.
I think they're scared. I just don't think their healers can keep them topped up enough, those squishier DPS, because the flash waves, the AoE damage from the side of Supple is all coordinated at the same time. And it's not like, oh, they go to 20%, you can top them off. They usually go from 100 to 0. I don't hate the fact that TC is using this high ground, but I would like to see them do kind of what Supple's doing. They're staying just outside the dais, stepping in when they need to, pulling back when they don't. Stepping in when they need to, pulling back when they don't. And now we're seeing TC start to do that. There's 4 minutes left. They're at 28%. This is what they need to do. They need to continue to maintain this, or else Supple is just going to choke the life out of them. And again, a huge respawn wave from Supple coming in. TC needs to figure out how to stop that from happening, because every time Supple gets a respawn wave, they take 20% of your contribution. Every single time, Blue.
Yeah, and TC Cobra battling as much as they can right now. Supple looking dominant in this tournament. 2-0 every single round of the tournament. 1-0 in the grand finals. Looking at the staring down the barrel of victory to be crowned kings of North America. TC Cobra trying to bite back every which way that they can, but it's just not enough. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. The percentage is falling dangerously low, Gretton. Time is falling dangerously low. Supple looking like they might start celebrating soon, as the feed is looking awful red.
Yeah, it's all red all the time. Suck Fupple indeed. They are just draining the last contribution of TC, 15% and falling. I don't think there's enough time for TC to actually cap again if this cap gets thwarted, and Supple did it by accident or on purpose. But they just played it perfectly in this final 5 minutes of this match.
This is going to be the door shutting on TC Cobra. If they can't get control, they're down at 5%, down at 4%. TC, hope is running out. Time is running out. They can't get the people on the point. There's still some virgin losers on this high ground firing Holy Blonde. Kick that guy from the guild. They will lose it. Supple, Kings of North America, 2.5 minutes on the clock. TC's backline. Holy shit, what are you doing? Supple coordinating better. They look good the whole tournament long, Gretton. They deserve this.
Yeah, and they're gonna try to cap again, but we've seen it before. We've seen it again. They're shit talking already. Movements already yapping easy. This is where the shit talk is gonna come out.
Garbage.
They don't care anymore.
That's
they're
right.
They're just gonna ride this train for the last 2 minutes, I think, Blue. It's crazy.
And you see every single ranged member firing from a high ground from TC right now is actual dog water at the video game. They don't understand how important. Look at the difference between players on the point. Those players are the reason that you're losing this match right here. And I'm telling you, the range every time are the reason that you lose, because they're your worst players. On God, they're your worst players. TC, finally they drop down from the rooftop. Suddenly they have 37 people on the point. What a Christmas miracle, Gretton. Absolutely unbelievable when they actually start to consider having sex for the first time in their godforsaken lives and stand on the point and contribute to something. 33 to 31. Unbelievable. Supple is going to take this home because they are the dominant guild, because they have the better leadership, because they have the better players, because they are better, Gretton.
Did I? I thought I was biased.
I don't give a damn.
Dude, holy
It's
shit.
so frustrating. I am a shot caller. I have led guilds. You're at the precipice of victory. They're fighting for everything they're worth, and some fucking cuck like named Kings is standing on the high ground, firing, oh, there he goes. Drop down like that. That's what I'm saying, though. You've got to stand on the point and contribute to something in your life. Man, everyone else is fighting for everything it's worth, and you have these people firing from this high ground. It looked like TC figured it out early on, but sadly, they didn't make it very clear to the most dented members of their community that they have got to stand on the point. Supple knew, though. Everyone in Supple has a brain. Everyone in Supple worked together. They deserve this win. 2-0 the whole way through the tournament. The entire leaderboard is Supple Oni. The entire tournament has been Supple Oni. There is no doubt the kings of North America are Supple.
That's just poetry. I called it day one. I called it in the finals. I said Supple was going to win. I said Supple was going to win 2-0. I just let you cook, baby, because I just feel validated.
That's better coming from a third party, I'll be honest.
It is better coming from a third party as well. Let you cook, dude. Suck Supple in the chat and look at NGH, dude. I saw this guy's name on the kill feed. It wasn't in like ones and twos. It was in blocks, Blue. You know the kill feed only shows 3 at a time? It refreshed 2 or 3 times and it was all NGH.
Absolutely unbelievable. The highest damage in the map coming out for Dawn here, but the highest kills, like you said, for NGH. Who is the highest healing in the match? It's got to be Eli. Eli, right? That guy's an absolute animal. 6.2 from Sithra right there. We'll see if that can be beaten on this one. 6 million coming out for Emily. Right there.
Yeah, go to line 61, Blue.
8.4 million for Yaya right there.
Yaya did work.
8.3 for Eli. There's my boy. Highest healing in the match for Supple Oni right there. Highest damage, highest kills, and damage taken probably also 2.3 million for Wix. From Synhedron, that is TC Cobra right there. 2 million, 2.1 million again from the TC members. Just their frontline doing so much work in that match. It's a shame that their backline just has too many chromosomes to listen to calls.
I think the Supple guys are very, very eager to do their interview, Blue.
Yeah, let's get him into call right now. Let's get him into call. I want to say really good fights to both teams. I was gunning for DC Cobra right there. I think that those boys came out and had a great showing. Crowned #2 guild in North America, showing absolute mastery of a video game that literally just came out. Right here. Absolutely incredible. We're going to jump over into the Discord where we're going to talk with the Supple leadership here. It does look like they're already ready to go. Here are my boys. All right, here, I'll start something. I'll start it off. Supple, a dominant performance. 2-0 the whole tournament through. Round after round after round. And admittedly, TC Cobra gave you the toughest fight of the whole tournament, but you guys look like you're on another level.
Dude, there's no other way to put it, Blue. TC came in talking their shit, the war game heroes. Dude, these guys, listen, they're not a bad team, but they've got a lot to work on to step to the boys in Supple. It is what it is. Champions.
I love this. That's absolutely right. Champions of North America, and dare I say, potentially the world. If we see EU and then potentially cross server, do you guys think you guys are kings of the world right now? Do you think you could beat KR? Do you think that you could beat the top guilds in EU?
Not even a question, Blue. EU, Korea, anywhere. They are ours, bro. We are the dominant force enthroned in Liberty today, tomorrow, forever. It's as simple as that.
Amen, brother. It's North American dominance. You love to see it. I just want to say, I love the ego. I love the confidence coming out in really hardcore PvP guilds like this. You guys grind. You do contracts. You do dungeons every single day. You do the open world. You're showing up to every boss. It's an absolute grind for 3 months, getting to the finish line and finally proving that you are #1 in North America. How does that feel? Dude, you got to be rock hard right now.
I'm bricked, bro. There's nothing that compares. The siege win, the tournament win right after, all of it just culminating to demonstrate to the world why Supple is king. And at the end of the day, Blue, you're absolutely right. All of it, from the 5 a.m. leadership calls to the 3,000 rosters Krillix has gone over to all the personnel, all the alliances, and everything else. At the end of the fucking day, bro, it's a grind, it's a sprint, and don't forget all the effort every single Supple member put in. All the people that started with us on Drake Rift. Remember, we're a free-to-play guild. Everyone that started with us on Drake Rift learned the game, grinded, came in a month late, started just building their synergies and their statics. To all the Ethereum guys who had the worst situation in the world, their guild exploding over a e-girl of all things, coming in, rounding out our roster, bringing the heat, and to all the boys along the way from everywhere else that have come in, given it their all, put in 1,000% effort, and given us everything that we need to succeed. I can't thank them enough, bro. From top to bottom, the Supple machine runs well-oiled, and I'm so proud to be part of this guild, to play with the leadership core I do, to play with the players that I do, and there's a goddamn good reason. At the end of the day, we are here hoisting the crown, not just in Siege, but in the GVG tournament as well.
That's right, baby. I love that energy. I with it. That is the energy of someone who has literally been putting in over full-time hours since the game came out every week, not getting paid until this moment. How do you guys, do you know how you're even, does the money even matter to you? Who's getting the money? Are you evenly splitting it? Are you handing it to some broke boy who could just use a little more gear? What's happening with that?
I think Krillix is using it to fund his harem. That's a joke.
How many?
That's a joke. That's a joke. I'm pretty sure what we're going to be doing is evenly splitting it as we do. I'll be honest. I think I speak for all leadership. Mystery, Hori, Krillix, you guys can speak in as well. I don't think any of us give a We came in to win. We came in to give it our all, and we came in to dominate. There could have been no prize money. There could be $1 million. It doesn't matter. Because in the end, we are here to win, and we are here to pump. People talked about Nippon Steel coming into this one. We are here with Supple Steel.
Supple Steel.
I love it. I love it. Krillix, do you guys, Krillix, do you have anything to say too? I see Hori just joined the call. I know Kilosh, that's our boy Kilosh, basically speaking for Supple there. Any of the other Supple members want to chime in here?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of like what Kilosh touched on. I just mad respect, and I love the Supple community. Like, shout out to like everybody from like the Supple leadership, Kilosh, Hori, Mystery, Dash, all of our officers, all of our class leads. Like our success is a culmination of everyone's efforts, time and effort. And, you know, it's just beautiful to see like everything come together and, you know, us get a W here.
Absolutely. Mystery, Hori, you guys want to speak up here?
I don't really have too much to say besides the fact that, like, prize money or not, we were gonna do this, right? We enjoy competing in any games, really, not really specifically like MMOs. So I think biggest thing for us is like it's a community effort, as Felix said, and yeah, we're just glad we got to take home the dub.
You know, the funny thing there is that Krilosh said you guys actually started free to play. Well, on the application it said you guys were early access. Did you guys start free to play?
I think your application was actually wrong. Some of the questions, like the one that you were actually like streaming, was wrong because we never won a single siege. When I filled out the application, I put 0, and it also said that our prediction was like would be like top 5 or top 10. I put we'd be number 1 for sure. So
okay,
I think there was like something missing there, but
I can take a look at it, but honestly, to have a free-to-play guild come out and win the tournament is absolute cinema, because I think it motivates a lot of the free-to-play players at home. And what do you guys have to say to the entire Throne and Liberty community that may have been getting discouraged the last few weeks, seeing you guys come out and win this tournament like this? What do you want to see from them?
Well, a few misconceptions I want to clear up real quick is like, I keep hearing, I guess a lot of it's just cope, but one, I keep hearing people say that like we're all like Korea vets and we've been playing the game for like 10 months. Supple actually came, like we played on free to play and we came in a month late. Like we didn't start playing Throne and Liberty until the beginning of November. Like 75% of our roster started playing the game beginning of November. The other 25% is like it's players we picked up from Ethereum. A lot of those Ethereum players are actually Supple players that played with us on New World, that if we would have started Throne and Liberty at the beginning of the game, like they would have been playing with us. But we picked up the game late, so once we picked up the game, like they came in after us. And then on top of that, like I said, like our roster tonight had 9 players that played on the Korea servers. So people that keep saying like our entire roster has been playing Throne and Liberty forever, we have all like the synergy from like 10 months of experience. Like that's just not the case at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody coming in. I know that there was a lot of expectations from the players that played on Korea, the players that played in early access, the players coming over from the Black Desert community. A lot of expectations there. You guys beat everyone. That has to be an absolute W. I really appreciate you guys coming out to participate in this tournament. What do you have to say to those guilds that were too pussy to show up for the tournament, like Fury and Corrupt?
Whoa, those are our allies, bro.
I mean, I don't blame Fury. Like war games, like when the Fawn side was in, they're kind of lame. But unfortunately for them, like they didn't know that they was going to get patched out mid tournament. So I think now if you were to host another tournament, Fury and Corrupt would definitely be participating.
Yeah, I think that patch change that came in is probably one of the most significant balance patches for war games possible, and it couldn't have come at a better time. That being added right before the semifinals and finals, I swear it made the tournament, because these matches are way more exciting. The war game practice before was there'd be 48 people that run on and then you push once and then reset, run on with the Fonsons, push once. This became a lot more fun as a meta.
Yeah, what do you guys think was the primary thing contributing to your success over these guilds? What if you could point to one thing, whether it be your statics or how you coordinate with your statics or how you set up your comms, or how you even set up your parties? Are you using 2 healers in the party? Do you think that there's some tech that really gave you the edge in this tournament, or are you just better?
I think we played pretty standard, but I think Mystery hit the nail on the head. I think our micro is very clean compared to a lot of these guilds. A lot of the applications that we get for our guild, we get VODs from other guilds, and the micro comms are so hit or miss. There's people that aren't playing, same targets, not just teeing onto people. Like, for example, if somebody in my group, if I have one of my melees die or is, they sweep a guy, I mean, that's something that me and the other bow staff are turning to and just nuking immediately.
Yeah.
Those types of plays are... And it sounds simple, silly, but that's just not happening. There's not communication for it. There's not groups playing, coordinating together. You can see it even playing with TC. These guys are all over the Boonstone, all over the map, playing 100 different objectives. And sure, the main caller is going to call once or twice to bomb something. But there's nothing really happening outside of that where it really feels like they're a coordinated force. You don't ever die to guilds like TC or Helloing or Nisa or any of the other guilds we face this tournament because they outplayed you. It feels like you just got hit by incidental AoE for most of your guys. There's nothing coordinated. It's
actually really interesting because Supple comes from New World, right? And it's a 3-button MMO. So there's not a lot of it's not very complicated to actually like play your class in New World. So like a lot of like the like important aspects of New World comes in through like communication, team play, understanding like micro, like how to play with your team, like relative to the army, and just like macro concepts as well. And I think a lot of that translates into this game, it like with the group play as well. Whereas like you look at BDO, I feel like BDO is a lot more like mechanically, difficult, and it's a lot more solo play. Like there is group play, but like listening to the comms of people from like BDO compared to like New World players, it's just night and day. There's just way more synergy. There's way more like team play overall.
Right.
And-
Yeah, there's definitely a contrast between the two. And I think that the thing that Throne and Liberty does best is it does scale really well. So like you're not struggling with lagging or desyncing constantly all the time. You're able to see what's happening on your screen, and it helps you kind of react a little bit more. And because the combat system is just a little bit more simplistic, well, a decent amount more simplistic than an action combat system like Black Desert, it gives you more time to coordinate with your player, with your other friends, with your guild, with everyone else. So I think you're right. There is a lot more micro intensive calls that can go on in a situation like that. Now, there's one more thing I do want to say. There are a lot of players viewing Throne and Liberty PvP for the very first time, and maybe some new Throne and Liberty players out there, maybe they're afraid to get involved in PvP in general. What would you say to those players? How would you tell those players to get involved, and how would they get better at the game?
Oh, dude, getting into Throne and Liberty PvPs, I think it's if you are at the gear level and the threshold you need to get into PvP, it's a lot easier than most other games, plain and simple. Because of how the alliance system works, because you need to have 280 players across your 4 guilds. At the end of the day, if you're hitting that gear score requirement, 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, whatever, you got all your main gear, you got your rune grind finished, most guilds are going to take you. For example, if I was a new player, I just finished gearing up, I go message someone in Nisa, right? Or I go message someone in Yeehawing, or I go message someone in Filtered. Those guilds that don't have their rosters fully fleshed out yet, fully 70-man, if you can go in, you can show a good VOD or two, your mechanics are there, you know you've got it, you will get a spot and you will get a trial on those guilds. Getting spots to PvP in this game is very easy. The hard part comes in actually standing out and keeping them once those guilds hit those 280-man marks. But again, that's difficult because that's a lot of players needed and a few main alliances, right?
Okay, and you have a rare opportunity here. You know AGS is listening right now. Is there anything that you want to say to them, whether it be bugs that you would like addressed or problems with the game right now, whether it be balance or issues? Take your pick. Speak.
I think balance is actually pretty good for the most part. The one thing that I think AGS really needs to hit on, the game's balance is synergized pretty one-to-one with Korea. For example, I know this has probably been hit on 1,000 times. Spear buffs came in Korea. Spear buffs will push to NA. The thing is, when you have weapons that are designed for T2 coming into T1, it vastly changes the outcome of the game and the meta. It doesn't matter as much in war games. It doesn't matter as much in 70v70. But when you're playing this type of shit in world bosses and stuff like that, it makes the player experience miserable for most people. We've seen more players quit in probably the past 2 to 4 weeks than we have at all in the game. And of course, that's going to happen with attrition from drop off over time. But the big problem is this content is not fun to play for PvPers right now. Conflict bosses, you'll see it on Zeroth, you'll see it on other servers. We as a guild and as an alliance are not going to anything beyond the APMs at this point, solely because they are essentially you're just getting tortured by spears for 30 minutes to an hour. There's not really much play to do or to opt into against it, and it makes large scale a lot more miserable than anything else. Beyond that, we could use a T2 date announcement here or there.
I've got two things real quick. You definitely need to, as far as like bug fixes, like I would like to see them be fixed like quicker. Like for instance, like the Eridus buff has been in the game since the beginning of the game, and it still exists. That just creates like a massive advantage for people who are exploiting that bug. And then also, I would love to see them to add battlegrounds as soon as possible. That'd be huge. That'd be great for like the community overall.
What do you mean by battlegrounds exactly? You mean like 10v10, 12v12? Like what format?
Like queuable battlegrounds. So like there's war games, but you have to like create your own lobbies. So it's just something you can queue up and just automatically get put on to a team. So it's just like more repeatability, like outside of like the conflict bosses. And nighttime PvP cycles.
Gotcha. Okay, one last thing. A lot of people we talked about Spear, and the other hot topic that people like to talk about, and I'm going to ask your opinion because you guys are the best. What do you think about Flash Wave after the nerfs?
Did the 12 target nerf go through on an A yet? I haven't even noticed it.
No,
I don't believe it's through yet. No.
Gotcha. I think it's hard to say because Flash Wave does have a pretty big nerf coming in. It's kind of a mixed bag with that ability, because it has a lot less value when you're playing in those GVGs. But when you're playing in the large ZVZs and there's 280 people, you don't really have a quick way to actually one-shot a clump or clean a Zerg or do really anything to counter them if you don't have abilities like Flash Wave or like the spears in the game. So it's kind of a mixed bag. I'd have to play the game more once it's nerfed to see how it plays out. My initial take is it's worse for Alliance PvP to nerf it. Alliance PvP is going to be more enjoyable to play. for the other classes, but you're going to be seeing these long, drawn-out, extended fights versus anything that can be quick. For example, you're not going to see the big sleeps into a flash wave wipe on a Zerg, killing 200 people in a couple seconds versus cleanup afterwards.
Right.
So it's a nerf that I want to see how it plays out. I think it could be good for the game. It's going to be a lot more micro-intensive if that change goes through. A lot of kills are going to be tied to a lot more group play going forward. But I think it also raises the skill cap on the game quite a bit, which is a good thing.
Right on. Okay, so closing thoughts here, because we're gonna do a losers interview with TC right after this. What are your closing thoughts? Anything you want to say to the community or to your boys out there? And I just want to say, everybody that's in Supple, you need to give a big thank you to your leadership. Honestly, if you participated in this tournament, you need to give a big thank you to your leadership core, who have been moving heaven and earth for you, win, lose, or draw, to participate in these events, to go to the world bosses, to organize it, to put in basically 40 to 60 hours a week to making sure that you have a good time in the game. Go give a thank you to your leadership core. What are your guys' closing thoughts on the tournament here?
I mean, dude, this tournament was... Oh, go ahead, Brooks.
GG, suck bubble. That's all I got.
Yeah, I would say top to bottom. Firstly, Blue, thank you so much for setting up this tournament. Events like this are what really keeps games like this alive. It keeps the PvP scene alive, and it really invigorates players who want to get better, to get in those top guilds, and to really put, their heart and soul into the game and grind it the fuck out. So cannot thank you enough for setting up and organizing an event like this. Thank you so much to the tournament admins. I know Lucy's been moving heaven and earth with some of these lobbies.
A goat. Yeah.
For real.
Behind the scenes.
So, yeah, for real. So Matt, appreciate you, Lucy. Great work. Grenton, thanks for casting, bro. If you guys want to get better at tank, Grenton told me to tell you to watch his stream. I don't know if that's true, but he did say to do it. Other than that, thank you so much to the Throne and Liberty community. You guys are awesome, and there would be no viewer base. There'd be nothing to stream. There'd be no tournaments to play without people like you tuning in, locking in, and coming in, talk shit, support your teams, the whole nine. So whether you love Supple, whether you hate Supple, thank you guys so much. We could not do any of this without all of you supporting us, supporting PvP, and supporting the game. So shout out to you guys. Absolutely. And of course, thank you so much to my boys in Supple, from the leadership, Krelix, Mystery, Hori, Dash, all the boys giving it their all, grinding it night in, night the out. To all the players locking in, giving it their all, and really believing. We remember 4 weeks ago, we were the Pin 3 guild. But these people locked the... They showed up, they said, you know what, it happens, and stuck with us to win the Siege on the hardest server in the game, to win the GVG tournament, to be the best guild in Throne and Liberty. And finally, to all of our enemies, especially TC, you. All this shit talk over the war games to show up and play like that? Pathetic, bro. Get better. Simple as that.
I fuck with that guy, I'm gonna be honest.
Yep. GG's, everyone. GG's.
All right, GG's, guys. We'll have you guys bounce out here, and we're going to pull TC leadership in and talk to them here as well. Go ahead and move these people up so that they can talk with each other there, and we'll pull Kings on up here. Now, Kings, this is TC leadership now. Kings, you guys got to be feeling a little bit down, but at the end of the day, second in North America is nothing to scoff at. Your boys battled hard.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really proud of how well our mental stayed. I know we had some rocky parts in there. I mean, I don't think a lot of us expected to be that hard pressed at Talus. I'm sure as most of you guys know, Talus is one of the stones we were actually expecting to win. Supple's preparation today was very admirable, and they showed us, bro. They played very well, and I'm very proud of them for it.
Yeah.
Good job, Supple.
Well, I do want to say to all the TC leadership again, just like I said to Supple, you guys have been working full-time jobs that you're not getting paid for to make sure that the other 240 members of your alliance have a good time in this game. So I just want to say you guys have moved heaven and earth to get to this point. I, more than anyone, can appreciate that fact. You guys have been absolutely killing it, and I think that you guys put in more effort than anyone to practice in war games basically all the time, constantly doing VOD reviews, constantly trying to play against other guilds and creating content for everyone else on the scene. So massive shout out and respect for everyone there. What do you say to the people that you did beat in the tournament? What did you think of the rounds of the tournament outside of the grand finals?
I think a lot of teams put a lot of work in for this. I think a lot of the teams are also very shooken up by the patch, us included. The change midway through the tournament with the big change to bubble and how ganking like re-gears and making sure that you were able to control not just like the point but also the map, because it made the map a lot bigger of a deal, bigger deal. But yeah, I think a lot of teams put in a lot of work for this tournament, and I mean, thank you guys for doing everything you guys could for the tournament. And
I just want to point out that against Tier there, you guys looked like it was a little sweaty there. Did you guys think that that was going to be that close?
Yeah, we knew Tier was very good.
Yeah.
I think people don't know like the Zeroth, like, and understand, like, people aren't outside the server probably don't get it. Tier is a very good guild. Cho Nation, they're strong like Nippon Steel. I mean, I'm sure everyone's heard.
I mean, that's a feat. I'm going to tell you right now, no one in Black Desert history ever beat that group of players. Never happened.
Yeah, they're very good. No, yeah, Cho Nation's very good. Same thing with Press W. We scrimmed Press W as well. They were very good as well outside of the tourney. Yeah.
Absolutely insane. Yeah, absolutely insane performance for you guys. Now, you know, AGS and everyone are listening from home. Is there anything that you want to say to them potentially about the game, what you think about the game? Are there things that you want changed?
100%.
Any compliments? Go ahead right now.
Oh, 100%. So, first of all, the launch of this game has been great. Let's talk about some wargame problems. I think Boonstone Castle Buff should not be included in wargames. Might be a controversial take, but when we used to fight Supple with our Castle Buff, it felt like we could not lose a brawl to them, no matter what. And the moment, like 170 heavy or 190 heavy attack swing makes it very difficult to win extended fights, because the longer the fight goes on, the more the stats start to matter. I really wish they would remove it from wargames to make it a more competitive environment.
Right. And honestly, you bring up a good point. They did have the castle buff when they fought you in the tournament here, because they just barely upset not just you guys, but everyone last siege.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. So, okay. So is there any other things that you want to say to AGS directly there? That's actually an excellent point. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think Spear right now is in a great spot. It needs to be buffed a little bit. I die in half a second. I wish I'd die instantly. It makes it faster to respawn, so they should buff Spear, honestly. Yep.
That's fair. He makes a
you
good
had
point.
me in the first half, Kings. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
I think it's too weak.
You had me in the first half, dude.
True. Just a little bit too strong. Honestly, it did get buffed a little bit in this most recent patch as well here. Yeah. Now, Kings, having experienced this, I don't want to say devastating defeat, because again, number 2 in North America is nothing to scoff at. No one in TC Cobra should be going to bed tonight with their heads held out. At least you guys are going to get some sleep tonight.
We're first losers.
That's true. At least you guys are going to get some sleep tonight. I'm pretty sure the guy I just talked to in Supple, that guy's not sleeping tonight. He's on like cocaine or something. It's literally insane. But like, you are actually going to...
Dude, that guy in Supple, when he shot calls, I have him at 1%. Just so and it's still too loud.
Yeah, I love it. I absolutely with that energy. But what's your prediction for Siege this weekend? Now that TC's had their... they may have beaten you in this tournament. How do you think the 70v70 to 240v240 looks here?
Well, there's been a lot of alliance swaps recently.
Massive.
So honestly, not a clue. Like, okay, I could give an answer and be like, I think we're gonna win, but I have no idea. So many alliance swaps has happened. I honestly don't know who even won out in the alliance swap. Did Tier and them win?
Time will tell.
Time will tell. Yeah, we'll see the siege. I think the siege will be chaotic. It'll be a lot of fun, and I hope everyone's ready for it and expects to be there.
Absolutely. You want to give a recruitment shout out for TC? Did they lose today? Yes. But these are some of the best gamers on the server. They represent a really cool community of people that just want to come out and fight all the time. These guys are all about the PvP, and there's such good sports about it. And I want to say good sports also includes, you guys are great at chat PvP too. So is Supple. We love that. You guys are great. And what I love about both of these organizations is neither one of you guys are pussies when it comes to chat PvP. I see neither. Yeah, you guys shit talk each other, but you never see each other feeling sorry for yourselves or anything crazy like that. You lose, you take it on the chin. You take that shit talk in turn. Both sides have been on the losing end of it. You guys are on the losing end of it today. What do you have for a recruitment pitch?
All right, well, if you want to join our community, not just for this game, but in general, discord.gg/takecare. There's only one major rule, no e-dating. We are very firm against e-dating. We will not have the same mistake that Ethereum had. We will stand strong. This is not an anti-women thing, by the way. You can join, but just no e-dating. Absolutely none. None allowed. And I will make sure of it.
No e-dating with the homies either, or what?
Depends.
Yeah, what about the gauge relationships?
Because that's why
so to
Supple's so
speak.
strong. Like Krelix has like a harem of dudes.
We didn't think about that. That's why they won.
Mhm.
That's why you guys lost, dude. Back
True.
to the drawing
They
board.
have a connection, quite literally,
Yep.
like physically.
Yeah. It's like the
connected.
Spartans, dude. They used to sleep together, you know?
Yep.
True,
Yeah,
actually.
they did.
Yep,
Yep, that's why
absolutely
they're so
true.
strong.
All right, thanks so much, Kings, for coming in and being brave enough to do the post-match interview. I really appreciate your guild's and your organization's support of the event and how far you guys came. You looked so good. You did not disappoint all tournament long, and that's why you were one of the top seeds for the tournament. Thank you so much, man.
Yeah, thank you for hosting it too, man.
Absolutely.
I'm sure next time we'll be around and we'll win it.
Right on. Glad to hear that, Kings. We'll talk to you later, buddy. Move him on out of here. Yep. There we go. And now it's just me and Gretton. So Gretton, let's give one more shout out to our sponsor, Icon App, for helping support me on the tournament today. Make sure you guys go download that. It's completely free and it helps give you way more understanding of how your computer is running, what is wrong, diagnosing issues, and then it helps you optimize 40% better FPS across the board. If you do, they're just $10 a month subscription service, $8 a month if you use code Gretton or code Blue Squadron. Again, supporting big tournaments like this for the community helps us put on more big tournaments for the community. I'm already looking at the next thing I could potentially do, the next big thing, the next big tournament. So if you have any ideas, again, guys, I have 2 YouTube videos that come out every single day, one for Throne and Liberty, usually one for BDO. Lately, it's been tournament. So I've been a little bit off of it, but like, yeah, make sure you check that out. And now we have my boy Gretton, who helped carry the casting desk for me. One of the best duos, or the best duo I've ever had on a casting desk for a tournament. I've professionally shoutcasted for Pearl Abyss and a lot of their tournaments before. I've obviously shoutcasted my own tournaments and a lot of the Black Desert community. This is my first time shoutcasting in Throne and Liberty, and my first time shoutcasting with Gretton. And Gretton, I couldn't have done it without you, buddy.
Dude, thank you so much for having me. I know I made a lot of memes that I wanted to be playing, but I'm going to be completely honest with you. I would take casting over playing if it means
Same.
casting with you every day of the week,
Same,
man.
dude.
I've been casting. I'm 29 years old. I know I look like I'm 50 because I'm balding, but I'm 29 years old. I've been casting since I was 17. I've done ESLs. I've done Dream Hacks. I've done ESCAs for CSGO. I've done Canadian Nationals. I've done US Nationals for Rainbow Six. I've casted so many different games, and I've never clicked with a caster as fast as I clicked with you and as well as I clicked with you. And I think that the entire tournament was absolutely insane from the day one where we had a nail biting, Riftstone fight between I think it was Tsunami and Infamy in day
So
one
crazy.
to the nail biters that we had with the upsets of Press W. It was actually cinema. You couldn't have scripted a better tournament. To all the guilds who participated, thank you for participating. Obviously, we can't do any of this without you. To all the guilds who didn't participate. I hope you realize how much fun you missed out on and you participate again or you participate for the first time next time. More importantly, every single person who on a Friday night at 11 p.m. is sitting here in their boxers at their computer typing in Blue Squadron's chat, you guys are what makes the entire tournament worth it for everybody. AGS loves seeing it. We love seeing it. The guilds love seeing you guys get hyped. The community is what makes these games, MMOs and PvP games specifically, so fun. Obviously, the chat, we had a little caster PvP today. I love Blue. Blue loves me.
Oh, yeah, no,
it is what it is. You know what I mean?
We're just doing content.
Shit talk is fun.
It is
right.
what it is.
As long as everyone's keeping it, semi-civil.
fun.
So again, thank you again to the Throne and Liberty community. I never in a million years, when I was playing this game to 12 viewers on Twitch back in the day, literally this time last year, by the way, 12 viewers on Twitch. I never thought I'd get partnered. I never thought I'd be casting a tournament with over, a couple thousand viewers. And I never thought that we would have competition this cutthroat in a Korean MMO, guys. You guys are absolute beasts at what you do. The community, thank you so much. And that's all I'll say. You know where to find me, everyone in the chat. And if you don't know where to find me, not Grenton on all socials. Thank you.
Right on, Gretton. And guys, my message to the entire Throne and Liberty community is sincerely, This was a dangerous tournament for me to put on. I was really nervous. I was like, I wasn't sure how it was necessarily going to be received. It was the first time when I reached out to AGS about it, they were like, that seems like a really big, are you sure you want to do? No one's ever did that in Korea either. They were like, we talked to NCSoft. They've never done anything like that either. Are you okay? And I was like, yeah, we're going to do this. It's going to be fine. And the community support for this event has absolutely blown it away. It's been the biggest event I have ever had on my stream. And that's saying something because I put on a lot of, when I do events, I do events. As you guys saw, I do not mess around with the production value. I really like to bring the heat on this, especially when I'm trying to set the bar for the community, for the tournaments in the community like this. And I want to remind everyone that you better keep grinding in Throne and Liberty because the next tournament, it's coming. It is coming. And you got to be ready because if you're not on that ball, you will lose. Okay, EU, prepare yourselves. NA, prepare yourselves. We're gonna try to run one more, but we'll see how the support for the EU community comes through first. Before I kind of get that, I have to talk to AGS a little bit, and that's one last shout out. There are two last shout outs that I want to give. One is to AGS. Thank you so much for starting a drop campaign on the day the tournament started. Massive respect. Thank you so much for supporting the event in that way. And they also shouted me out on social media, which was great. And I know that they're watching from home, looking at this tournament saying, okay, well, how do we want to support creators in the future? Hopefully they see the overwhelming community support from this event and they try to do more in the future. Guys, it's my sincere hope that you use the War Games Discord that I set up there, or that Lucy and I set up there, so that you can interact with the other guilds, so that you can find other guilds to join, so that you can make war games with other guilds and see everyone talking in the same space with one another. It's my sincere hope that it's not just necessarily a tournament Discord, but it's a community Discord for everyone. If you want admin perms for that Discord and you're one of the prominent guilds in the community, I'm absolutely able to share that with you. You just let me know. I will also, my final shout out goes to Lucy, the tournament director. Everybody say W's in chat for Lucy. Lucy has been absolutely killing it. He was the tournament director all tournament long. He made sure that everyone was fair. He was double checking to make sure that no one was cheating. He was setting up the matches. He was doing the coin tosses, in the calls with the leaderships, helping organize the tournament. Lucy, the unsung hero. He is, by the way, I just want to say he's absolutely being paid. Okay, so like before he tells you he wasn't, he's being paid. Okay, like he's absolutely getting paid.
He's getting paid?
I rated you like 3 times.
That's fucked up, bro. That's fucked up, bro.
Well, I asked, do you want to get paid or you want to get rated? He's like, I want to get rated. I'm like, okay,
don't pay me. Keep
good.
your money, dude. Keep your money, bald man.
Yeah, okay,
I
buddy.
had fun.
Yeah, okay, buddy. But Lucy did such a great job for me. Thank you so much, buddy. And my artists and everyone else that contributed to the tournament. All my moderators coming in, making sure predictions in the chat was moving cleanly. I understand that these events are a lot larger than the normal streams that I put on, and I really appreciate you guys coming in and taking your afternoon and your evening to not only watch the event, but to make sure that everything is moving smoothly in the chat. Thank you so much to the moderator team there from home. Croy, you literally did nothing. Shut the hell up. I'm really talking to Nadia and Swaggy, who did most of the work. You're a moron. Okay, that's it from the caster desk here. Who are we throwing it back to here? Who am I throwing it over to?
Throwing it back. I think you have something on your mind, Blue.
Is anyone... Dude, I'm exhausted. Okay, tomorrow I'm going to be off, but we're going to be back on Sunday with a normal stream. And I'm going to be, guys, I'm changing my build in Throne and Liberty. And Grenton knows I don't actually get to play the game anymore. Like, ever, because I'm organizing events like this, and it's a full-time job trying to organize events like this and doing stuff like this. So I'm really far behind. I don't have any runes at all. So this coming week, I'm going to be live. I'm going to be asking chat, what do you guys think I should build? And then I'm going to be putting together a rune build. We're going to be spending some money. We're going to make sure that the build is good, and we're going to make sure that our all of our gear is correct. And I'm going to let chat basically spend that money. It's going to be a lot of fun. I appreciate the big gifters that came in a little while ago. The 50 gifted subs. I think I saw at one point I-Wood. Thank you so much for your 50 gifters and all the other subs and the gifters, the follows, guys. I really appreciate you again. Make sure you go check out the YouTube too if you missed any parts of this tournament or you want to see some of the funnier TNL content. It's going to be up there as well. We're going to be back on Sunday We're going to be back on Sunday, basically doing Siege VOD reviews, covering all the Siege drama. And I'm telling you, the Siege VOD reviews, it's an event. So you should be prepared. If you see some crazy stuff during Siege, people send all their VODs in and we review all of the crazy stuff that happens during the Siege over across all the servers. It's absolutely a riot. We're going to be doing it all night long after Siege concludes on Sunday. Is there any Supple or TC members?
No, I checked for both. None of them are streaming right now. I think they're all gonna go die in game.
Okay, chat. Who should I raid here? At the end of the day, who should I raid? I see Dream Thief here. I'm seeing Jinro, Asian Bunny. Yeah. So okay, I gotta go. Yeah, I'm a Fuego Wave. Is Fuego live? Is he live?
Is Fuego live?
Unironically, I would have rated him. That would have been pretty funny. Okay, I will just pick someone.
Do Dream Thief. He's in Camp Press W.
Oh, is he? Okay, we'll raid Dream
according
Thief.
to his title.
Oh,
According
Fuego
to his
Wave.
title.
Sorry, you just barely missed that window of opportunity there. Absolutely tragic. You hate to see that. Sorry, buddy. We'll get you a shout out at least. We'll get you the consolation prize. Love you, buddy. Appreciate you hanging out all the time. We're gonna throw it on over to Dream Thief here. Unless Fuego, are you live right now?
You sent it to Fuego.
I could send it to Fuego. I don't see. He's not live. I can't
Fuego.
send it to him. We're gonna send it over to Dream Thief.
Oh, he's live. He said he's live.
Okay, then I will send it to Fuego. Guys, go give Fuego a follow.
Press the
blow up
button.
his chat. Yeah, blow up his chat. I love you guys so much. Have a great rest of your night from the caster desk at home. I hope you guys had fun. I hope you were entertained because I certainly was. I'll see you Sunday, guys.